I'm a Weirdo Majirdo, or Weirdo for short, and I am the owner of the United Unovans.
Welcome. Thank you for taking this time for us.
It's a pleasure to be here.
So, moving into our first part, we have your pre draft plans and ideas. I heard you were really prepared for this.
Yeah, so I was in the last season, and I kind of realized the advantage that weather teams had. Just another aspect of the game you can control in a Metronome battle. And my idea, obviously, I'm the Unovans. I was only going to draft Gen 5 Pokemon, and I was like, okay, I can do a Hail team or Sand team, and that was pretty much my idea. I could run a, yeah. Those were my two options.
Were there any Mons you were looking at beforehand?
Yeah, I mean, I knew the only sand team that I could run would have to be with Gigalith, and I think the only ice setter in Gen 5 is Vanillux, so those were my two core options. I would have paired uh Gigalith with Excadrill and like a Beartic, or I think Beartic gets Slush Rush. Yeah.
We can move into this next section if you want to and just talk about your actual draft.
Yeah, so I ended up uh drafting uh I think it was Gigalith first overall. Because Vanillix got taken. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll play into this sand team. And honestly, I think it's better than the hail team or the snow team. So I ended up drafting Gigalith, Excadrill, who's giving me my sand force, and then I paired that with other sand mons like Stunfisk, which is probably one of my favorite ones. He's got Sand Veil Bright Powder, just not going to be able to get hit. And I also just kind of paired it with some strong Gen 5 mons like Reuniclus, Stoutland for Intimidate, Grigus to use Mummy and just disrupt abilities, because that's a big part of these Metronome battles. And then I needed some two cheaper ones, so my last couple picks were Behem and Musharna, just for damage purposes.
What was your point spread looking like afterwards?
Well, after drafting Reuniclus, I kind of realized how expensive it was. I think it was 13 points, and I realized if I can only bring 35 points to each battle, I needed to get some lower end picks. And then Kofagrees didn't help either. Looking back, I probably would have drafted like Yamask if I wanted to run Eviolite, but I think I'm fine with Kofagrigus. And then Behem and Musharna were definitely just for lower end points.
Are you happy looking at the team that you drafted?
I am. Honestly, I'm excited to bring this Sandstorm team. I hope it works really well. I've put quite a bit of thought into it.
Only one way to find out.
Yep.
So, moving into the next section, this is going to be where you pull your Pokepace and you're just going to walk me through how you plan on using your team items, abilities, and stuff like that.
All right, so the core, this is going to be brought into every battle, is my Gigalith and Excadrill. They will always be there. Gigalith is running Smooth Rock, so that Sandstorm just stays in longer. I have more options if I want to switch other mons in and out. And then obviously Sandstream. Then we got Morat, my Excadrill. He's got the Choice Band and Sand Force. That is going to be my main damage, hopefully. You never know. And then we got our Reuniclus, Isaac, because kind of looks like the Binding of Isaac dude in the middle of Reuniclus. He's got Regenerator, Rocky Helmet. Got this idea from Cam. He told me you should put Rocky Helmet on your Regenerator mon. And I was like, wait a minute, that is a great idea. If he's just gonna constantly be switching back and forth and healing health, and you wanted to be dealing damage at the same time. And we got Mist Me, my Stunfisk. He gets Sandville. So I said, you know what? If he's gonna have Sandville, I'm gonna put Bright Powder on him and make him very, very difficult to hit. Just kind of a mon that's gonna sit there and hopefully get lucky or tank hits. We got Stoutland. Uh, I opted for Intimidate instead of Sand Rush because I realized speed is not the biggest thing in Metronome battles because you don't get to know what move you're going to use. And so, because he's now getting hit by Sandstorm, I decided to add safety goggles onto him. Then we got Kofagrigus, who just gets Mummy, but he's also got the ability shield, and I want him to just spread the Mummy around and hopefully ruin some team comps. Kind of looked around at other teams, and a lot of them are kind of based on abilities. So was mine, but not many mummy mons. And then we got Behem. I added Analytic. It's very slow mon. Choice specs as well. So that's going to be another way I deal a lot of damage. The last mon on my team is Musharna. Added Telepathy because it's really annoying when one of your Pokemon just blow up and take out both of your mons. And I added Leftovers because it's quite the tanky mon. That's overview of my team. I got two modes of the team. One of them is one that brings Reuniclus Regenerator. And then because of the points and you can only bring 35, the other one has Coffagrigus instead. That
So
is two modes.
so with your 2 modes, how do you plan on using each of them versus different matchups?
Yeah, so if I come across a team that is very reliant on an ability, maybe like a Harvestmon or another weather team, it's probably going to be Coffagrigus just because I want to be able to get rid of that as soon as possible. And the Regenerator one with Reuniclus is going to be against teams that are more built to just stay alive or do a bunch of damage, which there are quite a bit of those, just like well-rounded, strong Pokemon teams.
So looking at your team, which Mon is your favorite?
I'm gonna have to it's the Stunfisk. I haven't done any testing battles, but I'm hoping that it just stays alive till the very end. Honestly, it's probably going to die to struggle quite a bit because it's going to run out of metronomes, but I'm willing to let that happen.
Who do you think will be your MVP of your team?
What's definitely going to be Excadrill. He is there in the sand. He's going to be doing choice band damage, sand force damage. He's got a like really high attack stat. He is going to be my damage.
As somebody who piloted the Timekeepers last year for a few games, Excadrill did a great job. So good luck with him.
Looking forward to it.
So we're going to move into the next section where you're going to look at your schedule and the teams you got to play.
Right.
And you'll walk me through which matchups you're scared of and which matchup you think will be a good, stuff like that.
Let's see. Are they all on here on the
They should be on your blue team sheet, and if you click onto your profile, it'll show all 13 games.
right? Okay. Let me pull up the draft. All right, so week one we have our opponent Dilly D. Do we know what team he runs?
I can't think of his off the top of my head.
It's not on the draft sheet.
I haven't done his interview yet, so I can't recall his.
That is the Boom Burst. Okay, so
Oh, he's the boom burst? Okay.
week one I'm playing the Boom Burst. Where did they draft? Am I blind? Oh, here we go. Okay. Week one I play the Boom Burst, and it looks like they have a just an all-around team, honestly. We got some fun mons like Shedinja, Ting 15 points they spent on Ting so I imagine that comes with a lot of his games. It's got a Gyarados for Intimidate. I used Gyarados last season. It was honestly very good. The immunity to ground is very helpful. Um, when I look at this team, I really just see a lot of like stronger mons. They're all around the same point range, around 5. So I'm not. I feel like I can do pretty well against that. Um, hopefully. And then week two, play Go Boo.
That is the George
Who is
Womperts.
George Womperts? Okay. I'm assuming he's going to have Swampert. Oh, he does not have Swampert. That is very surprising. And he only drafted 36 points total. That is very interesting. So Okay, he drafted Snover for this is a Hail team, so I'm definitely going to be bringing Mummy Configurigas against him. Um, and the one thing I see is that Snover is weak, and that is only snow setter, I think. Honestly, the team doesn't look too bad. He's got Regice as his strongest mon, but I think you look at this, he's only really going to be able to bring like one solid team, just considering how little points he has. 36. And then week 3, the Shadow,
Is
who
the
is
Idealist your rival?
the Idealist. Yes, okay. I am glad I get to play this guy. He also drafted Gen 5 Mons, but his idea was to draft N's team from the original Black and White games, which I don't know if you could tell already, but I am a very big fan of Gen 5. It's what I grew up on. And he stole Vanillux and didn't really draft around Vanillux, but just drafted N's team. It's a strong team. He's also got a Mummy user in Yamask, which I would have liked to have, and Zekrom as well. This is going to be another just very, very strong team. Probably going to use the Reuniclus one because he's got mons like Kling Klang and Caracasa and Conkeldurr who are just tanky and will sit on the field. And then week 4 we play Pink, the Wurmples, the Constanta Wurmples. And this is a team I am scared of. At Harvest, the Lone Executor is very dangerous. Any Mon with Harvest is dangerous, honestly. But got quite a bit of unevolved Mons, honestly. 2 unevolved Mons is quite a lot, I feel like. I feel like I could do pretty well against that team. I don't know. I'm very happy with the team that I was able to draft. Week 5, we play Astral, who's the Chicago Cub Foos. He has another Sun team. This is a team I am very worried about. This Sun team, I mean, somehow he got Groudon and can't think of it, the past version of Donphan.
Great Tusk.
He also got yes, Great Tusk. He also got Victini, who I was considering for my draft. Um, I realized that it's just an all-around good mon, and it was actually quite low costing, I think. Way more than I thought it would be. Um, and then he also has the Harvest Executor. This is going to be a difficult matchup, honestly. I kind of worried about it, but from what I can see, it seems like he doesn't have much damage on this team besides Great Tusk and Groudon. So if those aren't preserved well, I think his team could easily fall apart. And then moving on to week 6, we play Papple, who is the Brooklyn Brutes. You got Sinistra. Oh, I don't know how he got Sinistra. Sinistra is one of the most annoying mons. I remember I played against it quite a bit. I think I played against it last season. And just pair that with Pastelville, Galarian Ponyta, and there's no way to just whittle down this team. When you play against those two, it is you hope you can just one-shot your opponent because there's so much healing with this team. He's got the Poison Point Quillfish. He's just going to be able to stay alive, switch mons, hopefully poison you, which is also a reason that I brought Configurigas. It's kind of there to get rid of Poison Point.
I will add, Papel ran it last year, just different team name.
Oh, I don't know how we let him get that twice.
Second overall pick.
Oh, that's fair. We play Awesome AD, who is the Arizona
Arizona.
Arborouges. He's got a mon I used last time, Arboliva. And honestly, last season I didn't even know Arboliva got Harvest. If I did, I probably would have used that instead of Seed Sower because I cannot tell you how many times my mons died to struggle because they just didn't die because of Seed Sower, the grassy terrain. But looking at his team, he is just bulky. This is an insanely bulky team. And the one thing I will say, I think at least one of these mons should run Lepaberry. If they're going to be sitting next to Arboliva, if it's Seed Sower, I'm not sure if it is. But if he does go for Seed Sower, he probably should run Lepaberry. This is going to be a tough team because if you get unlucky, good luck. Next, we play NJ, the Crusaders. Oh, this was a fun one because I think we gave him Kyogre, right? He drafted and had like 20 points at the end. It got Kyogre. We're looking at a. This is an all around, like, every Mon here can hold their own. These are good, strong Mons. You got Crocodile who can run Intimidate or Moxie. You got Typhlosion who just does so much damage. Alakazam. I ran Alakazam last year. I have to say, though, it's frail, how frail it is. I stopped using it pretty frequently within the season. But it should be a good matchup. And then we got Server, the Hubba Blubbas. I am worried about this team. Uh, Snow is very strong just because of the insane bulk you get to Mons. Um, Ninetales is just Walrein is not going to die. I think if this thing is running Ice Body leftovers, it's not going to die, especially with the defense boost. But other than that, I think this is quite a top-heavy team. You do have Iron Bundle, but Iron Bundle, Walrein, I think those are the other mods he brings are probably going to just be there to take hits, honestly. Maybe help cycle the weather. And then we play Astral. Who is?
Cubfoos. I think you played them already.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. Since I play them again.
Yeah, you play 4 teams twice.
Okay. Yeah. So we play Astral, Awesome, Gobu, and Server. Well, I think I'm pretty happy with my schedule. I think there's definitely really strong teams in this draft that I don't have to play unless I make playoffs, which I plan to make playoffs. Um, but I think I got a good shot in this with my schedule to go far.
Ready to move into the final section?
Yep.
It's time for the predictions.
Hey,
All right, who's going to win your conference?
I am absolutely going to win this conference. I believe in my Gen 5 Mons.
Okay, so the very next one is what is your record going to be after 13 games?
I think I'm going to drop a couple. Obviously, it's Metronome. It's very unlikely you're going to go undefeated. I think I drop one, two of them. I'll say I drop 2 games, and that's going to be my prediction.
Oh my, you're confident. This is the
Yes.
highest record someone's ever predicted so far.
Well, I'm confident in my Mons and getting lucky.
Okay, next, are you going to make the playoffs?
Yes.
Okay, now into the final question. Who's going to win it all?
I've had a look at some of these teams. I want to say I'm going to win it all, but there are some scary teams. I mean, Cam spent a long time planning for this, longer than I could, and he drafted a really interesting team. I'm curious to see because they're not the strongest Mons, but then you've got other people who have Mega Gengar and Rayquaza, which is just how did we let them get that? You've got a Koraidon Sun team, which is just insane. I mean, a lot of these teams are good, but I am confident through the power of luck I can win this all.
I'll pencil you in for that.
Awesome.
And okay, into our ending sections, or anything else you'd like to add before we end this?
No, not really. I'm happy with how this interview has gone. I'm ready to get started with this season.
And lastly, is there anything you'd like to shout out?
I have a YouTube channel. I haven't uploaded it in a while. I made it when I was a kid, but it's just Weirdo Majudo. Anybody wants to go look at it, that'd be awesome.
I'll link it below. Someone just remind me.
Awesome.
Yeah, and thank you for joining us today. It was an honor, and I wish you good luck this season.
Thank you for the interview. Bye bye.
I am Bo Flingus, the head coach of the Driftdale Dar Monsters, and I am doing a draft interview of some kind, and I don't know why I'm saying that.
Okay, and heading into the first section, we're going to look at your pre-draft notes, the ideas you had leading into the draft.
All right, let me pull up some teams that I had practiced with and tell you about them. One of the things that I was mainly focused on healing because in season one, I things with generator and stuff were extremely good. And then I also saw that Harvest was valued extremely lowly on the point scale. And me, Pink, Cam, some other guys, um, it's basically just 50% chance every turn to heal 25%, or at least get the ability to back, which is really, really busted because it's just even better leftovers by like a large margin. And then you can leftovers on something else. But some of the teams that I had been testing out beforehand, Mons that I had liked from last season, like Hydrapple, I used him a lot. Um, what's it called? Ditto. I'm really sad that I wasn't able to get Ditto this season. He's so effective as just a way to deal with scary threats on the opposing team and be able to just like budget regenerator because we have the rule against two regenerators. But with Ditto, you can copy their regenerator and then just swap back and forth between them. And it's not as consistent, but it's still two Mons healing a lot. And it has infinite PP if you keep switching it out. Even if it has only 5 when you're in, you can use your boosts and stuff for the 5, swap it out, and then do it again. And you can have Lepaberry to get those 5 back if the boosts are worth it, if they're extremely good. I also was looking at Aegislash a lot, and I'm glad I got that because it's good if you have a generator because you're able to swap it in and then have really good defenses until you attack, and then have great offensive stats for that, and then swap it out again. So it effectively just has every stat good, and then Steel and Ghost, in my opinion, far and away the best types in this format. Not counting that Poison gets access to Black Sludge, like in terms of resistances and stuff. And then for Black Sludge, Arbok, only 4 points, is such a steal because it gets Intimidate. Its stats aren't awful, and it has the ability to use Black Sludge to get rid of Toxic Spikes. It's just such a good utility mon. I also had looked at some stuff like Klefki, which was fun, and I drafted that, but I traded it away really early on because it just wasn't holding up. And Glycopod was fun because you can swap out and do good damage, but it's slow enough that the swapping out often was a downside instead of an upside. But the real star of the show is Creepy Nuts, the Trevenant, because it's a ghost type. It isn't weak to bug, which doesn't matter much, but it's immune to normal and fighting, which are the 2 most common types to be pulled by Metronome. Normal is the most by a large margin. And it gets Harvest, which it's basically means that it's using all 16 of its PP, unless it gets crit by an Ice Beam or something and dies. But its stats are good, so it'll stay on the field, get kills. I think it'll do very well this season. Yeah, because my team relies so heavily on abilities, I'm scared of the my Neris's team. I've done some matches messing around with him, and they did not go well. I got completely destroyed. But my team seemed good and do a lot of other things I was screaming with, so I think I'll do good.
Ready to move in
What
the
else
next
should I?
section?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so next section, just run me through each round in the pick you made.
Each round in the draft. Oh shoot, I don't even remember completely what I drafted because during the first week I just traded so many things away because I looked at my opponents and I was like, oh my god, these aren't the mons I'm gonna want for this. So yeah, I've already gone through so many trades. Let's see, draft sheet, draft day. My first pick was Trevenant because in testing, Harvest is so incredibly busted. And Trevenant's only 4 points, and it's a ghost type. It has great stats. It's just all around amazing Pokemon. Second pick, Arbok, also only 4 points, Intimidate, and it has access to Black Sludge. And then I picked Hydrapple because I used it last season, and it was my best Pokemon. Is incredibly bulky. It dies to ice moves, but ice moves are rare, and it's like all it dies to. And with Rocky Helmet, you can just heal it up, do good damage with your attacks, and do good damage with Rocky Helmet without taking good damage because you have good defensive stats and you can swap out heal up. Then I picked Skeledirge, which would be an extremely good mon. It just didn't fit right point wise with my team. It's a ghost type with Unaware. You could slap leftovers on that. It'll never die. My fifth pick was Klefki, which was really fun in testing. Red card, magician, steal their items, just be a nuisance, and also Steel Fairy is an amazing typing. But it just didn't fit right point wise. And then Golisopod just wasn't that satisfying in practice, but it was fun. I liked Golisopod. With a choice band, it does a lot of damage. You can swap. I have so many mons that rely on swapping, like Hydrapple, Arbok for Intimidate, and Regenerator. And then my last two picks were for an alternate team variation, which just with my league didn't make sense to run, but would be really fun. Decidueye has the ability Long Reach, which makes it so that its contact moves don't trigger contact effects. And then Runerigus has the ability Wandering Spirit, which is like money that it gives the ability to the opponent when they make contact with you, but it's not like it in the sense that it doesn't, you don't keep the ability, it just swaps them. So you can steal really good abilities and prevent them from having them. And then with the partner of Decidueye, which because it has long reach, it can't take the abilities back. And Runerigus, I was going to run the item Protective Pads, so it can't take the abilities back either, making it just be, it takes your abilities and then you don't have abilities and you're just there. And they're both ghost types, which is incredible. We made steel types be worth a lot of points because steel's broken, and poison types be slightly more because they have access to Black Sludge. But I feel like we really undervalued ghost types, so that's why I drafted 4 of them in my initial team. So yeah, that's what my initial thoughts were
So
in
now we're gonna.
drafting.
So next we'll move into your actual team. Run me through your current Pokepace now with all the trades that you said you made, since you said you're really busy in the coming days after the draft.
Yeah, I like immediately used, I think, every single one of my trades, which probably is dumb in the long run. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, my main team, I have Henry and the Gang, the Hydrapple with Rocky Helmet and Regenerator. Just an amazing tank. What I said, I still have Arbok, also good. And I still have Trevenant, which is amazing. Those 3 are incredible defensive Pokemon. But then I picked up a Dragonite, which it has the ability multi-scale, so at full health, it takes half damage from attacks, and I gave it the item Leftovers, which heals it. So a lot of the time, it'll get hit, but multi-scale will make it do almost no damage, so Leftovers is enough to heal it back up to full. So effectively takes no damage from the attacks that only do a little bit of damage, and then when the big attack that would like OHKO it because it's an ice move, or would just do a lot of damage because it's stab or whatever, does half as much. So incredible defensive Pokemon. And then Aegislash with a Choice Band. It doesn't take very much damage at all. Even if it gets hit, it has 3 immunities and resists like more than half the types in the game, I'm pretty sure. Or almost half at least. Steel Ghost is an incredible typing, and then it just does tons of damage when it hits back. I wasn't able to draft it in the initial draft, but I was able to work out a trade to get it. And I'm very glad. It's been so fun testing because it survives decently. And also with a Choice Band and base 140 attack, it just kills things. Then I also, for my last 2 points for that variation, I have an Appleton, which isn't nearly as good as Hydrapple because it needs an item for its healing and it doesn't heal as much. But Ripen doubles the effects of a berry, so with a Pinch Berry, I'm running Figgy, they do the same thing because we don't have natures. It gets 2/3 of its health back instantly. So even if it gets hit with a big move, it's fine because its healing isn't really slow over time. And then for my other team variant, I swap out the Aegislash and the Appleton, and I use Espathra, which has the ability Opportunist, which copies the stat changes of the opponent, which is incredible because if they're moody or defiant or anything, yes, they're threatening, but you're copying all of their boosts. And if you happen to roll boosting moves or they happen to roll boosting moves, it just spirals out of control. It has the ability for the item Clear Amulet, so they can't just intimidate your boosts away, or just get good moves to lower them. And then lastly, I have Barraskewda. I'm running King's Rock because I think it's funny. It's just a high stat mon that for some ungodly reason is 0 points, and for some other ungodly reason, after drafting it, Copy just dropped it because he didn't like how it fit in his team. Its ability doesn't do much, like redirect thing isn't that important. But speed normally doesn't matter, but with King's Rock, it makes it so that all of the moves it'll use will have a chance to flinch, which doesn't really matter, but it's kind of funny. And it just has a base under 23 attack, so there's really not much to say about it. And that's all my guys.
All right, let's move right into the fourth section. Let's talk about your schedule, the games you're excited for, nervous for, confident for.
I am terrified for my Mineris games. I'm excited because a lot of the people that I had like friendly rivalries with last season, and stuff are in Red League with me. I'm also terrified of that because a lot of them drafted good teams. But I think I'll have really fun, exciting matches that instead of it being, oh, it's a landslide, I think I'll have a lot of stuff that just comes down to the wire because both of us generally know what we're doing. Cam's team is why I traded for Espathra pretty much immediately. Copy's team is kind of, I think he made it as a joke because a lot of mons are kind of whack. The Whismers have a lot of like Defiant and stuff, which is scary for Arbok. I think that'll just be a fun team to play against. The Bewares, they have a lot of stats. That probably will get them a lot of wins. I think that's not quite as good as things with gimmick abilities, but I really don't know. The Dugongs are terrifying. I think our general consensus when we talked about it the other day was that they were one of, if not the best team in the league. And then the Mythics, I don't know what to expect from them. And lastly, the Festive Fellas. You see, the thing about the Festive Fellas is their first 3 draft picks were Porygons. They did that last season, and they got shit on. But that wasn't their fault. They had 3 Porygons. How did they not win? Porygon is our Lord and Savior. There is no way Chris loses a single game this season. He's going to win, and it's not even going to be close. Every single time. So I'm most terrified of him, but not really terrified, more that I know I'm going to lose. I'm excited for it. It will be an amazing experience because, yes, I will have, like, I will get beat up, but I will know that at least I was losing to the best. Oh, and also just chillin'. He has a really solid team. Not really gimmicky. Gardevoir is kind of funny. Weirder is kind of funny. Dialga is Steel Dragon and great stats. Just a solid team. I don't have anything to say about it. But yeah, I think Red League will be so fun. What next?
All right, let's move into the predictions. You were just speaking on Red League, so who do you think is going to win the whole division?
Chris. He's him.
He is him.
I don't have anything else to say.
What is your record going to be after 13 games?
I play Chris twice, correct?
I believe so.
It's not 13 games. It's not 13 games. It's 2 times 4 plus 5. Oh, that is 13. Damn. I in my head thought it was more because last season was 19.
Yeah, last season was
Then 11 and 2. I will only lose to Chris. In all series, though, probably like slightly above 50-50. Probably like actually no. My team's solid, like 9 and 4. I feel very confident in these guys.
I like the confidence. I give it to you. Now moving on, will you make the playoffs?
Yes.
And lastly, the most important question, who's going to win it all?
Fiji Gaming.
I'll write that down.
Yeah.
Okay, and to end this, is there anything else you'd like to add that we didn't talk about or you wish I would have mentioned?
Ricky is innocent. It, although some people they say he killed Glalie. Oh man.
Your
Like
investigation
I'm the
is still
coach of the
ongoing.
I'm the coach of the Greyfold Armlasters. Ricky. He's just an innocent guy. I don't get why there's so many accusations against him that he murdered Refrigerator Glalie. But actually, before I have this little message, my heart goes out to Frostless, Little Snorunt, and all of Glalie's fans, the South Skarmories, and all Metronome battlers as a whole, because no man, woman, or even Porygon deserves the fate that Glalie had. And I know firsthand that Glalie was an upstanding guy. The reason I am here is because I've heard many rumors that it was my player, Ricky, who murdered Glalie, but I know this is not the case. I understand why many might jump to that conclusion since, oh, Ricky has 2 teammates, quad weak to ice. He's super effective against ice because he's a steel type, and Glalie died in a car crash, which Reveroom is famously used as an engine in many, many cars. But there's no concrete evidence, and I know Ricky. He would never do that. One of Ricky's closest teammates is David, the Galarian Darmanitan. And Ricky even went with him to help the people and ice-type Pokemon of Circhester recover from the storm last winter. So I will put my life on the line of him not having typist motivations against ice. Additionally, Ricky says that he doesn't even remember seeing Glalie on that day. And as we know from how many Pokédollars go to Hydrapple, Ditto, and Clefable when the team gets together to play poker, he would be able to tell if that was a lie. Well, not he, we. Without any concrete evidence against Ricky. If I ever get the opportunity to have him on the Tar Monsters again, he will play with us since he's an amazing player. And I know in my heart of hearts that he's innocent. I wish Detective Lazarus the best of luck in bringing the truth to light. If there's anything I or the current Driftfield Tar Monsters can do to help with the investigation, contact me and I will make it happen. Sorry,
Wow,
getting a
that
bit
was
emotional.
beautiful. Thank you, Bo, for
Yeah.
that. Is there anything you'd like to shout out to end this?
Chris is the GOAT.
Thank you for joining us, and best of luck this season.
I will have it. All of the luck.
My name is Spry. I am the coach of the Chicago Bewares.
Thank you, Mr. Broken Cup, for joining us today.
I am also Mr. Broken Cup. Some lore for y'all. At one point, I was #1 on the Broken Cup showdown ladder. I have since had a fall from grace. I'm down to 12, but we're trying to keep things up, trying to get back up there, reclaim my spot on the throne.
He's on the come up, don't you guys worry.
I'm on the come up.
So we're going to move into this first part, which is going to be your pre-draft notes. Talk about your plans for teams, who you wanted to get, and then we'll talk about who you actually got in the next part.
All right, so going into the draft, I was looking at the point lists and seeing who I wanted to take, and I noticed that Meloetta was only 3 points, and I was like, this thing's a mythical, and it's got Serene Grace, and it's only costs 3, so I could use it with damn near anything I want. And so from there, I kind of was like, I want to just go heavy on Serene Grace, and I want to go for a Psychic Terrain build. So for my second pick, I picked Tapu Lele, but by the end of the draft, I ended up switching that, but we'll get to there later. I just realized I'm slow and I wasn't supposed to talk about that.
No, you're all good. We can move into the next part where you go into more detail about all your picks, but you're good.
But yeah, I also knew I wanted to take Mega Absol because Magic Bounce is just good and it's a cheap Mega, and I figured not many Megas would be taken due to how costly they are. And then I got Togekiss and Gastrodon because Gastrodon's got Storm Drain, and I feel like a lot of water moves will be pulled. I ended up picking Azelf, which after the draft I realized that with my Psychic Terrain, it has Levitate, so it wouldn't even be boosted. And that's kind of why I pivoted near the end, and I traded out Tapu Lele for Mew. I picked Indeedee because it was a cheaper Psychic setter, and I was still kind of running that whole deal. And then when I swapped out Tapu Lele for Mew, I had 10 extra points at the end of the draft, and I was originally gonna take Beware because it was 5, but then I was like panicking because I was on the clock and I had 10 points. I didn't really know what to do, and I saw Spectrier was on the board, and I threw the dart. And I feel like Spectrier for an 8th round pick is pretty solid. After the draft, I made a couple of moves. I traded Azelf to, I believe it was the New York Enterprise, for Dragapult. And I think Dragapult's been a good fit on my team. And then, funny lore, I was just trying to do some test battles by myself, and I went into the Pokepates and I just picked a random team to practice against, and it ended up being Pink's team, the Wurmples. And when I was fighting them, they had a weakness policy Bronzong, and I was like, dang, this thing's kind of scary. It's kind of boxing me every time I play. And then they actually dropped it, and I saw that, and I was like, I'm picking it up over Indeedee. and that's where I ended up for my final roster.
Looking back at your draft, was there any ones that you regret drafting besides your Tapu that you switched mid-draft?
Definitely the Azelf. I was a fan of the core I had initially at the start. I had Ndidi, and I would lead Ndidi and Azelf, and I had Azelf holding a Psychic Seed, and it's got pretty good attacks and speed, and just making it a little more bulky was solid. But I realized I had made a team core that didn't have the greatest of synergy, and so that's why I kind of dropped Azelf and Ndidi for Dragapult and Bronzong. I think it rounded out the team a lot better.
You ready to move into the next section?
Yeah.
Okay, this next section is going to be PokePaste. This is going to be the bulk of your interview. You're going to run me through each of your team members, their items, their abilities, how you plan to use them, all stuff like that.
Got you. My first pick was Harmony the Meloetta. I decided to give her a red card because a lot of times in Metronome, one Pokemon will click some move and will get stacked up on stat boosts, and a lot of people will fish for that, and keeping a threat in makes them pretty scary. So I like when there's a mon like that to switch in Meloetta and get a chance to, it's a 50-50 shot. Whoever hits it first gets switched out. And if I roll that chance, I get to switch out a big threat, and then I'll have a Serene Grace Mon on the field to just start wreaking havoc. My second Mon is Beanie the Mew. The Mew I decided to give leftovers because it was one of the more bulky Pokemon on my team because that's base 100 across the board, and not much more to it. I hope Synchronize will come in handy at some point. It's kind of a mid ability though. And then I got Havoc, my Mega Absol. Its base ability is Super Luck, which I feel like there might be an instance where I want to not Mega Evolve it and maybe go for crits, but I don't think that's the best idea. So I think most of the time it'll be Mega Evolved, and then I'll have Magic Bounce on it and hopefully bounce back some status moves. And then Chopper the Dragapult, who I got from the Enterprise, is holding a Razor Claw. I'm hoping to just farm crits and sweep, do a lot of damage. He's also got Clear Body, so I'll like intimidate leads, and any stat drops I might get will be blocked. And that also goes for Sweetie the Togekiss, who I decided to give Clear Amulet. So she also drops stat blocks, and she has Serene Grace, so she can hacks and do some BS maybe. And then I got Galgamus, the specifically East Gastrodon. He's green. He's got Storm Drain and a Rocky Helmet. Rocky Helmet's just a good Metronome item. Guaranteed damage is always nice. It's just bootleg Rough Skin, and he's got Water Immunity. And sometimes he'll stack up real quickly. If any Pokemon uses a Water move on the field, that's a special attack boost for me. And Water type is decently common in the pool. So sometimes Galgamus will set up and he'll wreak a little bit of havoc with a special attack. Speaking of setting up and wreaking a little bit of havoc, Charity, the weakness policy, Bronzong. I opted for Heat Proof over Levitate just in case terrain did get set up. And also having the fire weakness and the ground weakness gives more chances to proc weakness policy. And Bronzong's pretty bulky, so not a lot of things kill it in one hit. And I'd rather take like an Earthquake and then have a weakness policy boost than avoid the damage, to be honest. And then lastly, I've got Ryder the Spectrier, Choice Specs, Grimnay, Spectrier. I usually send that in like if I'm in a bad spot and my stats are low and the opponents have a Pokemon that's like really low, I pivot a little bit and try and start stacking up boosts, because once that thing gets taken off, it can be pretty solid. That's about all I gotta say.
All right, we're going to move right into the next section where you're going to go to your conference's team sheet and you're going to walk me through your schedule and the teams you play that you're worried about. That should be good matches, easy ones, stuff like that.
Got you. So week 1, my first matchup on the board, which I think is pretty funny. I play Wubs and the Washington Wismers. His team has got some strong candidates, and he's got some interesting ones also. I think Empoleon and Salamence are likely brings to mostly every fight. Salamence having Intimidate is scary. I don't know if he's running Intimidate or Moxie, but either one is pretty good. I assume Intimidate, but that's what I'm hoping for week 1 because I want to run Togekiss and Dragapult against him. That's would be a third of my team just negating his Salamence's ability because I assume we want to pivot in and get stat drops and whatever. And then Berserker could be pretty scary. Battle Armor and Tough Claws are both good abilities. He could be a threat offensively or defensively. Tangela's got Regenerator. I assume he picked Seadra for Damp, maybe. And then I just realized he's got Overcoat with Intimidate too. Yeah, he's probably running an Intimidate team, to which I'm hopefully going to block out with Clear Body and Clear Amulet. And then week 2, the second game I play, I think the Chius. Yeah. This team is scary, low-key. He's got Dialga. He's got freaking Trace Gardevoir, probably. He's got Darkrai. I assume Weird Ear's also got Intimidate. He's got probably Sheer Force Life Orb for Alligator, which is a pretty scary Pokemon. He's got Magic Bounce Espeon, which is also probably scary. Low-key, Chillin built a really solid core. I think this is a sleeper team. I think if there's a team to be scared of in this conference, this is one of them. I feel like this team could do some damage. I feel like one thing, though, that sucks for him is he picked Golduck, and there's not really many weather teams in this league, so he might just run Damp. And then my third matchup, week 1, let's see who I got. Oh, I get to play the legendary Shandong Dugongs. Oh, I didn't realize they got Perugly. Perugly was on the team that I initially was training against. I also had the Bronze Zone. Apparently they have Perugly now. They picked Ferrothorn, huh? Weren't they the first overall pick? I think they were. I remember Ferrothorn going first. And Bisharp was also a really good pick. Eviolite Bisharp is scary with Defiant too, probably. That thing could set up and be a very scary threat. And then I don't know if Gothitelle is competitive or Shadow Tag, but both are scary, especially if like Perish Slaying happens. Having a Shadow Tag Mon's pretty busted. I doubt he'll bring Masquerain into my matchup because he'll probably see the 2 stat drop preventions. So Masquerain probably doesn't come. Cam's team's pretty interesting. He's got Spupa. He's got freaking Mightyena, Quillfish. I like what Chris is doing with his 3 Porygons. I think that's pretty funny, and I'm wishing him good luck for that. It's just not against me. Also, he's an op for picking up Beware, so I hope I beat him the one time I play him in week 2. Then for the Mythics, Jirachi was one Pokemon I had my eyes on before the draft, but I saw Meloetta was much cheaper and I decided to go for that. And I also saw there was a team who had Jirachi as their mascot, and I'm not an op. And the Enterprise, it's kind of scary. I'm going to have to face my own Pokemon I traded away. I hope Azelf doesn't have a revenge game against me. But I like what they got going with the neutralizing gas and the stacking. And also, I didn't even think about it, but the Toad's Cruel as well is gonna not have to go last every turn. And then having Goliathpod's pretty interesting too. But Wishy Washy and neutralizing gas is probably not going to be very good. I don't think, because I think it'll just be baby form if either of those Weezings are on the field. So that might have been a little bit of a oversight, unless I just don't know how the ability works. But that's what I think. Is there a team that I haven't talked about? Oh yeah, the Scarms. Bro, they took Bidoof, which is so funny. I just gotta say that I'm glad I play this team twice a year. Because yeah, this team's a little having Bidoof is really funny.
A
For
good
20
sports
points.
a good sports analogy for this is it's always good to play a Bears team twice a year.
Oh yeah, I'm sure unfortunately I'm a Bears fan, so I know that all too well. But I will say we were a blocked field goal away from sweeping Green Bay, and they were nearly 0-6 in divisional games. So
Oh, you digress.
I digress.
Is that
Oh
it
yeah,
for
the
your
Darmonsters
schedules?
too.
Oh, you forgot. Oh, we can't forget about them.
Shout out Bo Flingus. It was so funny when I first joined the server. I was looking at the introductions chat and I saw their showdown name and I was like, I've played this person on Broken Cup before. I recognize that username. And so it's really funny. But I think they got a great team, honestly. All these bulky ghost types, Aegislash and Runerigus and Trevenant with Harvest, bro. Like this is gonna be a scary team. They got quite the squad going. They also probably got Poison Heal on Breloom, Regenerator, Hydrapple. Low key a ridiculous squad. I can't lie. This team's a sleeper too. I think I've covered every team in the division though.
Now is that it?
Yeah,
Okay, now we're on to my favorite part, as I say every time, the predictions.
the predictions.
Who is going to win your conference?
The Chicago Bewares, obviously.
Okay.
Number one team.
What do you think your record's going to be through 13 games?
13 games. Realistically, I'm gonna guess 8-5. I'm gonna show up in the playoffs.
And that was my next question. Are you going to make the playoffs? And I'll take a yes on that.
Yes, sir.
We're speeding through this. Now, final question. You're probably going to think on this one a little bit. Who is going to win it all?
Who is going to win it all? And this is this the Red League or is this every league in general?
Every league.
Look at the draft sheet.
I'm still here. It's not complete silence, audio listeners.
Audio listeners, I'm sorry for my discretions and my crimes.
Your punishment -1 on the Broken Cup leaderboard.
No, please. I'm gonna match up against a guy with 1,000. I'm gonna lose 47. He had a Wonder Guard Spiritomb. It's over. But low-key the Cacturns in the Yellow League are kind of scary, and also that Ice team with the Ditto on it is pretty scary too. I feel like those are the top contenders in Yellow. But as for who's gonna win it all, it's hard to not be a homer bias and just say myself. So I'm gonna give it to those two teams in the Yellow League. I'm gonna say the Cacturns got this.
Very trendy pick.
You saw what?
A very trendy pick.
Is that a popular one?
Yes. And now
The
to end
Duns
it,
one looked pretty strong, though. I will give it to them.
yeah.
The team's scary. I'm glad I don't play them.
Yellow Conference is such a toss-up because only 3 members of there were there last season with the league.
Ooh.
Tons of new talent.
Yeah, yellow looks like an interesting league.
It'll be a lot of fun to keep an eye on.
I'm excited for all this.
It'll be a lot of fun. Now into the ending questions. Is there anything you'd like to add that we did not talk about?
I don't know if I really have much else to say.
It's fair. Most people on the spot don't know what to say. And then the last thing, is there anything you'd like to shout out?
Shout out Freak Bob and John Pork. Go Bewares.
Go Bewares. Thank you.
That's what I got to say.
Thank you for joining us on this. And I wish you the best of
course, man.
luck.
You as well. I don't even know if you have a team, but
All right. I'm Splop. I'm the coach of the Shandong Dugongs. Yeah.
All right. So for this first part, I want you to walk me through your pre-draft notes you had leading up to it.
All right. Let me share my screen for this because it'll be a little
Professional.
more. Well, it'll be just whatever I did for the pre-draft. I'll show my pre-draft notes, and then my thoughts I had. How do I pull this up? Oh, because it's full screen. Give me 1 second.
All good.
Forgot that I can't stream when it's full screen. All right, here we go. But I'm not gonna go through these because I think I already went through them. But basically, what the pre-draft notes I ended up with, I ended up gravitating towards a shadow tag team because I felt like it's more so. I don't like Regenerator. I didn't want to use Regenerator, but Regenerator is so strong, and you have to have some way to deal with it. So I was like, my first thought was like, all right, I'll go to the strongest shadow tag user, which is Mega Gengar. And I was already kind of plotting out a team here, but I didn't really like how Mega Gengar could just like die from like a random like dark physical attack or dark ghost attack. It felt like a little too a little too like it was 15-point mon that could die so quickly. Like I wasn't sure if I could make guaranteed process. So then within the weeks leading up to it, I didn't make any notes about this, but I ended up switching my idea to Ferrothorn for being my round 1 pick because I had the first pick of the draft. And I still wanted Shadow Tag, so I was still thinking about getting like Gothitelle, which I'll talk about later. But going up to the draft, my pre-draft thoughts, I was like, there's 3 guys I was like, I really want for my core. It was Ferrothorn, round 1, which obviously I knew I was getting. And then my 2 and 3 picks, which were right next to each other, I really wanted Bisharp, which I thought was a really strong Defiant Pokemon. And I really wanted Gothitelle, which I thought was one of the better Shadow Tag users I could get. Honestly, I didn't really have any other relevant pre-draft notes other than I didn't really know too much. I really wanted a Cloud9 user, which when I get to the draft, it's kind of funny. And then I really wanted to get a good Intimidate Mon, which I really wanted Word Ear. But other than that, I really didn't have any other specific notes besides a bunch of stuff leading up to this for the draft. So that's kind of all I have for pre-draft notes.
All right, we'll move into the second part that you're looking forward to. Walk me through your draft.
All right, so I'll just pull up what the draft everyone's draft sheet looks like. Ended up very luckily getting the exact core I wanted, which leading up to this, I was very scared that Gothitelle would be taken because then I would have had to deal with either like picking Wobbuffet, which I don't have the point sheet. I don't either cost as much as 10 or cost more than 10, or I would have had to pick like Arena Trap Dug Trio, which is just so frail and kind of hard to use. but I feel like my draft ended up going fairly well. At least I got my first 3 picks I wanted. One really unfortunate thing, I really wanted Wordier super badly. I love Wordier. I don't know why I love him. He was the first VGC mon that I built a team with, like originally for myself, that ended up doing I mean, not I wasn't that good, but I got to like 1300s in the VGC on Showdown. But that was the first team I did okay with. But I love that guy, and he was taken. So then I had to like I didn't have any good notes for other cheap. I wanted a cheap intimidator, but I ended up going for a Masquerain, which I think honestly, like, not what I wanted, but ended up going for what I want. I got it. I got also the Cloud9 Pokemon I wanted, but if you look at the league I am, which is the Red Draft League, every team has I have no weather teams in my league, so Cloud9 doesn't matter. And I remember when I drafted Licky, someone, I don't even remember I was busy during the draft, so I couldn't actively talk or listen. But I heard someone say when I drafted Licky, does he know the strat? And I did not know the strat pertaining to Licky at the time, which is I'll go into when I go into my teams after. But I just ended up getting some other guys I wanted. Scorch, that was a guy I tested with. I really liked with Choice Band. Ended up being able to get. But I had a list. I sent it to you. Oh, I think I might have it in my. I might have it here. Give me a second. Yeah, draft order. These are the Pokemon I was looking to draft. I wanted Altaria. I don't know why, but why didn't I? Okay, for some reason I did not draft. Because Weavile was 2 points, and I couldn't draft 2 points for my team. So one thing I learned also after the draft, first I had Gothitel's point wrong, 10 points, but is that I realized while drafting, I really want to bring my core of Ferrothorn, Bisharp, Gothitelle to every game, because I think Ferrothorn and Gothitelle are very good. Obviously, because you could trap weak Pokemon that are like physically weak who just die to Ferrothorn's Rocky Helmet, Iron Barbs, but also Ferrothorn is fairly weak to Intimidate. So then I wanted a strong Defiant Pokemon, which is why I always wanted to bring Bisharp. But so I'm always bringing 30 points every game. So that means I learned this very much after the draft. But every Pokemon after, I need 2 2-point Pokemon and 1 1-point Pokemon to fit the 35 for each game quota. And as you see, like my pre-draft team, like I have 2 4-point Mons, which wouldn't have worked out. I mean, Licky was a 4-point Mon, and then Weavile was also a 2-point Mon, so I could have used it, but ended up not drafting it. But Scorch worked really well for my team, being a 2-point Flame Body Mon who's very strong. And so that guy is very good. I was very happy to draft him, but I was very much floundering when I drafted Toxtricity and Blossom. I just didn't really know. I never tested with them. I just thought I needed a poison type for Black Sludge, but ended up Black Sludge is very good, but when it doesn't really do anything, it's not too important. And Blossom's fine. It is actually, I looked at Blossom a tiny bit before the draft. It's a healer Pokemon, so it could heal any ailments. And my thought was, if I'm facing like a poison heavy team, healer could be useful. But 2 of my like main core of Ferrothorn and Bisharp are already immune to poison, and like I feel like my comp isn't even that conducive to losing to poison. It's not like it's stall type, but it's not that stall-y where like I'm just gonna be like dying to poison because I'm not really doing anything active. But so I was kind of like I really floundered near the end of the draft, which kind of with getting Toxtricity and Block, I just didn't really know what I really wanted, or I didn't have a good vision on my team when I was drafting. So that kind of resulted in, besides the core I wanted, I didn't really get the guys I wanted. So that's kind of all I have to say about the draft.
So a question about it, looking back at it, what picks do you wish you didn't take, or we should say you fumbled on?
Okay, I'm very happy I picked Licky. I think Licky was a good pick, even if I ended up trading it. I definitely regretted post, most specifically, really regretted Toxtricity. It was just like it really was just a point. It was just I had a waste of trade action trading him out. It was just a poke. Oh no, that Toxtricity and Blossom. But I just had a waste of trade action, trading out Toxtricity and Blossom. I knew going into the draft, especially for Blossom, that I really wanted Yan Mega, and I ended up trading after for Yan Mega. I'll go into that, but I just I just didn't understand what I didn't have a good list of Pokemon if that I wanted if others were taken, which resulted in me just picking Pokemon I don't think were conducive to my team structure. But yeah, that's all I have to say about my fumbles.
All right, we'll head into a middle point between the next section. Talk about the changes you made from the draft till right now on your team.
This is honestly what I'm most excited to talk about because I feel like I didn't play that many practice games, but I really understood afterwards what I liked about my team and what I wanted to build towards. So the first rendition of my team, I went for names based on Sopranos characters. But as you see, I have my core of Ferrothorn, Bisharp, and oh my god, I'm Gothitelle, which I doesn't even change within my next 3 iterations of my team. Besides that, Masquerain has a really good idea with it with Intimidate Eject button, where you switch the Masquerain in, it gets hit preferably, and then you can switch immediately out to Gothitelle, and you're already facing 2 weak Mons that are already trapped on the field without having to have Gothitelle already on the field, because Gothitelle, while not too strong, it's just not that strong, so it's not doing that much when it's on the field. Didn't really have a good idea of what I could do with Licky Licky. Licky Licky is 4 points. Its abilities are Cloud9 and Own Tempo. I really wanted to use Cloud9 because I thought weather teams were going to be pretty relevant. And I mean, if you look at the draft sheet, there are a ton of weather teams. I mean, like, this team is crazy. It just has like so many like ice like guys who use snow, and I think this is what might be a problem when I go into playoffs. It's just there are a lot of weather teams, but there are no weather teams. If you look at the red ones that are in the red Pokemon League, literally, I don't think there's one weather team in the red league. So that would just mean I'd lose. I would just have a useless pick on my team for most of the draft. So I just kind of didn't really have a use for it. Other than that, I have Centiskorch with Choice Band. It's very powerful. I've already talked about it, but that's also unlocked. And I didn't really know exactly what to do with Blossom and Toxtricity. I just gave Black Sludge to Toxtricity because it's a poison type. And then I had literally no idea what to do with Blossom. I gave it weakness policy because it's slightly bulky, being a grass type has a decent amount of weaknesses while also being pretty healthy. But this is my like immediately after the draft team. I just honestly I was looking at my team and I just didn't really like what was going on. I played a few practice games and I played against I don't know their name. They had actually I don't know if I look. Oh, I played against Pink. So Pink had on their team. This is where I realized the strat with Licky Licky. Pink had on their team a Perugly with Own Tempo and Berserk Gene. So I did not realize this. Berserk Gene being a Gen 2 exclusive item that confuses a Pokemon forever, but gives them ×2, like it gives them a +2 attack boost. All items are in this draft. I didn't have zero idea that was even a strat, but I luckily played against a practice game with them, and I realized that that's what you want to do with Licky Licky. But Licky Licky not being conducive to my team structure, being 4 points, I couldn't really stick on my team. So ended up trading Licky Licky with Pink for their Perugly, since they had more points available to them. They could use that. Which Well, I guess not this team. I guess I didn't upload did not upload that team into the whatever my interim team, but I got Perugly with Berserk Gene, and I ended up also making 2 free agent changes. So, and I like this team a lot more because it gives me a lot of options for the teams I'm gonna be facing basically this entire season. Because I'll have my 20-point core with these 3, and then I have 3 2-point mons, being obviously my Intimidator, which will probably come to most games unless I'm facing a team with a lot of like competitive fire mons. Like there's a chance like against like Wubs, where he has a big like his big thing is Empoleon. Like that guy's gonna be on the field for most of the time. And I just probably don't even wanna I might not even need Intimidate for that matchup. Um so like but it gives me the options where I get to pick 2 of these 2-point mons to bring, and then 1 of the 1-point mons, which is Perugly and Yanmega. Which I like a lot more, and I think it gives also a harder time to my any opponents I have, where they kind of have to plan. Oh, all right, for this matchup, I could be losing an item, but I also could be facing Intimidate and like a Flame Body Choice Banded like Powerhouse, or they could be facing a very strong special attacker in Yanmega Choice Specs with Tinted Lens, which I talked about even before the draft that I wanted it, and then I didn't end up drafting it, or they might be facing a strong physical attacker in Berserk Gene own tempo Perugly. So I like this team a lot more. I feel like it gives me a lot of creativity for the teams I can end up bringing, even though I have 30 points a month I'm bringing to every game. I feel like I'm able to like really change my team to the matchup. And one point that I will say I'm a little concerned with my team, and you can kind of see it as you're looking at my 2 and 1-point mods, especially these guys, is that I have 3 Pokemon that are 4 times weak to rocks, and 1 Pokemon that's just weak to rocks, which means that if my opponent gets Stealth Rocks or gets Stone Axe kind of early in the game, that's really bad for me. I just really have to hope for like the fog or something, because it kills most of my Pokemon. So I think how I'll probably have to do this is start off like early game, like with Delphox or like Lubu, Centiskorch, and try to go for try to use them early just in case rocks go up and I can't use them any earlier later than that. But and then my name scheme for this is just I wanted to do something that was kind of fitting to my name, being Shandong Dugongs, and my logo is not a mockery, but an imitation of the Qing Dynasty flag. So I'd base it off of like either famous Chinese generals or just characters from Kingdom, which is just about like it's just Chinese warring states basically. But that's probably all I have to say about my post draft. I don't really have too much more.
All right. So we kind of combined the other 2 parts into one there, which I'm okay with. So next we're going to move on to the schedule. Walk through what teams you're worried about, what teams you think you're having a good matchup against.
Okay, so the teams one thing I'm very worried about is, where is it? I want to show that team because it's right here. I'm pretty scared of Cam's team. I think I'm gonna have I have to really think about how I'm gonna deal with Octiller, which is such a if you don't really think about it and you don't know that much about like metronome stuff, it's kind of like doesn't really make sense. But Moody Octillery plus Flamigo is such a like I don't really have a great answer for my team. I don't have any red card or any unaware Pokemon on my team. So like Octillery can really start on the field and just kind of start gaining stats, and then it is very hard for me to deal with. That's honestly the team I think I'm most scared of in my league. Other than that, um I think also the Driftveil Dar monsters is I played a couple practice games against them. They're also seeming pretty tough. Just Hydrapple is so bulky with Regenerator and Rocky Helmet. It's just very hard to kill. And even though I do have Shadow Tag, one thing I'm honestly most scared about my team, and it's something I could see if it doesn't end up working, I could see changing my team is Meloetta being just too frail to be able to trap for a long enough period of time. Like, because if Meloetta, if not Meloetta, if Gothitelle tries trapping and then dies before I could kill like the Regenerator Hydrapple, I've basically just lost a Pokemon for no reason because Hydrapple will just switch out, switch in, switch out. But like it just these two matchups I've thought about the most, and it's just like I feel like I don't have a amazing answer with how to deal with them, which is why I kind of drafted at least for Delphox. And I think Delphox can help a decent amount in this matchup, potentially stealing like the item off of artillery or the item off of Hydrapple. But that's kind of those are the two teams I'm the most scared of going into the season.
Pull up your schedule now so we can walk through that.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, it's probably better if I go to my page, right? Oh wow, what a great Google sheet. Whoever made this did such a good job. But yeah,
So, which of these games do you think you're not worried about?
not worried about. So, I I think I think unfortunately I think I'll be able to deal with I think. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. I think I think Wubs will be an interesting matchup, but I think as long as I don't rely too much on Intimidate, and I feel like if I'm able to trap the Empoleon and be able to kill it before it kind of does anything relevant or gets too many boosts, I feel like that matchup will be a lot easier. And unfortunately, I feel like I played in one game against Chris. I feel like unfortunately his team is not too conducive to facing my team, at least being trapped. Just because he's a lot right now, at least he has a very he's a lot of defensive Pokemon. Uh, like Porygon 2, Shuckle, and Bearware, who just do not want to be trapped on the field against a Ferrothorn and a Gothitelle and could just really just slowly die. And I feel like that matchup is just really unfortunate for Chris. But those two are the only like those two are probably the matchups I feel like I'll probably be somewhat comfortable against. Yeah,
All
that's
right.
all.
So moving into the final part, this is where you get to make some predictions that we get to look back at in a few
Oh,
months. Are you ready?
all right. Yeah, sure.
Okay. We'll start out pretty simple. Who do you think's going to win
Okay.
your division?
My division. That's tough. There's so many. I feel like this is a very heated division. There's a lot of really good teams. Give me 1 second. Let me look at the three teams. I was thinking of win my division. To be honest, I think it's got. I think the Dar monsters will probably win the division. I feel like the Regenerator, Healing, Harvest core is just so strong. And my practice game against them, I think even though I won it, I feel like it was so hard to like make any progress against them. It was just like I got super lucky. I'm pretty sure in my match, but it was like drawing my nail against chalkboard to finally kill Hydrapple. And I feel like every other team will have a tough time against that. So if I had to make a guess, I would say top would be the Dar monsters. Second is the Celesteelas, because I feel like they have a very good strategy going into it.
Now, looking back at your schedule, you play 13 games. What is your record going to be?
Oh boy. That's a um 13 games. I feel like at least I do better than average. But I'll say that's tough. 13 games. I'll say I win. I'll say I'll win I'll win 8 of them and lose 5. I think
Write
that's
you
up to
down for
13.
that. Yep, you did it right. Now, do you think you're gonna make the playoffs?
I think I will. I feel like my team is at least like has a good enough strategy going into it, and are like they're at least somewhat hard to deal with I feel like a good choice of the 2 point and 1 point mons, where I feel like I'll be able to squeak out enough games to at least make it to the playoffs. Whether I win the playoffs or not, I don't think I will, but I think I'll at least make it to the playoffs.
And the final
So
prediction question, the most important one, who's gonna win it all?
who's gonna win it all? Let me look at the draft sheet. I think I feel like it's gonna be some weather team. The weather team that I think it is. Hmm. Oh, who was it? Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't have a good idea for this. But I'll say mm, you know what? I'm gonna have faith in my own division. I'm gonna have faith in the red division, even though I said the best of the division will be the Driftfell Dar Monsters. I think for some reason the Pittsburgh Steelers will squeak it out and win it all. That's my guess.
We'll check back in about 4 months and we'll see.
Yeah, I gotta have faith in my own division. Even though I'm facing them the most, I want someone in the red division to win.
Now we're gonna move into the ending. Is there anything you want to add before we close this out?
Honestly, I don't really have anything. That's kind of all I really want to talk about.
All right. Okay, final thing. Anything you want to shout out before we end this?
Mm, I want to shout out the Lions. I really want them to win this year. I've been a Lions fan since I was little, and they've always been terrible. And I was made fun of for not liking the Lions. So this year is my year. This is the year that the Lions win the championship. So that's for you.
Timestamp. This is January 13th, 2025.
All right. Well, thank you for the interview. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming on. It was an honor and best of luck.
Hello, everyone. I am Hank. I will be coaching the South Holland Houndooms in this season of the Metronome Draft League.
So, heading into our first question, I want you to walk me through your pre draft notes, ideas, and concepts that you had.
Yeah, okay, so I didn't have that much time to look into my picks before heading into the draft. I basically went through just the list of points first, looking at mons that I could maybe that were a bit more on the expensive side that I could build my main strategy around. I never really looked into any of the most expensive mons. Like the most expensive one I noted down was Garchomp for 11 points. And aside from that, my main strategy was trying to build a balanced team. So not really splurging on any really expensive mons, but trying to stick in like the 5-6 point range. So I could have a team consisting of mons that are all solid and just in general have more of a balanced approach instead of heavily banking on one or two Pokemon and filling the rest with fodder. I think that's about my pre-draft, considering one thing I also did was a look into a few abilities I wanted to have on a team. Like, for instance, I knew I wanted someone with Intimidate, with Poison Point, and in general, just more of a bulkier, but also some offensive Pokemon I could use. I think that's my pre-draft.
All right. Well, I'm glad you at least had a little bit of a plan. A lot of people went into it with nothing, so I applaud you for that.
Yeah, it was a very busy period before the draft. Like when I just joined the league, I did some initial planning, and then it was a long while of being busy until like a few days before the draft before I could finally look into things again.
That's good at you. Got a plan. So we'll move on into the next part. This will be the actual draft. Walk me through your picks, and then after you do that, walk me through the ones you wish you didn't draft or the ones you're really happy about, stuff like that.
My first pick was my most expensive mon and the one I also mentioned before, Garchomp, because it's Garchomp. You really can't go wrong with Garchomp. It's a pseudo legend. It has great stats, and then there's also the benefit of Rough Skin, which you can combine with Rocky Helmet, which I've seen a few multi-hit attacks go into it already. And in general, I just think it's a good mon to draft. It's quite bulky. It can deal good hits if you pull a strong move. And there's the whole thing of Rocky Helmet Rough Skin, which I think can do a lot of damage when it comes down to it. My second pick was Mousehold, which I wanted for Friend Guard, so I could mostly have Garchomp out on the field for longer. And Mousehold also has some decent attacking stats. So then I did also look into cheaper Friend Guarders, but I think Mousehold offers the best package in actually being able to deal out some damage as well, while supporting another Pokemon on the field. That's where things kind of went off the rails because I had in my notes as well Annihilate or Chin-Pao, but those both got taken before I had the chance to actually pick them up. Because Annihilate would have been helpful in the sense of it's bulky, it can deal out good damage. I just think it would be a good balanced mon. And then Chin-Pao, I believed, would have been able to punch through some cores using Sword of Ruin and be more of an offensive powerhouse. But they both got taken. It's a draft. There's 30 people. That was bound to happen. So my third pick, I picked up a mon I planned to draft later, which is Dragalge. I drafted it for Poison Point. It's surprisingly cheap at only 5. It has quite good bulk. And you just need a poison type because in case there was going to be a Glimet or a Glimmora or someone was lucky enough to pull poison spikes, toxic spikes, you need a poison type or else every time you would switch someone in, you would just be on the clock, and that's not what you'd want. Fourth pick was Copperajah. Copperajah was a mon I had my eye on as well for a while because I used it before just in regular playthroughs. I knew that it can hit very hard, especially considering Sheer Force, which is an ability I looked into before the draft, which I knew I wanted to get on my team. And I'm glad I was able to get Copperajah because that was also one I had on my initial team, so to speak. Then fifth is my second most expensive mon. In Iron Hands, I ended up picking Iron Hands as to like Annihilate replacement, so to speak, because it is very tanky. It has a lot of HP. It has a really good defense stat. Its special defense is a bit weak, but I can make use of Mousehold as well to just keep Iron Hands on the field and be able to soak up a lot of hits. That was most of my points, so for the final few, I looked into abilities I wanted and like cheap options to use for them. So my sixth pick was Paldean Tauros. I'm going to use it for Intimidate, but it also has an impressive attack stat. And with Paldean Tauros, you gain access to all 3 forms, which might come in handy at one point. Seventh, this was a pick I wasn't originally planning on, but since there's a few weather teams, I decided to pick up Jirampa just so if I face one, I can take that down with Cloud9. And Trampa as well actually has surprisingly good stats for the cost. And then my final team member, I had 2 points left. I decided to pick up Chandelure because it gets Flame Body and it has a really big special attack set. So for 2 points, that was a really good pickup, I think. And that's about the draft. I don't really have anyone that I want to replace because I think in testing at least all of them have been performing quite well, and I'm happy with the mods I drafted.
I will say a few people did want to pick up Chandelure, not realizing you drafted it, so I'll give that to you as a good pick.
Yeah, no, I heard that like during the draft as well. There were when I picked Garchomp, I heard quite a lot of reactions. Someone wanted to pick Dragalge, so it's a good thing I ended up drafting in round 3. And in general, I think there's quite a few mon on my team that other people had their eye on that I got to before they could.
Now,
Yeah,
okay.
that's a draft.
You ready to move on into the third part? This is typically the biggest section we're going to spend the most time on. This is where you're going to pull up your Pokepace, and I want you to walk me through each person, their item, their ability, how you're going to use them, strategies with them, how you expect them to do, little things like that.
Yeah, I did touch on this a little bit during part 2 as well. But do you want me to stream it or
You don't have to. I can just pull up a photo of it when I edit over.
that works? I went into this a bit during the team part as well, but my main 2 that I expect to build around are Garchomp and Iron Hands. Garchomp, like I've said, it has rough skin. I've given it a rocky helmet as well, so that if someone attacks into it with a physical attack, they can take a lot of just recoil damage from simply hitting Garchomp, which I want to combine with Mousehold with Friend Guard, so that if it gets hit, it takes reduced damage, so it can take more hits, deal more recoil damage, etc., etc. And with Iron Hands, I've given it leftovers. I plan to just send it out on the field. I plan to have it sit there, soak up hits, recover health. If I pull a good move, pick up a few KOs as well. Like I said, Mousehold is here to enable that. I've given it a citrus berry, so it can stick around on the field longer and just keep on supporting the main 2 in Garchomp and Iron Hands. And maybe deal out some good damage as well if I get the right moves on it. Then the other 2 that I have as like damage dealers, I have Dragalge. Dragalge is my Black Sludge mon, which is also a really important item to have. It has poison points, so if it gets hit, there's a chance to poison the opponent, which puts them on the clock, which is pretty important if they don't have any way to get rid of it. And in general, it has a surprisingly high special defense, so I can use it I can send it in against any big special attackers to hopefully soak up a few hits there. And then there's Copperajah with Sheer Force. I've decided to go Choice Band to really just completely go in on its physical attack to really try and land some big hits, pick up big KOs. And because it's Copperajah, it's also quite naturally bulky, so I could also use it alongside Mousehold to have it sit on the field longer, hopefully stick around long enough to pick up the KO I wanted to. And then there's the supporting cost, so to speak. There's Tauros, Paldean Tauros. I currently have it in its Blaze form, the fire type, simply because that means it can't get burned, which is pretty big for a physical attacker. And I believe it gives me the best defensive profile as well, though it's mostly here to just switch in, use Intimidate. I also have Normalium Z on it, so maybe if I get lucky, it can really pull up a big KO. And then just switch back out, eventually come back in, lower attacks again. Just have it keep rotating in and out to keep intimidating, lowering my opponent's attack, and hopefully making it so I can take more hits. Drampa is the tech matchup, like I said. Drampa is here to deal with enemy weather teams. And I don't think I will use it much aside from that, but if need be, I can definitely put it on. And if my opponent manages to pull a rain dance or a sunny day or something along those lines, I can throw in Drampa to be able to stall out until the weather goes and then switch it back out, switch a more heavy hitter back in. And just in general, it's here to sit on the field. I've given it a Yapapa berry so that if it gets low, it heals right back up. And it's here to sit on the field. It's here to deny weather and hopefully deal some good damage. Then last but certainly not least, there's Chandelure. Chandelure has the choice specs. Chandelure has a 145 base special attack stat. Chandelure is here to hit hard, hopefully. And if it gets hit, I also have it around for Flame Body, so I could burn my opponent, which will deal nice chip damage, but is mostly there to nerf any physical attackers into the ground. And I did do some calculations. I cannot bring both Iron Hands and Garchomp on the same team. But I think the way I can use that is if my opponent has a less offensive team, like a team that's more defensively oriented, I can bring Garchomp because it will take less damage from my opponent's Pokemon and can hopefully get attacked a few times to deal good damage to my opponent's defensive mons with Rocky Helmet. And if I just need the higher bulk, I can instead bring Iron Hands to have it sit there, heal with leftovers, and stall out my opponent's PP and deal some good damage along the way. And that's about how I expect to use my team.
All right, let's move into the fourth section where I want you to bring up your conference yellow spreadsheet.
Mm-hmm.
And then click onto the one that is your team, and then walk me through your schedule. Teams you're worried about, teams you think you should have a good matchup with, interesting games, stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay, so my first matchup is going to be against the Clodsires. The Clodsires, I believe, is going to be a good way for me to get into the league. Like, looking at their team, it doesn't scream offense to me. Like, I am a bit worried about Defiant Failings or Sheer Force 2 Cannon. But I think I will be able to bring my defensive mons, stall them out, and in general come out with the win. My second is going to be against Sylph. Those are the Crooks. The Crooks are scary because they have, stat-wise, they have a very strong team. However, I can't really see any strategy behind it. Like, I might be missing something, but the way I see it, they just have a lot of mons that are on their own solid, but as a team don't really mesh well together that well. So it can definitely go either way, but I think I will have a decent shot against them. Then my next game is going to be against the Bruxious Bandits, if I can pull up their team. This is one of the games that I have my Cloud9 for, because this team is going to rely on Sun, and I'll want to be able to shut that down. Huge Power Azumarill is also very scary, and that might be able to get a jump on one of my Pokemon, but I am not worried per se. Again, it can definitely go either way, but I do like my chances. My fourth game is against the Crows. The Crows I'm definitely a bit afraid of, because Palafin Hero is very scary. Ursaluna is very scary. They hit really hard. And then there's also Rough-Skinned Druddigon, Earth Eater Orform. That's going to be a bit of a challenge, I think. But if I manage to play around with my Switch as well, I should have a good chance against them as well. Which it's going to be a good match to watch, I'd say. Fifth, I will be going up against Dunam Dunfun, and this is a scary team because it's all ice types, so defensively they don't offer that much, considering it's an ice type, but Titan, Glastrier, Chenpao, if that team gets going, then they are going to get going quick, and I'm expecting to get steamrolled. Though I do still have Trampa, so if I manage to take down their Weather Setter, I should be able to get through the rest of the team without their Hail or Snow now. Though they also have Ditto, which is something to definitely keep an eye out for. My next game is against the Lampens, which I am personally looking forward to, because I got Peter to join this league. We are quite good friends, and we've played in testing against one another a lot. I will say in testing, I won most of the time, so I think I'll be able to replicate that as well in our actual game. Though that was before he made some changes to his team, so I'm excited to see where that one goes. Then week 7, I will end up playing against the Torterras. And Torterras as well have a scary team. Luxray, Clefable, Ursa Blood Moon, they have a lot of heavy hitters. So I am going to need to make good switches, make good use of the healing I do have, and just try my best to come out on top. But again, it's Metronome. You never know how a game is going to go, so I do like my chances as well here. Then game 8, week 8, I'm playing against the other Sun team in the Cacturns, and this team is terrifying. If they have multiple weather setters, so if Trampa goes down, I'm afraid that they are just going to run over my team. And even if I manage to take down, even if I manage to keep denying them their weather, their mounts are just naturally very strong. So this is, chances are this is going to be my most challenging match, but I'm not giving up hope just by looking at her team. I believe that I'll be able to play my way through. And then the next game is against the Welsh Chins, which they as well have a very scary team. Lots of strong mons on paper, lots of defensive mons on paper with the namesake Wo-Chin. So this one, just like many others, can really go either way. I am a bit worried because I do know that they made it far as well last season. But it's going to be a fun game, especially because we both have our teams named after Fire Emblem characters. So I believe this one will prove who has the better Fire Emblem game. and from there it's back to replaying games against other people in my region. So first, I need to do a replay against the Crows, which, again, that's going to be fun. Then there's the Crooks, the Chins, and I get to round it off against Peter as well, which I think is fun. So, all in all, I think I'm in a very balanced league. Like, there is no clear winner. I think I have a chance against everyone, though there is no such thing as a guaranteed win, because this is still Metronome. Anything can happen. I can pull 6 mementos in the span of a few turns. So it's gonna be a lot of fun to try and have as much control as I possibly can, and hope that my mon pull good moves and I end up winning quite a lot of games. That's about all I have to say about my schedule.
All right, now let's head into the last part, my favorite. We get to make predictions and look back to after the season.
Okay, chances are high that this is going to come back to bite me once the season is over.
Only one way to
I
find
think
out.
only one way to find out, and that's to make them end up play. I think the person to end up winning the division, it's probably going to be the Cacturns. Like, there aren't a lot of teams in the division that have a way to shut down the weather. Like, the Chens have Rayquaza, I have Trampa, and the Lampens have Cloud9 Lickitung. But other than that, I don't think there's a lot of teams that will be able to directly shut down the weather. So they are going to just set up the sun, play with it to their advantage, and it's probably going to be a big challenge if you aren't able to turn off said sun. I reckon once the season's over, I did say, looking at my schedule, that I have a good chance against all of the teams, but I also have had a few moments where I am in a good position, only to just have my team pull some horrible moves and have it completely crumble. So I do think in the end I will have a positive win record. Like, let's say, um, let's say that I will go 8-5, for instance. But that could definitely go up. It could definitely go down. There's only one way to find out. Making playoffs, I like to think that I will, but this league is also very stacked. Chances are that I'm just going to get outdone. So, do I expect to make playoffs? Part of me does. For the most part, I don't, but I like to think that I will. And who's going to win it all? That is a question. That's a very difficult question because in the other leagues as well, there's a lot of strong teams. There's a lot of contenders. I don't think I can really make a call right now on who's going to win it all, but I do like that. I think the person who drafted Bidoof, they have the best shot because they do have God on their team, which is probably going to help them push far. And that's all I have to say, I think.
All right, so just the ending questions that I say every time. Is there anything you'd like to add that we didn't get to talk about?
No, I think I have everything that I had to say.
All right,
This is new for me. Like, I've never really done Metronome battles before, but it's good fun. It leads to some very wild matches, and I'm looking forward to see where this season's gonna go.
and lastly, is there anything you'd like to shout out before we end this?
Well, I would like to shout out my buddy Peter for actually joining me in the league. It's very fun that we are in the same conference, that we get to play twice. And I'd also like to shout out to everyone else for having joined the league, being there for the draft. And all in all, let's make it a good season.
Well, thank you for joining us today, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Well, we'll see where this goes.
Okay, so for the first part, we're going to look into your pre-draft notes if you have any of them. So, what ideas did you have going into the draft that you wanted to do?
All right, my draft idea was I really wanted to get N's team from the original Pokemon Black and White. I thought it was a really well-made team. It covered a lot of typings. And Gen 5 is just genuinely my favorite generation, so I went in with just that.
Okay, so we can move now into the actual draft where you can walk me through your picks and what went right and what didn't.
Mm-hmm. So I got first pick was Vanillux, which was really lucky. I knew Vanillux would be a highly contested mon with George Womperts going with ice theme, Don Fun going with ice theme. The Blubbas, yeah, 3 different people at least that I can see without going through everybody going with an ice theme. So I think it was a really nice pick. I was early in the draft. Probably wouldn't have gotten it because I feel like Vanillux is one of the best ice setters. I got really scared when I saw Gigalith and Excadrill getting picked by the United Unovans after my first pick, because I do know that Klinklang is a really good mon, and so I really wanted Klinklang, but I had to push it off because I really wanted to get my Zoroark pick and my Zekrom picks early, because Zekrom is a really good legendary, and Zoroark is a good ghost normal type. He's immune to a couple different types of attacks. I can fake out people by having them think that I have a different mon in. He's just a good overall mon. Uh, then for Caracosta and Klinklang, obviously I was just finishing out the team. I didn't want to grab Archops for obvious reasons. Defeatist is just really bad. You know, as much as I love N's team, Archops is probably the weakest link. He's got really good stats, but you just can't work with Defeatist. Um, and then after that, I was actually just in my head. I didn't really have a plan after getting Clang, so I was kind of just looking around the point board. I was thinking of what I should get, and I realized I needed probably another attack defender. I have good overall. I had a good defender in Caracosta. I had a good overall stats in Zekrom. Zoroark helps me with trickery and with being a ghost type, being immune to normals, and being resistant to a lot of types. So I thought Haxorus was just a good overall pick. And Conkeldurr is where I really got it. Conkeldurr, I think, will be a really good mon that I didn't expect to get on my team, and I honestly didn't even think about, because I gave him Choice Band, and I forget the ability I gave him, but he has a really good, yeah, with Choice Band Sheer Force giving Choice Band giving him a 1.5x to his attack, and then also having a 1.3x on any attack with secondary effect. I'm not relying on him to give effects, with his attacks. Obviously, since it's a Metronome League and he's a big physical attacker, I think just having a super powerful physical attacker will really help. And then Yamask is just there to nullify any effects of people who actually had really good competitive teams in mind.
Is that it for
Those are,
your?
yeah, those are my thoughts through the draft.
Okay. Do you have a pokey paste that you made for this?
Yeah, I can get that really quick.
Do you want to pull that
Yeah,
up
the
for
whole
the?
box.
Yeah, I'm saying pull it up, and you can go through the next part, the team composure, where you walk me through like what each person's gonna do, their abilities, their items, etc.
Yeah. Okay, I got it up right now.
All right, go for it.
All right, so first is my Zekrom named Zeus. I gave him a weakness policy. Weakness policy, great. Giving a bonus to your attacks. I mean, it's just he's my big guy. He's got great attack, great special attack. Those are his two highest stats. So giving him a weakness policy, if he gets hit by any attack that activates it, is really good. And he does have a good amount of defense to help protect him from super effective attacks, so it's not like he should be taken out just in case there's a stab dragon move. He should be able to survive it and get that weakness policy off and all that. And his role on my team would just obviously be super attacker. That's why I gave him a weakness policy to help increase those. We have the Hisuian Zoroark named Hades. Now, I chose to go with Hisuian Zoroark, as I said during my draft picks, because he has a ghost type, which I think will be a lot better since his role on my team is ultimately just going to be a a trickster, and he's got a really good special attack stat as well. So I gave him the choice specs to increase his special attack, and I'm probably going to use him to trick people into thinking he's Yamask. Uh, Yamask having the ability Mummy makes it so that people will be scared of Yamask and maybe swap out some of their good people to try and hope that they don't hit Yamask and get their ability taken, since it is highly likely that they do hit him with a physical attack. Uh, so he's definitely going to be that. And since he doesn't have as much attack as some of my bigger attackers, it is more believable, even if I keep him in, and that he would be a Yamask. Now I'd have Atlas, my Conkelder. As I said a little bit earlier, I gave him Choice Band with Sheer Force. That's just makes him a super attacker. He already has 316 attack base, let alone with any of his uh sheer force taken into effect if he has any attacks with secondary abilities. So that's already going to be a big attacker. And he's got a good defense stat to boot. And with mono fighting, he's going to be pretty good against a majority of things. Well, he won't be good against the majority of things, but he won't be bad. My next mon is Lang, named Hephaestus. He's a steel type. He's beefy. He's got big defense. I gave him Rocky Helmet so that if anybody hits him, they lose a good amount of their HP. He has Clear Body so that he can't get any of his stats reduced. Hopefully, so that he can't get his defense reduced as a steel type. Pretty solid mon. He's there to tank. Now I have Ares, my Haxorus. He's just another super physical attacker. He's more specialized. However, since he only has Mold Breaker as his ability, I didn't really feel like giving him Rivalry, seeing as uh, it would reduce his damage in some scenarios, since I think most people are just going with randoms for their genders, and as well as me, I just don't think that Rivalry would be consistent enough. So I just gave him leftovers so that he can try and stay in the fight longer and get more attacks off. Although that's up for debate. I might give him something else later. My Yamask, his name is Charon. I gave him Eviolite because he's not evolved. Helps increase his defense and special defense, which are already his highest attacks. He's just there for Mummy so that I can steal people's abilities so that they can't use them against me, so that I can just hope that my superior stats will be better. And like I said, he's going to work in tangent with my Hisuian Zoroark to get people to swap out thinking that he's in. And now I think most of the time I'm going to have Vanillux on the bench. I haven't built a snow team. So although I would have liked to include him on my team, he's just way too expensive. And I feel like with the few people having good snow teams, it would just be against my team's comp to run him. And weak armor just isn't that good, even if I didn't run Snow Warning or Ice Body. But I just gave him Shell Bell, give him a little bit more. Since he has a good special attack and attack stat, give him a little bit more health if I do decide to run him. And then finally Caracosta. He's a turtle, big defense. He's probably gonna stay on my bench with Vanillux, but gave him Solid Rock so that he takes less damage from super effective attacks. Gave him Ayapapa Berry so that he heals up, so that he can tank even more. Pretty self-explanatory. If I do run him, it's probably going to be against a team with super high physical attackers. And that's my team comp.
All right, thank you for that. Have you accessed the Google Sheet for your conference at this moment?
I can put that up really quick.
All right, so for the fourth section, we're gonna go over your schedule. I want you to walk through who you're playing and like what games you think are gonna be the best, which games you think are gonna be the worst, and just stuff about that.
Would that be in import? Yeah, blue draft. There we go. Okay. So obviously, like anybody new to this league, and especially me who hasn't played the newer generation of games, I already knew I'd be at a disadvantage in these leagues. So the scariest fights for me are going to be not only people, most of the people uh, who have played the newer games, but my fights are mainly going to be the people from last season as well. Those are going to be the scary fights, and I'm hoping to get as little of those as possible. So seeing my week 1 against Astral and week 2 against Papel is really scary, seeing as it's really nice to have to at least win your first week, or at least start with a positive into week 5. Because I think you after week 5, what your overall uh what whatever you call it, your wins to loss ratio, your KD, I'll just call it that. I think that you're going into week after you win or lose your week 5, that kind of sets the stage for your entire uh the entire rest of the league. So I don't like to see Astral and Papel on my first 2 weeks. However, seeing Weirdo and I'm a little scared about my first few. my first my week fives, because it looks like I got some high ranking people here with some high ranking teams if I go and look at their teams.
Anybody who doesn't know,
But
Papel is our last season champion who he fights in week 2.
yeah, big yikes. And I actually have talked to Astral a couple of times, did a practice match with him watching and him commenting on it. He seems to know a lot. Very scary. Uh I don't know about Weirdo so much, seeing as I'm a new contender, but I think he might have been in the last one.
He was.
Yeah. Weirdo also ran the Unovans, another person the person who I was scared of in the draft about stealing some of my team comp. And I also believe that Server was in the last league.
Yes, he was.
Yeah. So big yikes for my first 5 matches. Going into week 6 against Dilly D. Uh, Dilly D's probably gonna be a good fight, I'm thinking. I think it'll be a nice battle. His team, from what I remember, is pretty even. I don't think he's got anybody that I at least should worry about. Of course, me being scared about the first 5 weeks just because somebody's got a really strong team comp. It's a Metronome league. Anything can go. Anybody can have their ace use explosion, self-destruct. Anything can happen. However, in a Metronome league, it's all about abilities and stat lines. And like I said, I'm just kind of hoping that I can overwhelm with my stat lines. However, I think after my week 6 battle, I think it's pretty good. Going against Dilly D, going against Gobbo, Awesome AD, Pink. Looks like I got a buy on week 10, which is nice. I do like having buys in later weeks because it gives you time to look at everybody's updated teams, because I feel like the first few weeks are going to be people adjusting their teams based on their first few fights. Especially me, I might sub in some of my other ones if I see that some aren't up to snuff. Uh, but I do think I got another fight against Papel, which is not fun. But however, hopefully I can prepare for that. But it looks like I got a couple fights. Some of my double fights are against people who weren't in last season, so that'll be nice. Overall, I'm a little scared about my fights, but I think that with my comp and with my stat lines, and if I can get some lucky mummies on some people's aces, I think I can come out positive this season.
So to end this section, what do you think your record's going to be after the season?
Uh, so we got 13 fights, 14 weeks, and I have a bye. I'm thinking probably going into week 5, I imagine I'll be 2-3. But after week 5, by the end at week 14, I imagine I could probably pull back and get to uh probably 7-6.
7-6. All right. So now we're going to move into the final section, which is going to be some questions for you, similar to that one.
Okay.
First one's going to be, who do you think's going to win your division?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe that Papel is in my league, which is most definitely uh it's I mean it's got to be Papel, and runner up gonna be Pink.
Okay. So then, next question, do you think you'll make the playoffs?
Uh is it what is it, 12 or 8-person playoffs?
We're doing 16.
16-person playoffs.
So if you win
So
your division, you get into the playoffs, and then the next 8 best from all the divisions.
next 8 best from all divisions. I think I could squeak my way into a couple of the lower division numbers. I think I could squeak into the bottom, yeah.
Okay, and then one final question for you in this section. Who do you think is going to win it all?
That's a tough question. Now, honestly, for my division, I hope Papel wins it all again. That would be great for Papel getting a double time win. It'd be great because my division wins. You know, go my division. But honestly, I think there's some strong teams. The Hubba Blubba's got a really strong ice team with Auroras. Or actually, I think they swapped out Auroras for Alolan Ninetales even. With Alolan Ninetales, Whale Wren, Alolan Sandshrew, and a Silvally that they can give an Ice Blade. Or an Ice Disc, I forget what you give Silvally. I think that's a really solid team that'll definitely make it to top 4 minimum. I definitely think the Brooklyn Brutes with Sinistcha and Wailord. I mean, that's just a deadly combo right there, and that's only 2 of their 6. I think that they've definitely got a top 4. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna go for probably Papel, but I think that Brooklyn Brutes, the Hubba Blubbas, and probably the Constanta Wurmples are gonna be in the top 4. I think those guys are gonna be the strongest in the season.
Apple is the Brutes.
Papel is the Brutes. Well, yeah, so I think Hubba Blubba's Brutes, the Wurmples, and probably, if I had to guess another one, honestly, the Dugong's got a really strong team. So I think they'd go in the top 4 as well.
Okay, now into this final question I got for you. Anything you want to add to this?
No, like I said, I'm new. I haven't played the most recent games out as well, and a lot of strong Pokemon have come from those. I think I did kind of limiting myself to only Gen 5, but, you know, I feel like it's more important to be having fun. Obviously, winning is having fun. But like I said, I don't think I'll do extremely bad. I think if I don't get unlucky, I can squeak my way into the playoffs against some of the other teams here. And, if I can make it to the playoffs, I'll be way happier than I am just being able to be in the league.
All right, anything you want to shout out before we end this?
Shout out to N. Best team ever other than Cynthia's, but I think he's a really well made villain. I'm Shadowman, and my team is the Icarus City Idealist.
Well, I appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
I am the Maryland Crows, aka MDK. Our team motto is fashionably late because I joined the bracket pretty late. My name is Castillo. Well, my first name is Christopher, but there's already Chris in the draft, so I go by Castillo, my last name. Yeah, I guess I'll get into my pre-draft notes, like my game plan going into the draft. This is my first time ever doing a draft league and doing anything Metronome related. I knew for a fact I wanted to get my mascot. Like that's why it was. Well, not gonna get into that, but I knew I wanted to get my mascot. But if I couldn't, I knew I wanted a prankster Pokemon. Now thinking back, it might have not been the best idea because it does get shut down. by a dark type, but I think I won't bring the Prankstermon if they have a dark type on their team or whatever. I knew I also wanted some way to get passive damage, and I'm aware that most moves in the game are physical, so I wanted a rough skin Pokemon. So I kept that in mind, and I figured a good strat would be having immunities. So I tried to get Pokemon with abilities that kind of suck up other things. Another thing I kind of just wanted is just a strong Pokemon with good stats. So you'll see that on the team. I also looking at old like the Metronome battles and stuff that from the Pokemon Bracket Instagram channel. I see like a lot of battles end through like explosions or those type of moves. So I was thinking, hey, there's an ability that stops that called Damp. So I knew I really wanted a Damp Pokemon on the team, as well as a Regenerator Pokemon, since I think pivoting and switching out and keeping my Pokemon healthy is a very important thing. And I also tried to get another strong attacker on the team. And finally, I think I just wanted something, I guess, to just something funny, I guess. Nothing, not like a serious pick, but something uh, to just, I guess, be memorable in a sense. Uh, I think I didn't really do much planning. I just like knew I wanted basic concepts like Prankster, Damp, Rough Skin, and Regenerator, and just strong Pokemon, as well as immunities. That was mainly my game plan going into this. Also, picking Pokemon I liked. I didn't like want to have some Pokemon I didn't like just because I thought it was good. I wanted like Mons I enjoyed. But yeah,
That's good on you.
Yep.
Yeah, having
But
ideas for the ability is a good way to go for it instead of going into this with nothing. So I applaud you for being prepared.
thank you. Yeah. Should I talk about like my actual picks, like the Pokemon I ended up getting?
Yeah, so we'll go through all 8 of your picks that you had.
Okay. So my first pick, Murkrow. I wanted my mascot Pokemon off the bat. I think Prankster's a good ability. Eviolate's a pretty good item. Once again, if a Dark type comes in, I probably won't use him, but just nice to have. I really like Druddigan. So Druddigan was my first pick, and luckily I ended up getting him. Well, my first pick for a rough skin user. Um, Second was probably like Garchomp or something else, but glad I got a Druddigan. I really like Orthworm, and I'm also glad I got him because of the ability Earth Eater, which just lets him eat up not physical, ground moves and gives him a ground immunity, which is especially nice because ground moves hit pretty hard. Um, so I also wanted a Regenerator Mon, and in my mind, I really wanted a Cloth. And I kind of feel like I should have picked him earlier because my team represents Maryland, and a big part of Maryland are crabs. But I ended up getting him, so I went with my second choice, Eldegoss. And I like Eldegoss; it's a nice little mon. I don't want it to get trapped, so I gave it a shed shell, so that way it can like switch in and out at will. I got Bellybolt because I like Bellybolt. It has the ability Damp. It's just a silly little guy. I like it. He's pretty bulky. That's about it. I got a Ursaluna. Now, originally in my head, I wanted Blood Moon, but Blood Moon kind of got sniped, so I just went with the regular one. I gave him the Berserk Gene just to come in and just do big damage. He has Unnerve because I knew going in there was going to be like berry and harvest strategies, stuff like that, and I wanted to get a way to like shut that down. So I was thinking maybe Unnerve on Ursaluna might be a good idea. I also picked up Palafin because I like dolphins and I like Superman, so I was like, haha, Palafin's perfect. That's about it. There's no real reason except like I think he's strong and I like dolphins and Superman. That's about it. And I think my final pick of the draft was a Lechonk, because I had no other points left in the draft, so I had to pick a 0 point like pick, and I'm going with Lechonk, not only because I think it's kind of funny, but because Aromaville is actually pretty good because you can't get taunted, and taunt kind of just shuts down Metronome teams. Well, I mean Metronome like completely because it's a status move. Oh, and the item on my whatchamacallit, on my Palafin was an eject button, so when it gets hit, I can just swap it out. And on Bellabolt, it was a citrus berry. I don't know if I mentioned that, but I think I should. On Lechonk, it's a focus sash because I just want him around. Like he's pretty weak, so he's probably gonna die to one hit. So I feel like a sash would work best on him. Oh, and sorry, I'm looking through my team. I didn't mention Orthworm's item. It's a clear amulet. No real reason. I just want him to just stay with his good defense stat. That's this whole thing. Is just eating defensive hits. But yeah, I believe those are all my picks. I got most of them. The only one I didn't get was Cloth and Ursaluna Blood Moon, but I pivoted and I think I got some good picks. And I think that's about it. Like going into the draft, that's what I ended up getting. So I'm pretty happy with what I got.
Do you want to move on to how you're going to use each member of your team?
Yeah, I can talk about that. So I think I kind of dip my toes into that a little bit, but Murkrow, his whole thing is just coming in and using Prankster Metronome, kind of just coming in, getting priority, getting off fast hits. Sorry, I'm calling them by their names. Drudigan. So Drudigan's whole thing is just switching in. Like I think I mentioned, most Pokemon moves are physical, so he's kind of just there to chip away at the enemy. If it's a long, drawn out battle, it's nice to get chip damage. Orthworm, another physical wall. My team is very physically defensive, because most moves are physical. So I just want a very bulky team, I guess. Palafin, he's just a heavy hitter in his hero form. He does like big damage. He has good special attack and good attack. So either one type of mood he uses, attack or special attack, I think he'll just hit hard. Um, Bellybolt is not like a big damage dealer. He's mainly there to stick around, make sure the battle isn't left to RNG as much as it. Well, it's a metronome battle, but I want I don't want my team to die from explosion. So that's what Belly Bolt is all about. Eldegoss is to kind of just keep me in the game with a Pokemon that's good at staying alive. Ursaluna, once again, just big damage. And Lechonk is support with Aroma Veil. I don't think he's gonna like do anything crazy, like pull out a fissure or anything, but just stopping from getting attracted, disabled, encored, taunted, whatever makes anything harder. So yeah, it's just stay alive. It's my team's whole plan, I guess. I think that'll be it for that section, I guess. My team is pretty straightforward.
We're going to move on to your conference, the yellow one, I believe, as you said.
I am the yellow conference.
So, some unfortunate background for this. You joined just too late after somebody in the yellow dropped, which we have for our GMT Plus people for easier scheduling. So, you just got slid into that one. So, hopefully, you can make the best
Yeah,
of the time zone.
yeah. That is rather unfortunate, but we move.
You have Sylve with you, so you're not alone.
Yeah. Yeah. Looking at once again, I don't know anything about this community, I guess. I don't know like the people to keep a note. So I'm not really sure who the threats are. So I'm just kind of because this is my first season coming into here. So I think my first opponent is IBZ. Yeah, it is IBZ. Who's IBZ? I gotta look at that. Sorry.
Bruxfish, I believe.
Oh, Bruxfish. Here, hold on. Sorry, I have to pull up their team.
You're good.
Uh, just I guess I'll ask you. What do you know about them as a player? I don't know if that's like cheating or whatever, but
I'll tell you one thing only 3 people in your conference were here last season.
oh shoot. Okay, so they're new
Yeah, so the
players.
only people
Ooh.
from last season was Y, Rosser, and Sylve. Everybody else is brand new.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So this league is completely open, but one of the people is Wee's friend, and we did pretty good last season.
Got it. Got it.
And
Just gonna keep that in mind.
I just learned earlier the guy who's the London Lampants is actually competing this week in a regional tournament. So
Oh my goodness. We got a big leagues in here. Oh my goodness. Okay.
no
hold on.
pressure.
No pressure. No pressure. Okay, hold on. Jeez. Sorry, I'm trying to find like the draft site with all like everyone's drafts.
I can send that to you.
Oh yeah,
If
yeah. That would be nice. I don't have it like on deck. Sorry.
Yeah, I had to find it for a few other people.
Okay. Oh, thank you. You just have it on deck. Oh, I
I
just
actually
skipped over it. I'm so dumb.
I had it open actually on accident, and I as I switched tabs, it was there.
Nice. Okay. So you said the Bruxish? Like a Bruxish Bandits. They have Bruxish, of course. They have a Lilligant, Torkoal, Dusclops, Grimmsnarl, Azumarill, Chincho, and Pachirisu. I'm a little scared of Pachirisu. You know, he's the former champion and all that. From the looks of it, it looks like a Sun team, and I'm a little scared of Sun teams. Like Torkoal Lilligant Core is what I'm looking at, and Dusclops with Eviolite is pretty bulky. Prankster Grimmsnarl probably gonna shut down my Murkrow, but I think I can shut down his Grimmsnarl with my Murkrow, so it's kind of like mutually assured destruction there. Azumarill, a huge power Azumarill is what I think is gonna be. Once I'm not really sure if like what ability he can run because you can run that Pokemon a lot of different ways. Um, Cinccino, it might be scary. I'm not really sure. Pachirisu. Once again, I being for real, I don't think it's that threatening. Or Bruxish, I don't know that much about Bruxish, so I'm kind of just he has like some strong picks. I don't want to like diss him or her, I don't know, but I don't want to diss them. I don't want to diss like their picks, but I don't really see anything that stands out apart from the weather. But I think the battle could go either way because that's kind of the fun part about Metronome battles. You never know what's gonna happen. But yeah, I I'm feeling pretty good about going up against him. I feel like I'm gonna say that and get absolutely slammed, but I think, yeah, I think it could go either way, personally. Who is my second opponent? Let me look into that. My second opponent is Peter. Who is Peter?
The Lampants.
Oh, the Lampins. Oh yeah, I talked to Peter a little bit after the draft. I actually helped him with some items. Hold on, where's the Lampins? Oh, the last. Oh yeah, he was the last in the draft. I took a look at Peter's team when I helped him with that, and I saw some threats. I know Corviknight, Mega Autono, Mimikyu, Umbreon. Those are very scary, along with Regirock. I like Corviknight, very bulky, and I don't know if he's gonna run Unnerve or Mirror Armor. Either way, I feel like that's scary. Unnerve stops like a lot of berry strategies, and Mirror Armor reverses stat changes, which both are pretty scary. Mega Autono. I don't know too much about that Pokemon. I mean, just the fact it's Mega kind of scares me. Mimikyu having its ability, it just lets it eat one hit is pretty good. Because, like, normally a move that would OHKO doesn't OHKO it. And I think that makes it immune to, like, one hit moves, which normally are a big threat in this type of thing. Umbreon, just very bulky. And if you get a status on it, you're kind of hooked with Synchronized. Lickitung, uh, Eviolite, I think just makes it really bulky along with Regirock and Nihiligo and Lampent. I don't. I think Lampent he got because it's a mascot, but I think his team's just it's very bulky. I'm kind of scared because once again bulky teams and my team's also quite bulky. I feel like he can outlast me given like things like Regirock, Corviknight, Mimikyu, Umbreon, Lickitung. So he seems pretty bulky, but however, I think I have better offense than him. Not to like I guess like glaze myself too much, but I feel like things like my Druddigan with rough skin and Rocky Helmet might chip him down enough to just take him out, along with like heavy hitters like Palafin or Saluna might be enough to pull me through that. So yeah, I guess once again, I think it can go either way. Yeah, I don't want to be like, oh, I'm gonna destroy them or I'm gonna get destroyed because I don't know. I just don't. But yeah, I feel like yeah, it could go either way as well. And after Peter, I will be going up against a name I don't know how to pronounce. It's like Apfel Rosine. Who do they represent?
With a dumb fun?
The Dumb Fun? The Dumb Fun?
Yes.
Oh, they're a hail team or snow team. My bad. They got Obama. They got Chin Piao, Alolan Voltix, Glacier, Ice Cube, Dittos, a Titan, and Seal. So yeah, snow team. Chin Pao and Glacier and Ditto and Ice Cube. So I'm already just saying all. I think their whole team is just like a threat. The snow team is pretty scary. They have two snow setters and like Vulpix and Obama Snow, and that I think are pretty scary. Glacier is extremely bulky. That thing's gonna be hard to take down. Ditto. Um, I don't know how Ditto would function in a league like this since everyone is just like Metronome. So I don't know. I think I might just keep my Lechonk in the back just to kind of shut that down from getting like becoming too powerful. I guess. Yeah. So Titan, I think it's just pretty strong. Ice Cube similar to Mimikyu, he can take hits like a free hit, but it's only like a physical hit, so it's kind of like well, actually no, it gets regenerated by Snow too. So I would say it's like a worse Mimikyu, but because of the Snow strategy, I think it kind of evens out. And I think Champao just like puts on good offensive pressure, but uh, I don't. I feel like I can handle this pretty well personally. My team against Snow. Actually, let me look at this. I think well, my team doesn't do particularly amazing against Snow, but I think Orthworm and Druddigan are going to be very helpful in that type of matchup because Druddigan kind of once again blocks any physical attackers pretty well, such as Chimpao, and actually he kind of gets cooked by Snow, but not Snow, but by Ice type. So if straight Ice type move comes out, he might get a little cooked, but that's fine because I think I'll probably pair him with Orthworm to kind of just eat any Ice type moves that come out. Once again, I don't really get to choose like who gets hit, but just in case, I guess Orthworm is nice to have. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that matchup, but once again, I think well, I like my odds, but yeah. Let's see who's next. Omnihank, Omnihank, Omnihank. I don't know how to say that. Who are they representing?
Who are the South Houndooms?
South Houndooms. Look for them.
I think they're Holland.
Oh, South Hall. Okay, got it. Sorry. Okay, they got a Garchomp, Mousehold, Dragalge, Caparajah, Iron Hands, Paladin, Tauros, Drampa, and Chandelure. It's a bunch of threats right there. Okay, Garchomp, once again, not once again, but Garchomp is gonna kind of be an issue, assuming they're gonna also run a rough skin set. Uh, Mousehold, I think, is just good with Technician because a lot of moves don't do that much damage, like bite and stuff like that. So I think a Technician pick is actually really smart because if you get one of the lower damaging moves, you can just do big damage. Caparaja, I think, is good for bulk. Dragalge, I don't know shit about Dragalge, I'm gonna be honest. Iron Hands, good attacker. Paldean Tauros is a good intimidator. Drampa, I don't know what Drampa does either. And Chandelure, I think, is just a strong Mon. Um, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not liking my matchup against this. But I am seeing there is no dark type. So I think Murkrow kind of gets to do whatever he wants because he can just prankster and just go in front of everything on his team. So I think that'll be fun. Druddigan, I think I'll bring Druddigan against his Garchomp just to kind of, once again, mutually assured destruction. You hit me, I hit you. We both kind of take damage there. Palafin, I think Palafin would just be good, or like Ursaluna. I might just bring both of them, but just I feel like I can handle it pretty well because Murkrow's kind of just really opened up by the lack of a dark type. Okay, after them I have Corden. Who is Corden? What are they running?
Sunny Shore, I think. I'm trying to
Sunny
remember.
Shore Prepared.
I think that's him. I'm not positive.
I'm gonna just I guess go against that matchup. So they have a Diancie, a Torterra, a Sylveon, a Luxray, Clefable. Oh, they're the one that took the Blood Moon. And they also have Grumpig and Dipplin. So Dipplin's a pretty good EV user. Diancie is pretty bulky. Torterra also quite bulky. Sylveon, a lot of bulk basically is what I'm getting at. They have a pretty bulky team. I think they outbulk me in terms of everything. I think I'm just like what I'm gonna bring this matchup. I'm probably just gonna bring my own Ursaluna just to be like, hey, Ursaluna versus Ursaluna, kind of gentleman's match type of thing. I don't know if they're gonna be on board with that, but that's what I plan on doing. Uh, Once again, I think I'm gonna bring my tank breakers, Druddigan, and like Palafin, because to me those are what I'm gonna use to break most tanks, since they do chip damage as well as like come in and do big damage. Once again, not seeing a dark type, so Murkrow kind of comes in and does whatever he wants. So for this matchup, I feel like I have a pretty good handle of things, just because like I think my matchup is quite good. And then on week 6, I'm fighting Wii, Wii, WIE. So who are they? Wii, Wii.
They are the Cacturn.
The cactus. Carino Cacturns?
Yes.
Oh shit. No, they have Koraidon. Okay. Koraidon, Roaring Moon, Vulpix. They got Cheryl. Oh, this was the threat. I remember during the draft, I was like, oh man, this guy's a pretty big threat. I hope they're not in my league. And they're in my league. Okay. Uh, yeah, they have a pretty strong Sun team. They have Koraidon with Cherum, which is terrifying. Rillaboom with Grassy Terrain for good healing. They have Ivysaur, which I think is just pretty good. Flabebe, good fairy type. Gothita with Shadow Tag, kind of force you to stay in. And another Sun user in Vulpix. And Roaring Moon gets the boost from Quark Drive. So their team is terrifying. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna lose his matchup. Hold on. I'm not seeing a dark type. Actually, Roaring Moon is a dark type. So I might bring Murkrow on that type of matchup, but once again, I don't think so. For this matchup, I might just bring strong Pokemon. I think I'll leave Palafin behind, although I'm not sure. But I'm just gonna be very clear. The Chirocacturns, I'm pretty sure they're gonna win against me. Yeah, I don't think I have much else to say. Any other matchups I have? I go against Omnihenk again. Okay, Rosser. Who's Rosser? Or Rossier? I don't know how to say it.
The Welshens.
Welshans. All right. Mega Gengar with Shadow Tag. That's fun. They got Wochen. They have Rayquaza, Cosmoem, Kilowattrel, Crocalor, Terrakion, and Vivian. So their team, it has some heavy hitters in there, like Mega Gengar and Rayquaza and Cosmoem. I think Cosmoem is a really good mon in this type of league because it's Metronome. They're not limited by their bad moveset. However, that thing's whole like purpose is staying on the field for a long time, which I think I have a pretty good counter for in Druddigan. Just the chip damage that it can do, I think is pretty good. I think I'll avoid bringing Bellabolt though, because I do kind of want that thing to blow itself up. So I think having that control over that is pretty good. Mega Gengar with Shadow Tag is kind of scary, but I think I can work around that. Bo-Chen, I don't think is that scary. I think I'll probably keep Murkrow not here because I think he has 2 dark types, so I think I'll keep him left behind. But overall, I feel like I can handle it. It doesn't seem that scary of a matchup. Uh, and then I believe that is all my oh wait, no, I still have to fight Silverstone. Who are they?
Crooks.
Are they the Crooks? Crooks, okay.
Yes.
And that's the last one, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah.
That sounds like
So
10.
it does sound like them. So they have Mewtwo, Kyurem, Enamorous Incarnate. That's a turtle one, right? Mamoswine, Vileplume, Quaquaval, Arcanine, and Spiritomb. Wait, hold on. So Spiritomb, I think is pretty good bulk wise because it's a Spiritomb, doesn't really have any weaknesses apart from Fairy. Arcanine, good Intimidator, Quaquaval. I think it's just strong. Vileplume. I don't know what Vileplume does. Mamoswine is just strong. And he just has 3 legendaries, which is a little scary, but I think I'm most scared of Kyurem because it's just, I mean, it's Kyurem, it's a nice dragon type, it does big damage, but honestly, looking at the matchup, it's a lot of special attackers, and my team doesn't really do that well against special attackers. So I'm gonna be honest. I think I think it leans towards them because I'm not really sure how well I could do against them, just because they have a lot of firepower against me. But yeah, I think that covers everything though. Here, hold on. Yeah, I think that's it for my matchups. Anything else you want to cover?
Nothing there. You want to move into the predictions?
Sure, let's move on to predictions.
Who do you believe is going to win your conference?
I'm gonna be very clear about this. I think the Chirocactrons are gonna win. I feel like their Stone Pressure is just really strong. They have a lot of good team synergy that I don't think much other people in the section can compete with. So either they're gonna win, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna win. But if they don't win, they're probably just gonna make it to playoffs. So yeah,
Second
that
question
is
for you.
all right.
We
Shoot.
have a 13-game season. How many are you going to
Mhm.
win?
Oh man, that's a really good question. Yeah, I'm gonna say all of them. I'm gonna win all of them. No, I don't think so. I think I'll have like a 60% win rate. I think I'll win a majority of my games, but there's still gonna be a good amount of losses. Just
So if
because
you had to
looking
pick a
at all
number,
6 out of 10. Well, six. Hold on, doing the math.
six
I
to
think I'll win
seven.
7. Yeah, 6 to 7. All right.
Okay. Now into the next question. Do you think you will make it to the playoffs?
I think I can make it to the playoffs. I think it's possible, just because like of the randomness of the Metronome League. But yeah, I think I'll make it to playoffs.
And lastly, who's going to win the entire thing?
Who's gonna be the big winner? Who's gonna be the big winner? Uh, rather the Chirocacturns, the Shandong Dugongs, or honestly, yeah, either one of those two. But because they are Yellow League, I'm gonna say the Chirocacturns because gotta represent the league, you know. Yeah, that's
I'll
my
respect that.
prediction. Yep, yep.
Okay.
May I ask, who do you think is gonna win?
At this very moment, I have not done my power rankings yet,
Mm,
but I am leaning towards Pink at the moment because he
Pink.
was my pick last season to win.
I got you. And did he win or who won last season?
No, last season Papel won, and he has a really good team this year. He is the Brooklyn Brutes. He has
Oh,
Sinisha and Wailord.
oh, that's a strong core. All right.
He didn't even show up to the draft. I had the draft for him.
Oh my goodness, bro didn't even show up, and he's probably gonna win. It'd be funny if he didn't show up and he just won. But yeah. Any other questions?
I got two little things for you for Salt. Anything you'd like to add?
Well, good luck to everyone. I'm not sure if this is gonna go after the like the whole thing, right?
I'm aiming
Or-
for halfway through the season to start releasing these.
all right. Well, good luck to everyone still left. If I still made it, good luck to myself, obviously. And yeah, subscribe to Pokemon Bracket. I guess that's about it.
I'll take that. I'll take the plug.
Yeah, take the plug.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, and I wish you the best of luck this season.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you. Best of luck to you too.
All right, my name wasn't Chris, and my team name is the Festive Fellows.
Okay, so for our first part of this interview, we're going to go out over your pre-draft notes. So your plans leading into the draft.
My plans leading into the draft, it wasn't anything. It was more of just don't be stupid with my picks. Um, I had like a couple teams set up. It's for like it's just for whatever, just something I threw together. My first team was Lugia, Oregon 2, Shuckle, Dugtrio, Nidoking, Mimikyu, Galarian Ponyta. Why did I put Nidoking 2 times and Golduck? Wait, is that 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, yeah. Um, basically what that team was, it was just all like surrounded around Lugia. So basically, like Lugia, multi-scale, leftovers, pretty tanky mon. Like I expected it to like just do me some good, but like in testing, oh boy, did it not do me some good. But yeah, Porygon 2. Yeah, actually, yeah, everything was just built around Lugia. Nidoking was to get rid of Toxic Spikes. Galarian Ponyta was cheap, and it could also get rid of Poison. Mimikyu was just there because it was cheap, and I wanted to just pick it up. Shuckle was supposed to be like an unbelievable pick. It was supposed to like make everyone rage quit with like Rocky Helmet, but turns out with its really small HP, it doesn't do too hot. But yeah, basically that team was just surrounded around Lugia and trying to get him to survive. And then my second team, it was if Lugia was taken, because I heard a couple people talking about what's it called? Talk about they wanted Lugia. I'm like, oh boy, because Lugia, high priority Pokemon, pretty strong, multi-scale and leftovers, holy dude. And it was 18, which was pretty expensive, but it wasn't too bad, I'd say. But yeah, my next team was if Lugia was taken, I would want Marshadow, Porygon 2, Ductrio, Galarian Slowbro, Victini, Gorgeous Ninjas, and Shedinja. And Marshadow, technician, choice band. If I get imprisoned, I'll have something to do good. Porygon 2, same thing. I love my Porygons. Ductrio is honestly a pretty big thing for me because trapping. Oh my god, trapping is so good in this draft. Because everyone has Regenerator, everyone has Intimidate, all this, all that. Ductrio was definitely a priority. Galarian Slowbro, Regenerator, and its poison, so I could get rid of Toxic Spikes. Victini because its stats, like it was just overall 100 on everything, so like it would be pretty good. And then Gorgeous, it was like I got my stuff mixed up. I thought instead of pickup it was pickpocket, but no. Every single time something gets dropped, Gorgeous would pick it up, but no, it's not. It doesn't work like that. And then Ninjas and Shedinja because it's just there, and I needed to fill up some spots. And if both Lugia and Marshadow are taken, I would have want Naganadel, Porygon 2 again, Victini, Ductrio, Aggron, Aniliape, Dragapult, Mimikyu. Overall, because of dude, I thought Naganadel would be like extremely expensive, but no, it's only 8, and I see how it is. I see why it's 8 now. Um, I'm blanking right here. Yeah, Porygon 2 because Porygon 2. Victini already explained that. Ductrio already explained that. And then Aggron because it was pretty good last season, so might as well use it again with Rocky Helmet. And then Nilliape. I don't know, it's just pretty strong Mon Defiant. A lot of Intimidate teams out here. Dragapult because it was 5, extremely cheap pseudo legend, and then Mimikyu because it's also pretty cheap and gets a free out. And then this was the team I wanted the most. It was Marshadow. Like I put this team last second. Like it was like the night before drafting. I was like, I should probably put an actual team. And then it was Marshadow, Porygon 2, Ductrio, Naganadel, Shuckle, Gorgeous, Galarian Articuno, and Caterpie because I just had to put up spots. And Galarian Articuno was only there to what's it called? To, replace Marshadow if there's a Intimidate because competitive. That's about it for the first part.
Okay, now moving into the actual draft. Walk me through who you got.
All right, I got the team I wanted. I got Marshadow as first pick, Porygon 2 as second pick. I'm pretty sure I got Naganadel as my third pick, and then fourth was Shuckle, and then fifth was Ductrio because I realized that nobody picked up Ductrio. I was like, I might as well get him. And then Gorgeized, and then Galarian Articuno, and then Caterpie. And I mean, I got everything I wanted, which was pretty nice. But low key, I kind of wish I got Beware instead of Gorgeist because I never did any testing with Gorgeist, and now I found out that it's pretty bad. And Beware was fluffy, so it's pretty strong. Any fumbling picks I've had throughout, I should have probably stuck to the Lugia team, but I believe in Marshadow. I believe he just hasn't tapped in yet. And that's about it for part 2.
Okay, moving into this third section, pull up your Pokepaste and walk me through items and abilities and how you plan to use the Pokemon.
All right, so we got 1-2 Pal, my Marshadow. You got Technician, and he has Choice Band. And what I was going for this was just like an imprison or like struggler, you know, and like yeah, it was just supposed to do like a lot of good physical damage, supposed to be strong, especially with that Technician. Really high chances for like a 60 base power or below. And Marshadow, yeah, he was just. I mean, when I first picked him, it was more of like, oh, I like this Pokemon. He looks cool. I've always used him when playing other Pokemon games, so might as well use him here. And he has like an opportunity to actually be beneficial. And then for my next Mon, Porygon 2, man. What can I say about Porygon? Oh boy, where do I start with Porygon 2? It's running Eviolite and Trace. Hot dog, is Trace good? I don't know why I didn't put Trace on Porygon 2 last season. But picking up Regenerator, picking up Intimidate, anything, any single ability, it's so good for Porygon because abilities are such a big thing in the Metronome draft that like if I copy it, they're just screwed. Especially if it's Regenerator, because I can just run in there, pick it up, and then just leave whenever I want. And the Eviolite makes Porygon 2 an extremely tanky Pokemon. For the third season, I don't know when it is. I don't even know what the rules is. I'm definitely picking up Porygon 2 as my first pick again. And then for my third pick, we have Shuckle with Rocky Helmet and Contrary. Really, really stupid pick. I'm not gonna lie. I never did any testing with Shuckle, and I thought he would have been good. I thought this guy would have been an ace, man, but no. He's just dog, and nobody wants to like physically attack him. It's all just like one shots. And I picked up Contrary because like compared to Sturdy, I'm gonna have more opportunities with Contrary, but when I get no retreated with Shuckle, that's when I start looking at my screen and start being disappointed in myself. But yeah, it was supposed to be like a really annoying Rocky Helmet Mon, just like Bo's Hydrapple. But turns out the high defense means nothing if he has a 5 HP stat. And for my fourth pick, I have a Naganadel with Black Sludge and Beast Boost. This guy was also supposed to be extremely good, but no, this guy cannot attack for anything. He can't even get his Beast Boost off for anything. Black Sludge because poison type, and it's also there to get rid of toxic spikes. I learned my mistake from last season when drafting Crobat. God, man, if only I could have gotten rid of those toxic spikes. But yeah, he's Negado. He's just there to get rid of toxic spikes, and because it's also like a pretty decently strong Pokemon. But no, it's not. And then my fifth pick was Duck Trio with Leftovers and Arena Trap. I might change that though, but for now it's Leftovers. Arena Trap because I've already explained it, dude. Doug Trio, trapping Regenerator, Intimidate, Drizzle, Weather, anything like that, extremely beneficial. Only downside is that it is easily killable, hence the Leftovers. But I feel like I could have probably done better with Doug Trio. And then my sixth pick, Gorgeist. Used Gorgeist would pick it up, and that is pretty terrible. I'm not gonna lie. I should have picked up like Beware or something like that. And then my seventh pick is a Galarian Articuno. Extremely good mon. I have no clue why nobody didn't pick it up. It was either between this or Breloom because both of them are 10. But I'm kind of glad I got Galarian Articuno because it's running choice specs right now and that's competitive. Because, dude, holy schnitzel! If they have like an Intimidate mon, what the hell? Sorry. I mainly picked up Galarian Articuno because it was 10 points, the same thing as Marshadow. And so like if I was running against like an Intimidate team or anything like that, I could just swap it out. But yeah, competitive, boost, special attack, same thing with choice specs, and Galarian Articuno is already an extremely good like physical attacker. So pretty good. Low key, I might use him over Marshadow unless Marshadow can get his act together. And then we got my goat, Caterpie. His name's Cheerleader. He has the ability to run away, the best ability in the game, and it has Assault Vest. Fellas, if you don't know this, I had a Chinchino with Assault Vest named Kamikaze with Technician. It got everything. It got like 50 kills. I'm pretty sure PB can get a vouch on that.
Yeah, it did. It was amazing.
Yeah, I know exactly. Smokey, be quiet. But because it was worth 0 points, and I already was like at the 45 point capacity, and that's hold on. I gotta let my dog out of my room. Get out my room! Quit barking. Sorry, guys. But that's about it for part 3.
Okay, something I wanted to add on to that. I had the draft for Papple this season because he was out of town for it. Galarian Articuno was actually one of the sleepers he wanted at the end if no one took it.
Let's go. I'm so glad I got him then. Yeah,
So I wanted to let you
he's an
know that's one of the ones he wanted.
extremely big sleeper. I
Okay.
remember when someone drafted Galarian Moltres, I got so worried because like people would start thinking like, "Oh yeah, that's right, the Galarian birds," and then they would pick up Articuno, but no, they didn't.
Okay. Let's move into the fourth section now, if you're ready. Let's
Yep.
look at your schedule. Who are you worried about playing? Who do you think's gonna be fun? Who are you gonna beat?
Oh boy.
Walk me through what you think.
I'm more scared of Bo, dude. His team, God. Harvest, Trevenant, both Dragon, both freaking the both apples, Hydrapple, scary. Henry the Game, scary mom from last season. That Rocky helmet should not be that good, and Regenerator. God, I didn't even know Hydrapple could get Regenerator. I remember in the draft when he said Hydrapple, the entire VC was like annoyed. It was like, oh my god, he's gonna do it again. But yeah, a lot of it. He has a pretty interesting team. Really scary though. Wait. Okay, so am I gonna fight like every single person in the league, or just like a select amount of people?
So, the way this works for anyone listening who also doesn't know, you play everybody in the red conference. There is the division and there's the conference. Inside
Yep.
your division, you play everybody else twice, and the other 5 people who are just in your conference, you play them once.
All right, good. I'm hoping I don't have any of the teams memorized, but there was this one Koraidon team with a Cherim, and I'm not ready for that if I have to play against him. I'm definitely gonna lose against him. Just letting that out there.
Different
But
division, you're safe.
oh, thank God. Okay. I got Bo on my we're both on the red league or draft, whatever it is, division. But I'm mainly scared about Bo, especially because I have to play against him 2 times. Copy, God. If I lose a copy, I'm gonna lose my mind because there's no way I'm gonna lose to that. But it's all RNG, man. Just chilling. I feel like it's more of a 50-50. Cam, I've beat him a couple times. It's more of like luck of the draw, because I beat him a couple times. He beat me a couple times. Wubs, I forgot what his team is, but I feel like I don't want to disappoint him again, especially with that in prison from Godzilla last season. But all the other people, man, I don't really have their teams memorized. But the scariest one on this list is definitely Bo, especially because I have to play him 2 times, and also because I haven't won against him 1 time in practice.
You ready to move
Then we can move
on
into
to the final
Yep, we can move
section?
into part 5. Yep.
Okay, who is going to win your division right now if you had to pick?
If I had to pick, don't I have Pink in my division too?
Nope, he's in the other one.
Oh, that's right. Okay, Cam. I feel like if he can get lucky, he can definitely sweep the entire team. That Moody Artillery is extremely good. But I feel like the only reason why I would win against him is because my team kind of counters him because trapping, and I can copy Co-Star or Moody, anything like that. Because like his team is really ability dependent. Who's gonna win my division? I'm probably going to say Bo because his team, God, I've seen it. I've seen it in action. It's terrifying. What's gonna be my record after the season? Hopefully positive, but I'm gonna guess how my team is performing right now. I'm gonna be somewhere near the negatives. Will I make the playoffs? Hopefully I make the playoffs. Probably
Record.
not, but huh?
What you play 13 games. How many do you think you're gonna win? How many do you think you're gonna lose?
Okay. I feel like I'm gonna win. I like more than I'm. Yeah, like what I said. I'm gonna hope that I make positive. I feel like I could win like at least 8 or like 7, 8 or 9 games. I'm pretty confident. Will I make playoffs? Hopefully so. If my team can get their act together, because I know they can do good. They just don't want to. And who's gonna win it all? I'm gonna have to give it to my goat copy.
Poppy's gonna win it all.
He's gonna win it all, man. That he has the Bidoof. He has the Bidoof, man.
Okay.
Anything I wanted.
Anything you want to add to the end of this?
There's definitely gonna be some changes through my team. For sure, I'm gonna get rid of Gorgice. I might get rid of Shuckle, but I don't know any other good mods that are worth 2 points. Anything I want to shout out? At wasn't underscore Chris on Instagram, and that's it.
All right. Thank you for coming on, Chris. It was a pleasure, and best of luck this
All
season.
right. Yep. Thank you.
My name's Rossa, and I coach the Wochiens.
So, moving into our first section, I want you to talk about your pre-draft notes and plans you had.
So going on from last season, I didn't have a plan. My plan was basically F it, we bowl. Uh, Kind of the same this time, but I wanted Wochien as it's the mascot. And it's a very underrated mon. So when I saw the pricings come out for each mon, I noticed Wochien was extremely cheap for what it is. It's a very fat, bulky mon. It can sit in the field and just be very cringe late game. It's basically its own stall mon. Like sits there and it could sponge up damage. I was looking at like different prices of everything. Mega Gengar was very expensive, but Shadow Tag is such a good ability, and with us letting Gengar have Levitate because its only other ability is Curse Party, it's a good all-rounder. Learned that last season, where it did extremely well for my team. I wanted a mon that could. I saw a lot of people pick up Weather, and I wanted something that could destroy Weather. So I picked up Rayquaza because it just ignores weather effects and it shuts them all off for as long as it's on the field. Or no, it's Delta Stream. It shuts it off for like however long it does. I noticed, was it Cosmoem is a very fat mon. Obviously, normal game doesn't do a lot, but in this type of format, give it Eviolite, and it just preys on luck, and it's constantly just rolling dice, sitting on the field for like ages, just constantly being like fat. Which I thought was going to be really funny. It works well with my stall Wochien, or even just like it could just be a good redirection where like nothing can OHKO it, so you can just always sponge a hit for me, and then just get out. Killer Wattrel was the cheapest. I noticed Wubs did extremely well with Empoleon last season because it had competitive, because there's a lot of moves that reduce stats. So I was like, oh, I'll pick up a Killer Wattrel. Does sort of the same thing. A little bit weaker, like stat wise. Its typing could be better. Like Water Steel, Electric Flying, they both have their strengths and weaknesses. But having the ability competitive on it and giving it choice specs, when you get one competitive boost, your special attack goes up to 900, which is a bit scary, especially coming from a bird that's 125 speed, so it's going to outspeed pretty much everything in the game apart from a few legendaries. It can start hitting like a truck if it gets 1 stat reduction. Laurentis, similar to Kilowattrel, but less of the competitive, more any stat reductions, it obviously gets boosted for the contrary. So like, if the opponent rolls like Sticky Web, I can start speeding up. Like Growl is rolled a lot, so I get stat boosts. I've hit like in some testing games, Laurentis had like superpower come out, get stat boosts. So it's just like, what can you do? It can easily steamroll like out of control. Terrakion was stupid cheap. He was like 4 points. Give that thing weakness policy and it just kind of rolls. Yeah, like Terrakion with a weakness policy, because it's a rock type, it has so much weaknesses. And it can just roll one of the random lucky weaknesses. If it gets like a physical one Wochien on the field, then it's like it can proc weakness policy, and start running house, even with its mediocre special attack of 72, double that weakness policy up to 170, up to 144, and it can just start just being berserk on the field. It's done it like a lot of troll games. It's come in, got the weakness policy, started just steamrolling. And then Vivillon, it was either this or a rat grenade, so we did a coin flip, and I got the butterfly. Not too keen on it, and I might end up swapping it for a different mon of similar or less value, because it's just not playing the best. I think that's pretty much my entire team.
Oh, I didn't know if you were done or not. All right. So moving into the draft part, who do you wish you didn't draft? Like, who are your fumbles, as we should say?
Doing more testing, I expect the Cosmome to last longer, like in games, but with its only 43 HP stat, it's less frail than like Wo Chien in every way, so I'd probably end up like dropping Cosmome for a different mon with Eviolite, just because Cosmome isn't doing a lot for my team, and its typing isn't the best. Pure Psychic isn't really good when you can roll like Bug, Ghost, Dark, like constantly. Same with Vivillon, I'm not a fan of its typing. Its typing is really bad. If the opponent gets Stealth Rocks, I lose half my HP immediately. Frengard is okay, but with how fat my team already is, Frengard doesn't do a lot for my team. And I'd rather something with more sustain, like anything that could set up maybe like a terrain, or anything like that, just because it would be a lot better for my team. Like even like a mono grassy terrain, just for more sustainability. But obviously Rillaboom's been taken, Tapu Bulu's too expensive. So I might look into swapping them around. Rayquaza is strong, but in the long run, he's not really doing a lot at the moment. But that might just be because in the games I've been playing, Rayquaza isn't as useful as I would have wanted, mainly because he is the weather counter, not a mon that is going to be killing a lot of stuff. Like, he's only there just to counter weather and stand on the field for a while, maybe get out when he needs to and all that. But it's mainly those three I'm looking at the moment. Mainly Cosmome and Vivillon, as they aren't really pulling their weight at the moment.
You ready?
And also,
Okay.
I know. Also, just kind of upset I didn't get any mon with Prankster, as that was one of my funny gimmicks last season. But I might look for a mon with Prankster later on the line. Just because Prankster is very good in my opinion. But yeah.
Oh, now are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna move into this third part where you pull up your Pokepaste and you're just gonna walk me through what everybody does, their items, their abilities, how you expect them to play, stuff like
Yep.
that.
So obviously, drawing Gengar, I specifically drew Mega Gengar, which is 10 more points. Gengar's only 5, Mega Gengar's 15. I just feel like having the Megazord on Gengar is very good versatility because Levitate's good. You can obviously ignore like like what are they called? Like Stealth Rock, Sticky Web, setup moves when they randomly happen. Also give you a ground immunity. But if you see that like, I can trap 2 mons in that are really weak here, you Mega Evolve, Shadow type that you can't swap. And it's very strong. Obviously Wo Chien only gets one ability, Tablets of Ruin, which is stupidly good. It weakens my partner, which is a bit annoying, but it just makes it so much fatter on the field. It has never died in one hit because it's already good what was it? Good special defense, and it makes its physical defense even stronger. Given it leftovers, anything that's a weak attack, it just swallows it back up, and it just goes again. What was it? Rayquaza. Didn't really know what to give Rayquaza, so I ended up just giving it Clear Amulet because it's just there's so much stat reductions. I don't want one of my strongest mons to be reduced in stats. I just want it to stay as strong as possible. Like I saw a lot of people drew Intimidate mons, so I just want Rayquaza to keep his 150. What was it? 150 in both attack stats. Kilowatt roll choice specs. It's because Kilowatt already has a high special attack. Give it even more special attack. Starts hitting like a truck with any special attack it gets. Competitive for obvious reasons. Competitive is just a good ability. Just can be like a mini Dr. Penguin. So the mon I picked up instead of the Crocodile being Ceros the Laurentis. What was it? Giving it Contrary makes it so all the stat reduction, stat boosts, and obviously because I swapped out for Crocodile. Crocodile's item was a Citrus Berry. It just gives it a little bit more sustain. Like, I don't feel like Citrus Berry is going to do a lot in the long run, but it's just better than nothing, really. It's just a little bit more healing in the long run. Terrakion, because of its rock typing, has so much weaknesses, and it never dies in one hit because of its bulk. So I give it the weakness policy, because it can hurt when it gets that weakness policy proc. Even Justified, I've had a few dark types hit this Terrakion, and it just gets a stat boost for free. Cosmoem, obviously sturdy main ability. Give it the Eviolite because it just makes it even bulkier. Like, it's just going to be a sponge. Or what I hoped it would be a sponge, but it's not really playing like that. And then Vivillon, I give it a red card, didn't really know what to give it. It normally dies in one hit, but red card's just good. If like someone's stat boosting, I can red card them out and just... And it's like, oh, normal stat boost for you. Friend guard, obviously, to just make its partner a bit more bulky. But those two bottom two mons might be swapping.
That it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you talked to me before this that you wanted to possibly change a few mons. What ideas are you brainstorming currently?
I want more sustain, like grassy terrain, but obviously, I need to let me get the Nat decks list up. Obviously, there's a very few mons with grassy surge. Obviously, it's just Rillaboom, Tapu Bulu, and obviously the Rillaboom line. And Rillaboom's been taken. Tapu Bulu is very expensive. Isn't he like? Let me check. Yeah, Bulu's 10 points, so it's like I'd have to do a lot of working around. Like if I wanted Bulu, I'd have to drop Rayquaza. That means Weather is another big weakness for me. So it's like I might have to look into like maybe swapping Cosmome out for maybe an Evialimon. Then that gives me more points to play with that Vivillon slot to maybe get something stronger on the team. Because Thwacky with Eviolite isn't going to be doing a lot, but it can be doing more than a what's its name, a Cosmoem. Because Eviolite Thwacky does get basically 100 reach defense, a little bit fat, and grassy terrain is a very good, especially for the team that I have being a very stally team. Wanted to sit in the field for a while with Lorantis, even Terrakion, Wo-Chien, and all that. Obviously, the only mons that don't benefit from my grassy terrain would be the Rayquaza and Gengar without Mega, and the Vivillon at the moment, but we shall see.
Okay, so you ready to move into the fourth section?
What was it? It is scheduled.
Yeah, so what you're going to do for this is walk me through some of the opponents you're playing, who you're worried about, who you think you're going to beat, some good games, stuff like that.
Let me get my schedule up really quick. There we go. I've looked at a lot of their teams. I've got their like teams up now. And a lot of them are weather, I'm pretty sure. Like, if I look at the Crux, well, Crux has got like Crux just wants to go main powerhouse and wants to just try and kill everything really quickly. What was it? The Clodsires have gone with like they've got like semi-stall, it looks like. Shadow Tag as well being on the what's it called? Wobbuffet, that's the mon's name. Cacturns have got a heavy Sun team. They want to play the Harvest boosts and all that. So that's a game where I could see like Rayquaza getting massive value into that team because it shuts off Harvest, Chlorophyll, Flower Veil, or whatever that Sun one is that blocks status effects. Photosynthesis on Roaring Moon. All that stuff. So Rayquaza is gonna be very useful there. So that's why I don't want to drop him yet. like the Bandits have gone for another Sun team. Once again, Rayquaza's very good in that situation, where he can just be very annoying and just sit in the field and just constantly like stop like Lilligant getting value, and like just shutting down the main core of like the Sun team. The Crows have got like a very weird one, but I guess they wanted Prankster, and I've got a couple like a Dark type or two to block the Prankster, but also it's just their team is strong but has very big weaknesses. Like I think their team really struggles with my Mega Gengar. And also Wo Chen, I think, is going to be able to sponge a lot of their team. What was it? The Dunfuns, pure snow team. Once again, Rayquaza. It's a bit riskier because Rayquaza is quad weak, but I'm kind of playing with that risk of like snow team. I can shut it down completely. It reduces their defense boosts. I feel like Rayquaza Terrakion is going to be a very offensive call against the snow team, where they get maybe like, I don't know, Water Gun, I get my weakness policy boost. They don't have a defense boost. I could start just smacking like the entire team up. But let's see how that team goes. The Houndooms. It just seems like it was very like dragon filled. Like it's a very dragon pilled team where like they want to just go pure offense and just kill. I am scared a little bit of that Frengard Mousehold, but we'll see how it goes. Their team is very well balanced. It's a very bulky team, to be fair. What was it? I have just skipped too far. Let me go back to the list. Volterras. They're my first game. Their team is interesting. They've got like a couple fairy types. Like it's very much like a Gen 9 like VGC team where you've got like the Blood Moon Ursa, the Clefairy, even the Sylveon. Like they you can tell they want to just try and be bulky with a lot of their mons to just see how potent they can be with it. But I feel like this game might be interesting as I've not played against Coden, so and they've got a team of very different like strengths and weaknesses. So it'd be very interesting to see how this game goes. And then the Lampens, their team is probably the most interesting one of them all. Like drafting Mega Ordino out of everything. Like, I don't even know what Mega Ordino does. Like, hold on. I need to actually look it up. Mega... I think doesn't it get Frengard? Or am I wrong? Like, it's healer. Like, that's okay. Like, it sometimes heals the opponent, like, its partner status conditions. It's a very gimmicky mon, I feel. Like, looking at their team, probably Mimikyu is going to be the main carry. Because having, like, the free sponge hit on anything you want to do is very nice, and probably Umbreon as well, because Umbreon is just a fat mon, but it's going to be interesting to just, like, play against this team in particular, I feel, because it's got two big weaknesses, being ground and, like, poison, but other than that, it's, like, a very interesting format, I feel, like mons. But yeah, that's all the teams, I think.
All right, so now we're going to move into some predictions for the season that we're going to look back to at the end. So, with all the teams in your conference or division, who do you think's going to win the whole thing?
I don't have like a set person looking at all the teams because they're also like diverse. But I do have a prediction on the whether teams will get more value than other teams because a lot of players did just draw like mons they liked, me included. While other people had more of a plan and like, oh, I want a full weather team with sun mons and snow mons. So I feel like they're gonna get more, like they're gonna be more successful than other teams. Especially if you don't have any like shutdowns like Cloud9 or Airlock or anything like that. Looking at my team in like combatant towards other teams, it has a pretty good what's it called? What's the word? Matchup into a lot of the opponent's teams. So I'm pretty confident in like that team, like being able to do something. But yeah, should be interesting.
So if you had to just pick one team, who do you think would at this moment?
Uh, hmm. I think the Dun Funds might have it because they've got a lot of strong ice types like Chien-Pao, Glastrier, even Ditto. Ditto's just a scary monk. You can just get out of hand really quickly. Ice Cube's pretty good. So yeah, probably like Dun Funds I feel like might do well.
Now, follow up. You are going to play a 13 game season. What is your record going to be after the season?
I don't know, probably like I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna lose some games, but other games I might stomp. I'll say like maybe 8-5.
Now, do you think you're going to make the playoffs?
I hope so. If I do the swaps I want to do, because it seems like I'm playing heavily in the stall this season, which I'm fine with. Um, yeah, I will probably make it. Uh, only just like I think barely, but I will make it. Similar to last year where I'll be like one of the bottom people uh into the draft. But yeah, I do feel like I will make it.
And finally, for this section, overall, between all three conferences, who do you think is going to be the champion?
That's a really hard question. I do think the Brutes have a good chance, mainly because they drew Sinister, and Sinister from last season is stupid good. But other than Sinister, their team really does struggle, to be fair. Like, I could see the double Wheezing team going far with Slacking. That team could go pretty far, and Wishy Washy, but Wishy Washy does counteract the Wheezings as you won't be able to go into schooling form. Um, like it's very up in the air. I do feel like a lot of the same people from last season will be in the top again this season, just because they have more experience. But yeah, it'd probably be like I could see like looking at all the things. It's gonna be a weather team again. I feel weather's very strong. Like it could be the Pulse with their Groudon, like heavy play into it, like Executor, Venusaur, Tropius, Great Tusk. It's a scary team. Well, not even Tropius anymore. Tropius is off that team, but you know what I mean. Like Great Tusk, Groudon, Executor is a very strong core, and Venusaur.
At this moment, you're thinking either the Pulse or the Brutes.
Yeah.
All right. And now, just the final wrap up questions. Anything you'd like to add before we end this?
Uh, I mean, it's just good fun, isn't it? And it's just a very fun league to play in. But I do want to try and get higher than fourth this year. Hopefully top three. Um, especially because a lot of players are doing this like heavy like thinking comp, and my mindset has always just been fuck it, we bowl. Uh, so I do feel like having someone that's not like built a heavily like compressed team and just like winged it again would be very funny to get like top three in.
And lastly, anything you want to shout out before we end this?
I'm shouting at my own Wo Chien because it's a fat man and it just sits on the field and doesn't die.
Well, thank you, Rosser. This was an honor, and the best of luck to you in the season.
Nice one, cheers.
All right, I'm Wubsington. This season, I'm the Washington Wismers, not the Jersey Weavils anymore. Um, and yeah, that's it.
Let's start with your pre-draft notes.
Pre-draft notes. So all the notes I had was just a bunch of boxes that I thought would work. Two regular boxes and then kind of like a final draft box. See if I can go through this real quick. Yeah. Don't know why I even put Garganacl. I was never getting him. Snorlax I thought would be good, but obviously, Dr. P was gonna be the one I got anyway. Play-Doh is I just love Play-Doh. I miss Play-Doh. He's just so expensive, so I couldn't get him. So yeah, I just had a bunch of Rocky helmet users right here. Looking at Corsola for a while because he's so cheap. There's, I'm still thinking about grabbing Tangela. I was looking at costs, and Cloth might not cut it. Although I would have to make him my Rocky helmet, not Eviolite. Why did I give him a Keyberry? I don't remember. I don't even know what a Keyberry is. Raises defense by 1 stage. What the fuck? Terrible. Why did I do that? Anyway, thought Mega Pinsir would be cool. Diancie is defensive. This guy was supposed to be my ace in the hole, and somebody stole him from me. Berserk Gene, Own Tempo, Licky Licky. But yeah, what are you gonna do about that? Weakness Policy, Carbink would have been funny. Alakazam, who's not as good as Clamperl. Buzzwole, Drampa, Kling Clang, Weirdeer. A lot of these guys were taken from me. There's a weird team that only chose N from Pokemon's team. So that was a strange deal that somebody had. There's Clamperl. I don't know why I didn't get Clamperl.
What's so special about Clamperl?
So Clamperl gets 2 special items, Deep Sea Tooth or Deep Sea Scale. Deep Sea Tooth doubles Clamperl's special attack from 74 to 148, which I believe is just better than Alakazam, and Clamperl's 0 points. And the other item doubles its special defense, which isn't as good because that just goes to 110. So yeah, I might pick him up, but who knows? I was told to spin the wheel because I made the wheel of every Pokemon. So I think I would have gotten Clamperl had I not spun the wheel and ended up with a Doduo. But yeah, just had a bunch of other guys in a box. But this was kind of like the ones that I narrowed it down to. I did end up with Dr. Penguin and the Berserker and Salamence and Cloth. Didn't end up with Drapion. He was kind of the guy I was working with the whole time. But I ended up going with Overquill just because I had more space for him. Orthworm was taken from me. Kling Klang was taken from me. I didn't get Delmise for whatever reason. I got Farigiraf. I got Seadra. Licky Licky was stolen from me. Muck is too expensive. Girafarig, my beloved. And I was kind of tinkering around with Farfetch'd. Thinking I might drop Doduo for Farfetch'd. Just because Stick and Defiant is really funny. Doubles crit ratio. So those would be some hard hitting Farfetch'd. And yeah, that's about all the planning I did.
So the next part, we're going to look at your draft. You already mentioned who you drafted. Is there any Mons you regret picking up?
Yeah, I talked about it a little bit. I think Cloth, for how much he costs, is just worse than something like Tangela or Corsola. So I'll probably end up grabbing one of them. Dodo Baggins over here. I like him, but he's just not going to cut it, even with a Tangled. So like I said earlier, I'll probably end up getting Farfetch'd or something like that. Maybe Clamperl. Rest of my team, I may as well go through these guys. I got Dr. Penguin, the Empoleon coming back. He was the people's champ. Everybody loved him. Got Mike Mentz over here, the Salamence. Put a Figgy Berry on him instead of boots. Because, like, who cares about stones, rocks, whatever they're called. I got Jimmy Clausen right here. Star quarterback for the Carolina Panthers in, like, 2009. He really wasn't that good, but whatever. banded with tough claws. He's just gonna be hitting like a truck. I got CDs right here just because Seadra has very important lore in the PB cinematic universe. Thought he deserved a chance. Pinch McMahon right here. He's whatever. He's just my regenerator with Rocky Helmet. Rafa, the Farigiraf, gave him a berry and some Kudchu. You know what goes on there. Puff Daddy, the Overquill. Black Sludge, Poison Point. Super good. Dodo Baggins, Berserk Gene, Tangled Feet. He'll be replaced. And yeah, I guess we only drafted 8 this season, so that's all I have to
Figured
talk
I'd
about.
ask the name behind your Fergograph for anyone curious.
So we started looking at ideas for evolutions and pre-evolutions for Mons, and my adoration for Giraffe Rig led me to want to find a pre-evolution. So I just kind of took some of the letters and made another whatever those are called.
Is it a palindrome?
Palindrome, that's what it's called. And Rafa just kind of float off the tongue, and I like it. So that's what I named Fergograph this time.
Watch out for him in season 3. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
So you ready to move into the next section?
Yeah, sure.
Walk me through your team's post-draft Pokepace, and then if you made any changes since the draft to today, walk through it. And then explain like what each Mon does. Or even what pickups you might do, because you said you might drop your what was it, your Doduo?
Yeah, I mean, this is my paste. So it's just what it's going to end up currently. I may as well just hit this. This is what it's going to look like. Because there's not really. All right. What was I saying?
You're saying
Yeah,
there's
it's
not
probably
too much.
That's not going to be much different than what I was just talking about with the whole team.
Okay. Walk me through what each Mon will do for your team and what you expect from them.
Dr. P, competitive leftover, steel type. He's just there to absorb hits, heal it back, and if he gets hit with a status, then he buffs his special attack. If it's anything like last season, he is not going to be hitting any special attacks, unfortunately. But I can dream. Mike Mentz over here is just a strong intimidator, hard to kill, kind of tanky, strong. I gave him a Figgy Berry just to help him stay alive. Jimmy Clausen, his whole thing is that he is super high attack, plus a choice band, plus tough claws, which strengthens all physical attacks. So he's also a steel type, so that'll be crazy. CDs is just going to be a tanky Eviolite user with poison point. Hopefully can get some poisons if I just sitting there doing nothing. Pinch McMahon is just a regenerator with Rocky Helmet. His whole mission is to stay in a turn, take some damage, maybe get some Rocky Helmet chip, switch out, repeat. Rafa over here, my Kudchu user, and his mission is to stay in, get down to a quarter health, heal it all back. 2 turns later, get that same berry back. Just there for longevity. Puff Daddy, he is Black Sludge Poison Point user. Pretty tanky. He'll sit there. He'll do the same thing as Seadra, but has more longevity. He can take down toxic spikes. So yeah, he'll probably be coming to more games than Seadra. And finally, Dodo Baggins, which, you know, obviously he was the unplanned child of the team. Got him on the wheel. His mission is to just be there, be cute. I like him, but not for long because he's probably not going to be on the team.
So looking at your team, who would your favorite Pokemon be, not counting your new favorite love?
So if I'm not allowed to count Dr. Penguin, um, I mean, I already had a love for Farigarath. So I see that strengthening. I'm a Gen 3 boy, so Salamence is always up there for me. I've got some hopes for Puff Daddy though. Never really like done anything with Overquill. So maybe him. Honestly, all these guys have the potential to grow on that favorites list. I've never once used a Berserker, so who knows? I don't see much happening with Pinch McMahon or Dodo Baggins just because they're probably not going to be on the team for very long.
RIP them. So moving
Right.
into the fourth section, walk through the schedule, the teams you got to play, and which ones you're worried for, which one you think should be easy, stuff like that in your division.
So off the top of my head, I know I'm gonna have that team with the Wheezing, the two Wheezings, which I'm not too worried about. They don't look too threatening. Just, I mean, it might screw over some of my abilities, but like, who cares? Bo has the Hydrapple again. You know, whatever. He's just gonna be a tanky, stally team, like he always is. Chill. Actually, let me go ahead and pull up some Poke Paste. I have to find them. So I've got Spry in my league. He's got the Meloetta, the Mew, not scary, Mega Absol, not super tanky, so that shouldn't be too bad. An Azelf with Psychic Seed. Oh, that's just a match with the Indeedee. I guess I'm a little afraid of Spectrier. It's probably scary. Choice Specs, Grimnay. Yeah, let me go ahead and Chris is next. I'm not afraid of this team one bit. Right off the bat, I'm looking at a Caterpie. He decided to drop the whole Porygon gimmick. So that's good. Unless obviously he decides to pick them back up for some reason, which I feel like is a possibility, but I also have faith too. So that's good. I'm actually most afraid of the Shuckle with Rocky Helmet because this guy just won't die. He has so much defense. Really not much else to say about that. Just an overall. Why does this Dr. have whatever. That's Chris's team. I'm not afraid of that one. Cam's team I'm kind of afraid of. Moody. It'll buff all of his stats. Flamigo will copy all those stats. Poison Pointer. He took my sweet beloved Gil Clinton from last season, and refined it because it has a Rocky helmet now. Herdier is a good intimidator. Not great, but Spupa's funny just because it's like, in theory, ass. But it does have Friend Guard and an Eviolite, so it definitely help. Pickpocket Jacoba Berry. We saw that last season. Scary if you get the wrong item stolen. And a Rapidash, which is just going to heal poison. So sure, cool. How many teams was that? 3? Yeah, 4, including me. We got just chilling. You got the big horse with a rocky helmet. The cat with an ability shield, magic bounce. Not too afraid of that. Gardevoir. Trace is scary. I don't really know what else it'll do. Stantler's good. Normalium Z is bad, but Intimidate is good. Choice Scarf Darkrai. Scarf is just bad in this format because it's just a waste of a slot. Same with Life Orb. You're losing 10% of your health every time you attack. On top of already getting attacked every turn. I don't think we have any weather in our league, so Golduck with Cloud9 might not be too important. And Chill Guy right here, who's just an unaware leftovers mon. Cool. This is Bo's team. Let me see what he has. Yeah, he's got Henry in the gang, the Hydrapple again, so that was scary. He got that Skeledirge from Rosser last season. Arbok looks bad, but I mean, in theory, it could be good. It can get rid of Toxic Spikes. It's an Intimidator. It's Black Sludge. Harvest is scary because Harvest is 50% to get the berry back every turn without. And 50% is a lot higher than it should be. So this thing might just stay on the field forever. He's got a Banded Golisopod. That could be scary. A Magician, Klefki, stealing items could be scary. Runerigus, that's what that does. Decidueye with long reach, just for. I think we've got a Ferrothorn in our league, so that'll be useful for that.
Can we address the name of the clef key real quick?
Chris Bait. I think it's just baiting Chris into doing something stupid and getting his item stolen.
Only one way to find out.
Only one way to find out. Anyway, who else is in? The Mythics in our league? I think they are. Mesprit, Jirachi. This thing is scary, Charlie. I just noticed that he has Always Sunny in Philadelphia naming scheme. Kind of a missed opportunity not to name this thing Cricket, though. I don't know who Tyler Jr. is. That's even a character. We got Mac, Dennis, Frank, Charlie D, and then Homunculus, Ambrosius, and Tyler Jr. Yeah, not too scared of this team other than Darmanitan. How many teams is that? 2, 4, 6, 7. So 3 more teams. Is this the? Yeah, this is the Wheezing team. Double Wheezings and Slacking is scary. I don't Aegislash with always having shield form because of the Wheezings is cool, I guess. Wishy-Washy, I have no idea if that stops schooling from working or not, but we'll find out. Mycelium Might does not matter in this format, so getting rid of that, useless. Getting rid of weak armor on Galarian, Corsola, whatever, who cares? Dugongs, yeah, here's Tony Soprano. Tony Soprano in a league of Chinese leaders, I guess. I like that a lot. This team isn't too scary other than the Ferrothorn. Oh, but he's the guy that stole my Licky Licky, so that's annoying. I miss him. Other than that, just a whole bunch of guys. And I can't remember who else is in my league, but I'll leave it at that.
So now that you've looked at your league, is there any teams outside your league you'd like to highlight?
Outside my league, I mean, I guess I have to look at Pink's team because this was after I guess they traded for Licky Licky. So he's the one that has my Licky Licky now. Yeah, anyway, this is just the team that things die, fuels Magirna, and then it kills. So that's always scary.
Are there any other favorites you'd like to look at before we move into the next section?
Not off the top of my head.
All right, we can move into the last section where I ask you some questions about how your team's going to do. Ready when
Okay.
you are.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, who do you think's going to win your conference?
I think either Cam with this team or
Chris.
definitely not Chris. I think Bo has a chance. Maybe this team if they make some good swaps, but as of right now, no. He's not in my league. I guess I have a pretty balanced team. I think I have a chance. I don't think I'm great, but with the downfall of the rest of the people in my conference, maybe.
So if you're leaning towards one at this moment, who would it be?
Probably Cam.
Okay, moving to the next question. You have a 13-game season. How many games do you think you're going to win?
I think I can win 8 or 9. Yeah.
8 or 9, that's respectable.
Yeah.
Definitely possible. So moving into the next question, are you going to make the playoffs?
Yes, I think I'll make playoffs with at least 8 wins.
And finally, who do you think's going to win it all? Who are your top teams? And then who's your winner?
I think Cam. I think who's the team that has the I think it's Papple. Papple could.
What's
I
Papple's
mean,
team?
Papple is I don't think he's posted a paste. But he has the Poltergeist and a Wailord, and that could just sit there forever. From what I remember, his team is a little unbalanced if Poltergeist dies, which is very possible in this, but after seeing what happened with Poltergeist last season, I have to assume that they might win. And obviously just to ruffle some feathers, I could definitely, I could be that 13 seed that takes it all the way. So one of those 3.
So what's your confident pick going to be?
Confident pick right now. Just because I don't have a better answer, I'm going to say me with this team right here. Maybe -2.
Only a few
Would be
people went
good.
for their name, so we'll see.
Well, I got to be a little cocky because I was extremely not cocky last season.
All of this to go 0-3 in week 1, so
It's very doable, very possible.
yeah, your league looks really good, so
Mm,
well
whatever.
thank you, Wubs, for joining us, and the best of luck this season.
Thank you so much.
So my name is Tyler. I am the coach of the team, the Maine Mythics. Okay. Well, thank you. I have this document up. I had a few teams planned out. I had some priority drafts that I wanted to make. Ended up looking pretty different from what I actually ended up drafting. But I got most of the mons that I wanted. I was initially planning on it being a lot more defensive than it actually ended up being. But I'm very happy with how the team went. So if you want to move on to question 2. So initially, I had the core was supposed to be Gliscor and Mega Slowbro. But so during the first round, I ended up changing my mind completely, and I picked Galarian Darmanitan out of my hat of tricks. I just had a good feeling about it. I then drafted Jirachi because it was my logo. It's kind of like the mascot, and it also seemed like a very strong status mon to have. Good steel typing. I had Magmar and Machoke next, I believe. Magmar for Flame Body with the Eviolite, very strong. Machoke. I picked Machoke because I wanted Machamp with no guard, but Machamp was way too expensive to fit on my team. So that was a bit of a compromise. I have Graplocked on here. Graplocked, I think, was a very undervalued pick. It's only 1 point, but it has sheer force, and it doesn't have a bad base stat total. I think it's like 475. So very solid. Low kicks. I have low kicks because it ignores resistances unless they're 4 times, which in Metronome, with the prevalence of steel types, I think that's a pretty big impact. I have Mess Spirit, just as a all-around solid Pokemon, not too many points. I initially drafted Mega Manectric, however, I'll get into this in the next section, but it kind of filled the same role as Darmanitan, so I swapped it to Goodra in the trades. So that was my drafts. I believe Mega Manectric, not a good pick, which is why it is no longer with us. I did want Porygon Z pretty bad. I don't think anyone drafted it until it was over. They might have, but I do regret not picking up Porygon. I think someone in the league has like all 3 Porygons. Yeah, and I did fail to get a Harvest Pokemon. I was really hoping to get one for a better matchup against Sun teams. But I realized after the draft ended, I don't think any of the Sun teams are even in my division. So, not Mess Spirit. I have the choice specs on. It doesn't have better special attack than attack. However, I just think I believe it is the highest special attack on my team, and I just really wanted a choice specs Pokemon because of just how powerful of an item it is. Jirachi, I have the Rocky helmet on. I was debating between leftovers and that, but I think Rocky helmet on a steel type is pretty good. And its HP stat is the same as all of its other stats, so I don't think it would be. It's 100, so I have higher HP Pokemon I think Leftovers could be better suited on. Its primary role in battles is just going to be try to apply negative debuffs. I am a little worried about Defiant matchups because I will be triggering their boosts a lot more often than I would like to. So we'll see if I can play around that when it actually comes into play. Darmanitan, its role is just hit really hard, Gorilla Taxic, Choice Band. I believe this was in the first league. Very solid performance, so I'm happy to pick that up. Graplocked, I have the Covert Cloak on. Oh, it does not have Sheer Force as Technician. Still a good ability, but this is just a solid Pokemon. It doesn't feel like a specific niche like a lot of my other ones do, but it is just a cheap 1-point Pokemon. Magmar, Eviolite, Flame Body, cripple physical attackers, and get passive damage over time. I think defensive stall teams are probably the most powerful in the meta. I didn't want to play like that, but I have no animosity to those who do, because it is just a very strong play style in my opinion. Low Kicks, he also serves as an attacker. It's a very offensive team. He has the weakness policy, bug dark type, weak to a lot of things. And with Tinted Lens, I'm hoping that I can just do a ton of damage with him in the short time he's alive, because he's very frail. Machoke, Normalium Z, and No Guard. I just want him to hit a fissure at some point. That's kind of what he's here for. Goodra. Goodra is my more defensive option over Darmanitan. It's why I swapped out Manectric, because I would always bring Darmanitan over him. But Goodra, Leftovers, and Sap Sipper raises his attack if hit by a grass move, and pretty solid stall. Upon trading, some people in the league told me that he has a history of blowing himself up. So I'm hoping to avoid that. But I believe, yep, that's the end of my team. I'm probably just going to run pretty offensive sets most of the time. However, there are some teams that I would wish to be a little more defensive against. The ones with weaker mons in particular. The ones who have like 2 strong solid legendaries and a bunch of low point mons, because I think defensive sets are better against them. But that is that for that section. No, actually, I think I'm very happy with how my team is composed. I don't think I missed any obvious counter picks that will be significantly better than what I have now. I believe all the free agents that are left are worse than what is on my team. I think I have a very solid setup. Schedule. So for the first week, Bo Flingus, who is he the coach of? Dar Monsters. So this, not a great matchup for me, to be honest. He is honestly a pretty scary team. Very terrified of Hydrapple, Regenerator, and what I presume will be a Rocky Helmet. Just taking a guess. I think is a very scary setup. Breloom, very scary Pokemon. Aegislash, Appleton. A lot of pretty terrifying moves and abilities. Rune Rodriguez also with Mummy. I'm not that scared of Trevenant because I believe he's Harvest. If I had to guess, it's not on this, but I assume he's Harvest. For my week 2, Copy and he coaches South Skarmories. I believe this will probably be one of my better matchups. He has. I don't think prankster Pokemon are that good. I think speed is probably pretty irrelevant compared to normal competitive Pokemon. It still matters, but I think just a lot less so. So prankster mons are not priority for me, which is why I didn't draft any. I did not know he had Barraskewda, which I believe is 0 points for some reason. But that's a pretty scary pick. And I'll just do week 3 because I will have to go before I can get through all of these, and I want to actually finish the interview. So for week 3, Wubsington. He's the coach of Whismers. This I think is my worst matchup. Just because I'm Empoleon, I am terrified of anything with Defiant or competitive. Because of Jirachi, it's my best mon, and it can't touch these guys. It really just can't be on the same field as them. But there are some future matchups. I unfortunately do not have time to go into them, so I will have to cut this section off a little early. Sorry about that. I'd like to think that it's me, just because I'm very happy with my team. But to be honest, the Bewares have a really terrifying team. Dragapult is really solid. Mew, Meloetta, just a bunch of really solid mons. They don't have like a gimmick that they need like one Pokemon alive to function with. So they could basically run any variety. So if I'm not allowed to pick myself, probably the Bewares. Realistically, I'm hoping for a positive record. I think I will go positive, but probably only by like, I don't know, positive by like 2. I'm hoping. I don't think a single person's gonna say no to this question. I think everyone believes they're gonna make the playoffs. I think I will specifically. I'm just gonna say me. I think I have a very solid chance to win. But at the end of the day, it is Metronome. Your ace could just blow itself up, and you can't really do anything about it. So if I couldn't pick myself, really, I am not setting a good first impression then. Yeah, I think the Bewares. I think the Bewares have a very solid team. Again, I think Dragapult. I would like to keep myself. I'm gonna stay pretty high confidence going into this. And just to end, I'd like to do a little thank you to you because I think this is a really cool community thing you've got going on. And thank you for putting this all together because I know it's a lot of work. Yeah. Yeah. Shout out the mods too. Nope. I think we covered all of it.
Behold, 'tis I, Pink, and I am running the Meat Grinder team, Magirna. It is awesome, and I love it so much because it's just the most broken Pokemon ever, and it's so fun to use, and no format allows it, which is really annoying. Well, specifically no doubles format, just because it's so absolutely insane, but no, I love Magirna. I never get to have fun and use it in these situations, and so yeah, I'm glad to be using the Meat Grinder. Whole point was, all right, I'm going to get this one centralizing piece, and then I am going to surround it with hyper offense, and then eventually things are going to die, whether it be my frail mons or my opponent's mons that are made frail by me just hitting them with as much attack as possible. And then, yeah, they crumble. And the meat grinder eventually pulls a dazzling gleam, and then I win the game. It's awesome. Shit. My draft strategy, I got Perugly in there. You need like 3 cheap mons, and that's thankfully what I have. Like Alolan Executor is massive just because we didn't really plan around Harvest, and now I have a 2-cost mon which has 3 quad resistances, and it's also has Harvest, and so it just lives forever. That thing's like it's my closer. It's also great for anti-sun since there are a shitload of sun teams. There's a lot of hail teams, which I was not expecting. Thankfully, I switched off of what I was initially doing. I wanted to do hail for a while, and then someone, I think in my league, actually drafted like the exact team that I wanted. Like he got Crabominable, he got Regice, Galarian, Mr. Mime. And then I was like, that's kind of the exact team that I wanted. And then I was running another league with my friends, and I got Regice, and I was like, this thing's really good, but it's not entertaining. And Magearna is entertaining. And so, yeah, Magearna is the team that I went with. Yeah, I got what I draft? I drafted Choice Band, Rampardos. Hell yeah. Passimian's pretty good. I just needed a Defiant user because Intimidate fucks me. Picked up Why Not later. I traded that for Bronzong. Bronzong was just a great cheap steel type that no one had gotten. I was trying to use this trade bait, but unfortunately no one was willing to bite, and I needed Why Not to actually deal with people who switch and regenerators, because that can just stall out my team if I don't get lucky. So might as well pick up Why Not and prevent them from switching as a whole. It's wonderful. Roserade, solid poison type. Shit, what else was on my team? What was on my initial draft? Right, I had a Ferroseed. Ferroseed's nice. Like, it's a good budget Rocky Helmet Iron Barbs user. But the issue is without Eviolite, it's so frail. And I feel like it just doesn't get hit by physical moves for some reason. And so I switched to Gabite, which is significantly cheaper. And it still has an immunity, which is nice. And then not too many weaknesses. I mean, the ice weakness does kind of suck. And it's significantly less bulky than Ferrothorn or Ferroseed, but it works. It's fine. And the fact that it's 1 point is huge, because I was having to like debate between using Ferroseed and using another mon because it was a 5-pointer, and I didn't want to do that. I kind of just wanted the Rocky Helmet user regardless, and Gabite fit that role perfectly. So I just kind of slotted him in where Perugly used to be, and then I traded Perugly for Licky Licky, and Licky Licky has been doing me wonders. That thing is awesome. Own Tempo Berserk Gene works super well. Realistically, like given my league, I have 6 other weather teams in my league. And so I could probably run Cloud9 and just pray that I break through Confusion. Granted, that's also going to be 3 turns potentially punching myself in the face, which is not good. But it may be worth more than Own Tempo just curing the Confusion, because I still benefit if Licky Licky dies, which is nice. Yeah, nah, this seems looking fantastic. Have I talked about everyone? I think I've talked about everyone on the team. Gierna's great. Alolan Executor's great. I love Rampardos, Sheer Force, Choice Band with 165 base attack. That thing it just kills things. It's awesome. Roserade's my Black Sludger. Just gonna slot that thing in. Roserade's just the mon that I'm gonna bring if there's no counterplay. Like, I really am just gonna look at my opponent's team. I'm like, okay, if has Intimidate, bring Passimian. If has Regenerator, bring Why Not. And then first priority is bring Licky Licky. Second priority is bring Roserade. And then the other 4 slots are kind of locked in there just because of the point totals. So I have Magirna, Gabite, Rampardos, and Alolan Executor. These guys are 25 points total. And then the other ones are either 5 or 4 points. And so I can just switch them out intermittently. Yeah, this team has a lot of good stuff on it. There's one thing that I kind of wanted. Oh, I wanted Bisharp instead of Passimian. That would have been fantastic, but unfortunately couldn't get it in time. I guess competitive could also work. You will get more of a boost, but I think Defiant's going to be just a little better because you're pulling more physical attacks. Also running red card on Passimian because I didn't know what else to use on it. I already have Bandit T-Tar, Berserk Gene, Licky Licky, Eviolite, Why Not, Black Sludge, Rocky Helmet, Citrus Berry, Choice Band, and then Leftovers Magirna because actually that thing could probably live forever without Leftovers. I've thought about giving it Lepa Berry, but also I just think that the passive healing's too good. Magirna can get worn down if I get like relatively unlucky. I guess. Oh my god, I was playing against Y earlier, and he had his Choice Band +2 Sun Boosted Koraidon use a Drill Run into my Magirna, but I didn't die because I had a sub up, so that was wonderful. Yeah, shit. What else we got? What other questions?
Okay, so it
That's
was
just kind
going
of
to
a general thought.
it's going to be to go over your schedule, people you play.
Ah, yes, my schedule. Let's see. Let's see. Awesome AD. What the fuck is? I hate how we have this set up because I don't know who the coaches are. Maybe the Idealists? No. Armourouge? Okay, I put the Armourouge as week 1. Not too scared of this team. It's just kind of fat, and it is going to be annoying as shit with our Bolova. But at the end of the day, I think I have enough raw offense to break through most of his team. Maybe not the Mega Aggron, but to be honest, I'm probably just going to send in Alolan Executor and Roserade to start with, and then just have them sit there for ages while his whole team's PP dies out, and then I can finally send in Magirna, and then that's when the sweep's going to start. Also, just getting potential poisons from Roserade is going to be super helpful. Black Sludge and Grassy Terrain healing, I'll be fine. Especially also with Alolan Executor or Citrus Berry. Like, yeah, we're gonna be doing fine against this team. I'm not particularly scared of it. He has so many quad weaknesses as well. Yeah, we're gonna be fine. Week 2. Actually, Astral. I think he's the Cubfoos. Yeah, Cubfoos. He had such a scary team, and then he swapped Tropius for Raticate. I'm like, what are you fucking doing, dude? Tropius was so good. You're a harvest team. Have 2 harvesters. The Great Tusk is too expensive. I don't know why he has that. That thing is detrimental to him. Like, sure, it's good, but you could probably get a cheaper one. I think Brute Bonnet's pretty cheap, and you're still going to get the Photosynthesis attack boost. Actually, you may get a different one, but I don't know. I don't really know that much about Brute Bonnet other than super weak to bug. Yeah, Groudon, Executor, that's going to be the Palm Tree fight. It's going to be fun. Yeah, this team, he has 2 Mons. Actually, he has 3 Mons if he brings Great Tusk, but I think Groudon's 20. He just did that so we could bring Great Tusk. Like, Great Tusk is good. It's going to be fat. It's going to do a lot of damage, but the issue is just Harvest is so much better. I don't know why he switched that. I think it was a bad move for him. What else do we got? Who else am I playing? Oh, fuck, I do have to play Papple twice. Oh, I have to play Papple twice. That's gonna suck. When do I play him? Oh, I play him... Well, that's week 1 as well. Play him week 1, and then I play him... Week 1, and then week 4. Okay. Dang, this is nice, because I'm like... Wait, the fuck? Why does it not show me on week 14 playing anyone?
Because Wubs put a bye week in.
We gonna no, no. I don't want buys.
Well,
I wanna
because
play.
he had to do it that way for the divisions.
Fine. Okay, Astral Papple. Dear God, Papple's team. Papple's team is like 90% of the reason why I even picked up Why Not. Like Ugh, Jesus Christ. Sinister Wailord is Sinister Wailord. That team's gonna live for fucking ages. Hopefully, I can trap him in and put Rampardos to work or Licky Licky to work or something like that. Because oh my God, this team has potential to live forever. He also has the Galarian Ponyta. Oh God. Okay. Now this team is terrifying. Is he running Intimidate or Poison Point on Hisui and Quillfish?
Poison Point.
Okay. Actually, that's significantly easier for me to team build around. I really like that. That Tinkaton's gonna be a pain in the ass with own tempo, Berserk Gene, Primate to Defiant user. Not too worried about that. I don't really. Do I have an Intimidator? I do not have an Intimidator. Nope. Galarian Ponyta, yeah. Hariyama's Hariyama. And then I called the shit out of Baltoy. Let's go. Yeah, we were using a wheel system in the draft, and people were just trying to guess what the wheel was because Papel needed his last pick, and I said Baltoy, and it was Baltoy, and so I am Lord of Predictions. Feels good. Feels really good. So yeah, at least I have a soul read on his team, so I feel good about that one. Good omens for me in the future. Let's see, who else do I play? Who do I play twice? That's the important thing. Weirdo. I play Weirdo twice, don't I?
Good.
Play Dilly D. Apple. Weirdo. NJ. Server. I gotta go against Server. I play Shadow twice. Oh, it looks like I only play 2 people twice. Yeah. I play NJ. No, I don't. That's a bye. Okay, I'm stupid. No, fuck it. Let's just go through the whole league. I'm gonna play everyone in here. The Brutes, you got them. Unovans is Weirdo's team. I respect them being all Unova. That's kind of nice, but also this team doesn't do too much. Regenerator or Uniclus. I hope he's running Regenerator and not Magic Guard. That would be stupid. Giggle is pretty fat, good attack. Sand Force is bad. I thought it was just a straight up attack boost in Sand. No, it just boosts your Rock, Ground, and Steel type moves by 1.3 times, which really fucking sucks. Let's see. Cofagrigus. Cofagrigus is good. A little too expensive, but it's good. And then the rest of his team is nothing to write home about. Stoutland, Stunfisk, BHM, Musharna. Not too afraid. Castelia Crusaders, this team is just a bunch of beat sticks. Once again, not super worried. Alakazam sucks. Crocodile's all right. Magnezone is, ooh, you can trap steals. Pidgeot doesn't do anything. Typhlosion is a pedophile. Electros, no weaknesses, but doesn't do too much other than that. Honchkro's got a big attack. Moxie could be interesting, or he could be doing, like, I don't know, super luck shit. And then he has Kyogre, which is funny. If this team doesn't pan out well, I may see if I can trade for that Kyogre. I could make a solid rain team because no one made a rain team despite it being one of the best weathers. I guess there's just a lack of setters. And then also, the dry skin mons are so expensive, but it's worth it. Oh, Server. He made another Hail team, and it sucks. It's worse than his Hail team last season. Like, Walreign's good, but that's it. That's his whole fucking team. It is Alolan Ninetales Walrein. He has Silvally, which barely does anything. He has Alolan Sandshrew. Cool. I think that's a nice bodyer, but it's a Sandshrew. Ninjask doesn't do anything. Iron Bundle has potential to do damage, but I mean, yeah, speed's just not that important, and that's one of the reasons why I got banned. He got the Pikachu again, which is also funny. It's the Iron Bundle problem. Like, it has potential to do damage, but also Pikachu's unbelievably frail. And then against my team, bad news bears. And then he has a Bonsly, which doesn't do anything. Boomburst. Boomburst may fuck me up. His team is just fat. That's the whole point of it. He has a Tinglu, he has an Intimidator, he has Annihilate, which lives forever. No guard Lycanroc, I guess that could do something as well. I don't know, pull in good moves, just never missing. And then Ursaring gets guts. Rest of the team doesn't really matter. It seems fat. It doesn't really do a lot of damage either, which is nice, but I don't know. Against my team, I feel like it could slow me down and fuck me over. The George Womperts. This is the team. These are the guys that I wanted, except I was going to take Amara and not Snover. Yeah, this is just about verbatim what I wanted. Maybe not the Alolan Sandslash, but Regice, Crabominable. Crabominable's not good, but it can pull Anger Point, which is hilarious. Galarian Mr. Mime's a cheap Ice Bodyer. Frostlass is a Snow Cloaker. Nidoking's Poison type, Poison Point. Nice. Alolan Sandslash is ass. Small as ass, but it's a mascot. The Idealists, it's just End's team, but with a Hisuian Zoroark, which is bad. It's got 3 immunities, which is cool, but it's just too frail to make it work. And Illusion doesn't do anything, really, because a lot of abilities you're going to see them used or just know for a fact that they're in play. So that kind of sucks. So there's no real point in it, but oh well, he has it. Yeah, this team's just a bunch of beat sticks though. Zekrom, I actually like the Clear Body Kling Klang. I think that's pretty cool. Haxorus does a shitload of damage. Caracosta doesn't do anything. Conkeldurr is gut, so they can turn that against people. And then Eviolite Yamask, that's also fun. And then I already talked about the Armarouges, so yeah, I think I can run this league. The only thing is I don't know whether. Yeah, wait. 1, 2, technically 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 weather teams. Okay, so they're really 4. One of them just has a Kyogre. But yeah, I may switch to Cloud9, Licky Licky. Maybe not. I did pretty well against Y, and he's one of the most threatening weather teams, so I think I'll be fine. I hope I'll be fine. Yeah, I think I got a good shot. At least to win my division. I think I can run through it. Blue or red seems to be the most threatening. Kind of wanted to be in that one, but
Only.
oh well.
You ready for the predictions at the end?
Predictions?
Yeah.
What are we predicting?
Who's gonna win your conference?
Me.
Obviously. What's your record gonna be?
A record? What we got? I got 13 games.
Yes.
I can see me going 10-3 or 9-4. I feel like I'll get caught in a couple games, but I can win all of this. Like, my team isn't so abysmally bad, or like I can lose certain games, but honestly, I don't think I may eat my words later, but I don't think it's really possible for me to lose to server. Like, it seems okay, but oh my god.
So 10?
It's just
So 10 wins?
Yeah, I'll go 10 wins.
Are you going to make the
Sometimes
playoffs?
you just get... Yes, of course I'm going to make playoffs. I'm winning my conference.
And who's going to win it all?
Who's going to win it all? Ugh. Let's see. The team that I think looks the scariest... The George Womperts are kind of terrifying. The real strong trio here is the Womperts, and then me, and then the Brutes with Papple's team. Like, these are the 3 juggernauts. And whew, yeah, those games will be tough. Like, breaking through that stupid Regice is going to be a pain in the ass. Last time I played against him, he just kept getting Wonder Room, and switching his defense and his SPDEF, and my whole team's physical attack, or other than Magirna, but I don't think Magirna was alive at that point. And then my Rampardos just couldn't pull special moves for the life of it, going into 200 base defense with hail up, and like you're not going to kill that thing. Who's going to win it all? Let's see. Who looks the scariest? Who looks the scariest? All right, Yellow League is kind of ass. Red League has some world beaters. Festive fellas. Cam's got a good shot. It's Moody with Flamigo. Like, that shit's incredible. Bo's got a decent shot with his team. Granted, he is also playing Hyper Stall, which is super annoying, but it works. I could see Wubbs doing things, but I don't think he'll be like maybe round 2 playoffs. The Dugongs look kind of scary. Just trapping with Ferrothorn, and then he also has Bisharp, a great Defiant user. Perugly is just 1 point. He can bring that thing to every game and just run Berserk Genome tempo, and it will kill something. Like, it's super frail, which is why I switched it out for Licky Licky. But it does damage. Like, Perugly gets kills, which is kind of wild to say. This thing is bad in every other format ever. Yeah, I guess if I had to give my top 5, I'd say Pittsburgh Steelers, Shandong Dugongs, and then the Constantinople, of course, then the Brooklyn Brutes, and finally the George Womperts. I think those are the top 5 candidates. I don't know exactly which of them's going to win, because Metronome's Metronome, and also the bracket style of playoffs is going to be wild as well, but yeah, I think those are the top 5. One of those is going to win. No strong predictions outside of that, though.
Well, thank you for this, and good luck this season.
Yup. I gotta take a shit.
Is Minaris, and I am the coach of the New York Enterprise. So before this draft, I wanted to play around neutralizing gas in particular. So I was looking specifically, there's only 2 Pokemon to get it, which are both Weezings. And I thought it was interesting because in a format where everything is random, the only thing you could control are most likely like what your abilities are or what your items are. And I wanted to shut down some people's like fancy gimmicks if there's a lot of like strong abilities, and a lot of Pokemon are really good from their abilities. So shutting them down, you're just left with a Pokemon with weak base stats and not much else going for it. So that's why I wanted to play around neutralizing gas. And in terms of Pokemon to like play around with it, I wanted to either use Pokemon who didn't have any, or like Pokemon who either were hindered by their abilities, or a Pokemon that just didn't matter if they had an ability or not. And yeah, I think that's it. My actual draft, I was 10th, which I think was a really good spot. Kind of lucky there with a top 10 pick. I think that was really good. So first thing I did was take Galarian Weezing, which is the better of the 2 Weezings, has the better typing. And I was waiting to see if someone else would take base form Weezing, which no one ended up doing, which I thought was kind of interesting because I thought it would be a strategy that maybe another person would consider, but it didn't happen. And what I ended up doing was I ended up taking the other Weezing because I didn't feel too confident in one Weezing surviving the entire game, especially in a Metronome game with six Pokemon per team. So I took the other Weezing as a backup. And then third overall, I took Slacking. In my opinion, it was pretty much a choice between either Slacking or Weezing. I mean, Slacking, not or Weezing. It was between Slacking or Regigigas, which both have really bad abilities, but with neutralizing gas they become a lot better. And ultimately I did choose slacking because it's a lot cheaper, where it was only it's 7 or 6, I think it's 6, compared to Regigigas, which is 10, which is honestly way too much. So it's too much for me. And then let's see here. After that, I would say it's probably the weakest part of my draft, where I took Dragapult and Aegislash. Aegislash wasn't a horrible pick, but there was probably better options that I could have taken that were also cheaper. And on top of that, I also took Dragapult, which is not a bad Pokemon, but I think that it just doesn't synergize too well with what I ended up drafting. And then for the rest of this draft, I think I did pretty well. After that, I ended up initially I had Galarian Moltres, but I ended up switching it as like the free draft pick for Wishiwashi, which is a great Pokemon, because its ability cannot be affected by neutralizing gas. So no matter what, I'm getting a strong ability on this Pokemon that can't be changed. And then after that, I ended up taking Toedscruel, which is also a good Pokemon, which has its ability hindering it. So without neutralizing gas, it'll be very fast, and I'll be able to get. I think it would help me out. And my last Pokemon was Galarian Corsola, which it should be a good Pokemon because of Curse Body, but since Curse Body was banned, it's left with Weak Armor, which is a horrible ability. But thankfully, I can still take advantage of it using neutralizing gas, and I still have a good Pokemon that's really cheap because it has amazing base stats with Eviolite, and I'll be able to utilize that. And that's probably it for that. Yeah, I'd say the weakest part was Dragapult and Aegislash. Aegislash I don't regret as much because it's still a good Pokemon, but it was way too expensive. And Dragapult just didn't synergize well. I think both Pokemon, the problem were that they were too expensive, and I couldn't realistically bring them without having to sacrifice like some other strong Pokemon. So I needed something cheaper, and both of them were just way too expensive. I made 2 trades already. One is let's see. I traded. I need to pull it up. Sorry. I traded away. I think it was I traded away Aegislash to. Was it the? I think it was the Dark Monsters. Um. Sorry. Yeah, I traded away I traded away that for I took in exchange for Azelf, which Azelf and Dragapult, in the way I saw it, were pretty much very similar Pokemon, but the difference was Azelf is just a cheaper version that's slightly worse. And even though I'm technically trading away a slightly worse Pokemon, for me it was worth it just for the fact that I'm having the cheaper point cost. And the second trade I made was Aegislash for Glycopod. I just didn't need Aegislash. I felt it didn't synergize too well for me, and I needed something else because Aegislash just costs too many points, and Glycopod's ability is pretty bad, but with neutralizing gas, it's ended up fine. So I think it ended up working out well. My only concern is that I did trade both of them to division rivals, which can be concerning because I think both of those Pokemon are really solid, and they could probably end up beating me in the long term. But I think it ended up benefiting both sides, so I'm kind of okay with that. So the first one I have, the first 2 Pokemon, they're basically the same. On my Pokepace are both Weezings. One Weezing has Black Sludge and the other is Leftovers, but they basically do the same thing anyways, so they matter. But I just need these 2 to survive as long as possible. So I'm gonna give them. I both give them items that can help them out in that sense. And then for after that, I have Slacking, which I gave Rocky Helmet because it's the most bulky Pokemon on my team, and I just need something to be able to tank shots and return damage. I think Rocky Helmet's such a strong item in this format with was essentially guaranteed damage, so I kind of wanted something like that on my team, and this is the most bulky Pokemon I can give it to. After that, I have Wishy Washy, which I gave the Wiki Berry, which is one of the berries that heal at quarter HP, which I think was fine for me because I needed a Wishy Washy schooling ability where it's strong when it's above 1/4 HP, and then when it reaches below quarter HP, it becomes super weak. So I gave it the berry to ensure that it can stay in its powerful form as long as possible. And after that, I have Toadscruel, which I ended up giving Choice Specs, which I think it could be an odd pick because Toadscruel does have really bad special attack, but I just needed something to beef it up. I just wanted it to be a little stronger, essentially. I want to give it a little power boost. So I gave it Choice Specs to give it extra power. Next one was Galarian Corsola, which is a pretty easy thing to do. Just give it Eviolite. I don't know how much, there isn't much to say, I guess, there, but it'll make it a lot tankier. And after that is the Azelf. Now, Azelf, I was going to give either one of the specs, so either choice, or one of the choice items, so either choice specs, band, or scarf. And I already gave specs to my Toadscruel, so it was basically much between band and scarf. And I ended up going with choice band because I think speed is not that valuable in a metronome format. It's good, but it's not insane, I guess. There's like better things you could do. So I ended up going with the extra attack. And then my last option was Glycopod, which I ended up giving Citrus Berry, which might seem it's an okay item. I think this probably I might change this later later on during the season, depending on how it turns out, but it's honestly okay because it's just as an insurance, just in case just in case both my Weezings get taken down, so I can deny at least one emergency exit. And that'll be my entire team. I don't think I need to swap anything, honestly. I think what I have now is honestly fine. If I were to make one swap, I might swap Toadscruel as the season goes on for something cheaper. But right now, I don't think I'm gonna make any swaps, and I'm probably going to keep. I'm gonna keep what's left. This team for now. I seriously doubt I'll make a single swap for the rest of the season. If I make a swap, it would be to swap an item. Yeah, I've done one, and I've kind of learned what to. I wouldn't say I just needed to practice, I guess, because I've never really played in these kind of formats, so I think it was fine for now. I'm gonna play more practice games, but I think what I have now is good. And then yeah, I guess no, actually, if there's one thing I learned, it was when I played that practice game, it was when before I traded Dragapult and Aegislash. So if anything, that trade it kind of taught me that yeah, I need to trade some of these Pokemon, and that's when I actually ended up making those trades. So there's one thing, I guess. All right. Yeah, I've looked at the teams. It feels very, I don't know, almost top heavy almost. But I feel like some of these teams are really strong. And then there's another one. Where's the one with Bidoof on it? Uh, that one's funny, but I don't know how well they're gonna do. No offense, but a lot of these teams feel very powerful. And I know they're coached by people who were in the previous season, so it's people who know what they're doing. And that is a little worrying for me, but I think this team can make it work. And also another issue was I was kind of banking on having people overly relying on their abilities, like if I ran into like a weather team, but all the weather teams are in like different divisions. So I'm ended up with my strategy I think is still gonna work fine because it's boosting my Pokemon where a lot of my Pokemon are very reliant are very hindered on their abilities. So by shutting it down it'll still help me. But it's not helping me as much as I would have liked. I can't say which ones yet. What's hear me? I did play Bo and then he beat me. So that could be a little worrying. On top of that, let's see here. I'm just trying to look at teams in my division. There's I don't know, there are some tough teams here. I wouldn't say none of them necessarily like I guess scare me, I guess. Like they're very difficult matchups, but I still think I have a team that can beat them. And also this is Metronome, so literally anything can happen. So I wouldn't say it's that worrying, but at the same time there's not any team that I could confidently say that yeah, this is more of a free win for me. I wouldn't say that either. So yeah, I guess it's kind of just not really nothing too worrying, but also nothing like I guess amazing either. Obviously, I hope I will, but I think I have a good chance at winning it. I think I have a solid team that matches up really well. But overall, I'd probably say one of the players from last season because all of their teams are really good and they have the experience. So ultimately, I couldn't tell you who exactly, but I think it would be one of them. I don't think it's gonna be anyone new, I guess. And yeah, I would say that would be my answer. It's kind of I guess it feels a little bit of a cop out answer, but I don't really have an answer. So hmm. I think I can go in 13 games. I think 8-5 could be possible. Obviously, it's Metronome, so anything can happen. I don't think my team is. I feel like it's good enough to win. At least have a positive record. I think it's definitely good enough to make playoffs. I think, and I don't know what's like the average record. I guess to make playoffs, but I think maybe an 8-5 or a 9-4 would be something feasible. I think that's a fair thing to say. Such a hard thing to say, especially, hmm, especially since it's Metronome. You know what? I'm gonna say the team from South Carolina is gonna win. The team with Bidoof, I think they're gonna win it all. I think Bidoof is gonna have Bidoof's gonna kill every single Pokemon actually, and win the entire thing. That's my answer. To add, hmm. No, I wouldn't say I have anything. I'd say just I hope my team does well. I have faith in all. I think I have a really good strategy. I like this team. I like the way this team is built. I think it's very powerful and flexible at the same time. And I think this team has the potential to do very well. So that is all I have to say.
Hello, my name is Sylvestron. I am of the California Crooks, and I'm going to win this season because I'm the GOAT. By lying. You know, unlike last season, I actually thought a little harder about what to do with my draft. I did do that a little bit. I was looking at the board for some budget picks, and I kind of overestimated what a budget pick was. Because I saw Mewtwo at 10 points, And compared to some of the other 10-point guys, I was like, wow, that's a crazy like value pick. Its stats are like crazy. It has shockingly high bulk. It's got good mixed attack. It's fast. Unnerve is valuable. And my first idea was, for that cheap, I want to pick up this big gun. The other thing I really wanted was a poison type, because I lost like 4 games last season to toxic spikes. Made sure to keep that on the radar too. And the real heavy hitter I wanted to draft for 20 points was Bidoof, because I thought it would be funny. I had like this whole extensive plan, thinking about like the best 0-pointers to pair with Bidoof, so I could win games with Bidoof. I was thinking like Spupa for the friend guard, so I could stall longer. Thwacky for passive healing, if I'm using Eviolite. Let the Moody tick, stuff like that. And really, the last one I actually like really wanted was Crocodile, because Scott, you know. Other than that, I didn't have too many plans. I thought there were some like other really cool, valuable picks, some good abilities, some good stat blocks that were like all like 2 and 3 points. I know like Quacklevolt. I think Moxie is a great ability in this. Only like 2 points. Its stats aren't exemplary, but I thought that was nice. Vileplume is Loki the goat. I was looking at that. It has like good mixed stats. It's a poison type. It's bulky. Effect Sport can be useful, and it can also be terrible. So I was thinking of either getting Vileplume or like Nidoking or Nidoqueen. And yeah, just a lot of. I know there's like really cool abilities to use in this format, but I thought a lot of the cool abilities were really expensive. So a lot of my goal was to pick up big stat sticks, and that was really just my plan going into it. Nothing else. I was calculating. I was calculating so hard. Right. Draft pick 1, I had draft pick 3 pretty early, so I got a lot of options. I picked Mewtwo because it's good, it's budget, and I thought surely no one was picking 20-point Bidoof. And I'm pretty sure like 5 or 6 picks later, Bidoof goes round 1 for 20 points, and I'm in shambles. Generational beef from here on out. I can't wait to see you in finals and lose to Bidoof. So I started like calculating some other options. I already had like a lot of the good value picks sorted out, so I decided to look at the higher tiers still. And I saw Kyurem. I get to pick the form, and that thing literally just has like 8 million stats. Both of its attacks are really high. Its defenses are really high. Its speed is good. Mold Breaker is a fine ability. So I just decided to pick that guy. Kyurem Black, I went for. Initially, I picked Kyurem White just because I thought it might be fun to get like to like not worry about Intimidate and stuff like that. But after much advising, I decided Kyurem Black was the wave because of all the physical attacks you can pull. I really wanted Crocodile because that's my mascot, but somehow that also went like round 2. So I'm already crushed by this draft. But I like my final roster a lot. I picked up Namorous Therian. You know, I picked up like a lot of mixed stat sticks. That ended up being like my. I have Mamoswine is a good hitter. I got my Vileplume after all, so I got to use Sludge at least. Quacklevolt got on the board. I got Arcanine again. Arcanine did me pretty good last season. Nice little Intimidate. It was relatively cheap and worked well with the rest of my guys' points. And the sleeper pick that was actually a free agent that Cam talked me into, which I'm shout out Cam. This is my goat right now in testing. Furfro is crazy for like 2 or 3 points. Both of its defenses are like super high. Its attack is alright. Its speed is pretty good. And it's just like the best Rocky Helmet user in the game. It's got Fluffy with 0 drawback and better. So shout out for that pick. I got my Mewtwo early. I got my Kyurem. And with this draft, I don't know. I'm pretty pleased with it. I think Mamoswine is like an okay pick. I think Vileplume's an okay pick. I like everyone else a lot. And I'm ready to just like hit guys in the head and pray it works. Yeah. I think my general plan is gonna be to start off with like the slightly weaker, bulkier guys who can like sort of drag out games and chip guys down. I'm talking like Furfro for Rocky Helmet. Vileplume is fine. I can pair him with Arcanine to like live for a while. Intimidate, Black Sludge, stuff like that. That Intimidate I think is also supposed to help get my Enamorus activated with Weakness Policy. I have Eject Button Arcanine, so hopefully I can get multiple Intimidates and really like fish for setup. Get my Weakness Policy activated and just start punching holes and stuff. And once I weaken a lot of guys with like Rocky Helmet on Furfro and stuff like that, then I have my real big heavy hitters in the back line. Kyurem, Mewtwo, and Quacklevolt. I think all those guys excel at taking down targets from like 50% HP. I have my 2 choice items, Band and Specs, on Quacklevolt and Mewtwo. I was thinking about putting the Band on Kyurem just because the multiplication of like 170 base attack, whatever that thing has. But when it already has such a high attack, I figured lefties are fine. Just keep it on the field for longer. A lot of people told me that was a good idea, and I like it. And Quacklevolt with Band, once it gets a single KO, its attack is like massive. Almost as massive as Ninja getting a low taper fade. Because it's 1.5 times, it's more than 2 times. And so far in testing, it's been working exactly like I hoped for it to. With the exception of like really unlucky moves. Mewtwo and Kyurem Black just straight up clear after I start hitting things for a while. It's a very straightforward way to play. I don't have like cutesy abilities or anything. No like toxic spikes, no regen, none of that stally stuff. It's not really my style. I like clicking Metronome and seeing what happens. I think I drafted a really, really solid team to do that. Yeah. Honestly, looking at a lot of these teams, I feel like I have a pretty solid matchup. There's a Hail team. I can't wait for my Mamoswine and Kyurem Black to sit in that against Dunfun. Leftovers Kyurem Black and Snow sounds really fun. Plus with Terrible, I can ignore stuff like Ice Face, I think, maybe. I think that'll be a fun matchup for me. I think I have a lot of good matchups. I have like big stat sticks, and a lot of other teams have sort of like gimmicky abilities, and I'm pretty sure stat sticks can like overpower that. Some of the teams I'm scared of are Wii. When am I playing Wii? Hold on. In week 4, so at least that one's relatively early. That team is menacing. It's literally like drugging a Koraidon and seeing what happens. It gets Berserk Gene, it gets Symbiosis Choice Man, it gets its ability. What is that already? That's like 4 times attack on switching. So I'm pretty scared for that. In regards to the Sun teams though, I have 2 Sun teams here. I'm glad to see Harvest on them. At least one of them. Because Mewtwo stops Harvest. I think that's nice. It's a little pickup for me. And man, that Koraidon is so scary. I can't wait to start the match and see whether I win or lose based on whether or not it kills itself in confusion in turn 1. Some more scary teams. What team? This is Hank. I played them in week 3. No, I don't. I played them in week 2. At least I get a lot of my scary matches in week 2. That team is terrifying. The Houndooms with Trigalgy, Comp, and Friendguard Tandemaus. That looks really annoying to play against. I'm pretty sure my guys are gonna pull like Fury Swipes 5 hits and kill themselves on Garchomp. That's just how I feel like it's gonna go. Other than that, I feel like a lot of my matchups are pretty strong. Wo-Chien is a little scary, but I feel like a lot of these guys just get maxed up by my stat sticks. So I'm gonna hope my team does exactly what I planned for it in a lot of these matchups. I'm gonna say me because manifesting is real and I believe in myself. I'm gonna get 16 wins because I'm gonna win that hard. I'll probably end up with like I'm aiming for like honestly I'm feeling like 9 or 10. I don't think I'll win, but I'll believe in myself. Yeah, 16-0, 17-0. Shout out me. I'll definitely make playoffs though. Yeah, I feel like I'll do well enough for that. I can just feel it. It's gonna be me. It's gonna be Copy. We're settling our blood feud for the Bidoof. And my Mewtwo is gonna hit the field, and my Kieran Black is gonna hit the field, and they're both gonna click Memento. Same turn. 28. My two best guys are gonna come out and kill themselves and call it. Bidoof's just too powerful. I don't see how anyone else can beat it. Oh yeah. Well, I already know I'm completely right about everything, so. You know, my team has found a lot of success in testing, so I'm excited for this season. I'm definitely a lot more confident than I was last time. I just wish, I don't know, the one thing that really messes me up in testing hasn't been like getting outplayed or getting defeated by stronger teams. It's been in prison. I really hate that move. I just wish there was something we could do about it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just completely remove Imprison from Metronome. Right? Yeah, shout out Pokemon Brackets on Instagram. Shout out Pokemon Bracket on Discord. Shout out Cam for helping me fix my team. Shout out Wubs for being handsome. And shout out everyone who's in the league.
So, hello everyone. My name is Apple, and I'm the leader of the Dun Dun Funds. And yeah, that's it.
So what's the name behind your name?
So, my first idea was to take Pokemon that have only this one specific ability, Serene's Grace, to win through pure luck. But then I tested a team and it was awful. Really, really bad. And then I changed the idea to take an ice team and win with that. So, yeah. My idea shifted a little bit.
All
Or a
right.
whole lot.
Let's move into the first section we got. Let's look at your pre-draft notes, ideas you had for your team beforehand. Don't go into who you drafted yet, but you can allude to them.
Make as quick as possible so nobody else gets it. And the first one was Abomasnow because we
I figured
needed
I'd be a
the
little
snow
meta here
condition,
and
right?
break the fourth wall real
Ice team
quick.
doesn't
So
work
before we head into the final
when there's
interview
no
with
hail
Cam,
at
we
all,
actually have two people's
snow at all.
interviews who are not able to do
And after
voice, so
that,
they
we
sent me
tried to get
text of it.
Pao
So I'm going to be putting that to
for
an AI
his
generator and
great
having those two
ability
go
sort
next.
of
First
ruin,
up, we're going to
right?
have Error with his.
And
Am
it
Error for the
combines
caffeinated
greatly with the
Clodsires.
snow effect that
So when I was
boosts
making the team, I was
defense
mostly going
stats
for
of
silly
your
and
ice
practical.
Pokemon.
Mainly looked for type immunities in
And
bulk and whatnot.
for our last pick,
Clodsire,
we
Whirlipede,
chose
Alolan, Marowak,
Ice
Phalanx,
Cube
Meowstic, Mermine, Toucan, and
because the
Wobbuffet.
ability
Drafted Clodsire plus
recycles
Sludge, the
itself
icon, immune to
when
poisoning, rather
when a
bulky,
Pokemon gets
and is a
switched,
star.
right?
Whirlipede is spinny, silly, and bulky with
And
Eviolite. These
yeah,
two
the
mainly
other
spike
Pokemon,
/ tox
luckily,
absorbers,
we
both with
got
poison. Point 2
through
BC poison
through
needs a
luck,
nerf in Metronome Draft
and
TBH.
yeah,
We have Wobbuffet with that 190
maneuvering
horsepower
through
stat.
the
Absolute beast of a
draft,
mon.
like
Phalanx and Meowstic with the
Ditto.
Defiant and
Everyone
Competitive
wanted
plus
Ditto
specs
so
respectively,
bad
together
after
with
the
Toucanon
draft.
with Sheer Force plus
And
Band will cover the
Titan,
offenses,
Seal,
all with decent
Glastrier,
typings with the ground immunity
all
of
these
Toucanon.
Pokemon, and
Also the balanced Alolan
Vulpix
Marowak with
for
Lightning
our
Rod and the
second
Ghost type, lots of
snow
immunities,
setter.
plus Mermine with the
Yeah,
Fairy
that's
type and
the whole
soundproof
team
dodging
right
lots of
there.
moves. Putting
Okay.
these here first.
So moving into this
We'll
next
do the rest
section,
when I
what
got
we'll
time.
do is I'll have you talk about your team into
Thank
more
you, Error,
detail.
for taking
Tell
the
me
time
the
to type that out.
items,
Blast,
the
we're gonna head
abilities
to
you gave
Weed,
them, how you
as he
plan on
has
using
his.
them,
This is a
how you want to
longer
swap
one,
them
so
in, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Hi,
Okay.
my name is Shu,
So,
and am the coach of the Cairo
Abomasnow
Captains.
is the lead of the team,
Fitting for the
right?
hot
We need
environment
the
of
snow
Egypt and their
condition,
very
and
fascinating
therefore
mythology,
it
Eve
got the
decided
Ice
I want to
Rock
draft
for 8
Pokemon that
turns
not
of
only fit
snow,
well to each other, but also
and I
fit to
hope
this
I
overall
can
theme in planning.
maximize the use of this
And
item.
I got some very
and
interesting
by
strategies
bringing
in
it
mind that
in,
will melt the
switching
battlefield.
out to
I'm gonna
Pao
demonstrate the
maybe,
power of the
or
Sun Fire. Overall,
Ice
I'm very
Cube, maybe
confident in all the
Ditto if the
Pokemon
enemy
Eve picked.
has Pokemon
They
that
fit
is
very well into
setting
my
up
theme and synergize
through
with each other.
certain attacks.
Of course, I
Metronome
did
can
not
pick.
get everything I wanted and had to switch to some plan
And
BS,
yeah, I
but yet I'm
just
very proud of
tried
what I got
to
and am sure it
survive
will all work out
through the defense
fantastically.
boost.
All Pokemon I
Maneuvering
drafted got
through
a different
and
role, but
getting
yet
some
all of
picks
them got a
off
special
with
bond with one another.
Pao,
I wouldn't say
maybe,
I fumbled any
or
picks.
with Glastrier.
Maybe Rillaboom could be considered a fumble, but I
So
got to trade it
Pao
for Tropius,
has
which will
the
be a
choice band
surprisingly good
item
member
for
of my
max
team.
damage output.
Each member is definitely special on their
Ice
own.
Q,
The
these
leader of my
heavy-duty
team is
boots,
RA, the
so I can
Koraidon,
switch it permanently
named
if
after the god of the
ability
sun.
gets taken
It is my
down.
strongest member, and with its incredible
And
attack,
choice
definitely
scarf, so I
one of the
can
strongest
outrun
Pokemon in this
Pokemon
draft,
I
if not
copied.
the strongest.
The Rocky
My
Helmet
strategy
on
is
the
fully built
Titan
around it, and I
for
hope it
the
will
max
prove me
use of
right
its
that I bet everything
HP
on it.
stat. It's
Then
the
we have our
highest stat
supporter
overall
Pokemon Amulet,
of
the
this
Sharon.
Pokemon.
She is the
And
female counterpart
yeah,
to RA and stands for
the
protection.
seal is
Her ability
is
Flower
there
Gift not only boosts
for
hers and her
good
allies' special
measure
defense, but also
with
attack,
the EV
which will
Alive.
make RA
It
even
doesn't
stronger
tank
on the
much,
battlefield.
but that's okay.
But not
I
only is she
guess.
supporting
And
RA, but more
yeah,
an
for the
overall
last
protector
item,
for the whole team.
I chose
Then we have Chonsu, the
the
Roaring Moon,
leftovers for
named
HP
after the god of
coverage.
the moon and
So
son of RA.
overall, I
Using the son of
try
RA, he will be the right
to
hand of
max
them, and
out the
together they are an
rounds,
extremely
to
dangerous
stall out
duo.
the PP,
Renatutet, the
and
Tropius,
yeah,
named after the
try to
god
get
of
some
harvest
picks
and
off.
agriculture. She is
So
also
looking at
using
your
the sun to
team,
become the
which
unbreakable wall and
members are your favorite?
regeneration with her harvest ability and the citrus berry.
That's
She will
a
be
really
very
good
hard to get through
question.
if you don't somehow
I'm a
end the
huge
sun.
Ditto fan, so
Amentet, the Gothita.
I don't want
She
to
is the
switch it at all.
gatekeeper of the dead. With her shadow tag
But
ability, she will
other
make her
than
opponents
that,
not be able to flee and write their destiny.
I like Ice
Then we
Cube.
have Nefertum,
It's a cute
the Ivysaur,
penguin, and it has
the god of sense and the lotus flower.
the ability
He is not only very,
to
with her poison type, she is not only getting
tank
rid of possible
every
toxic
physical
spikes,
hit
but also
in the
able to
game,
use a
right?
black sludge for regeneration.
And
Very
these
durable
two
and
are
might have been
my
overlooked.
favorites
Atten, the
on this team.
Vulpix. He might look not frightening, but her
Which
sun
one of your
power is stronger
Pokemon
than
would you
that of
say is
RA.
the most underrated,
He might
or
not be a
one that
fighter,
other
but
teams
will
would not
definitely
expect to be
support
that
the
good?
team with his sun. And then we have Hather, the Eye of RA. She will not only support RA and Chonsu with her symbiosis ability,
a
well,
candidate for that. It
Oki.
doesn't have the
That's
stats
pretty
to
much her only
be
use.
extremely good.
But that doesn't mean she is not an
especially
important
without
part
the
of the
Mega
team.
Evolution.
More like the Water
But
Boy.
it gets
Can I say
pretty
that like that?
tanky with
Still
snow
very
up,
important.
and
Looking
the
at my
type
division,
is
I must say I'm still
okay,
scared.
not good, but
We have
it's
two teams that
okay.
counterpart my sun, and without the
When
sun,
it's
my
only on
team
the
is only
field, I
half as
switch
strong.
up, so I get
The Welsh
another
Giants
8
have a
rounds
crazy
of snow.
strong core
You
of
can't take
Pokemon.
it down that easily.
Not only an
I
extremely
think
strong shadow
that's
tag Pokemon,
something
but
that
also
is
Rayquaza that
very
stops my sun.
valuable for my team.
And Wei
And
Chien,
that's
who is
why
an
I
unbreakable
think
wall, same
most
goes to
people
Cosmo.
will underestimate it,
That will be a
but
very
will
interesting
regret it
battle, and I'm sure I
after the
need
fight
all
is
the luck and
finished.
skill Eve collected. Also, the
Are you
Dun
ready to
Dun
move into the
Funs have
next
a
section?
strong team.
Yeah, sure.
Their coach and me
Okay,
are
so this
very
very
good
next
friends,
section we
and it's
have
funny
is
that
going
they
to
have
be
a
where you
snow
look at
team.
that yellow sheet that I
The
just sent
complete
you,
opposite of
and you're
me.
going to talk over
I see them
your
as my rival and am hyped
opponents
for the
that you will
battle
be
of the sun
playing over the
versus the
course of the
snow.
season. Like who you think your
I can
favorite
see one
matchups
of
are
us
going to
three
be,
winning our
ones
division.
you're scared for,
Even
and
though
stuff
I
like
see
that.
myself underestimating somebody's team like I did last Metronome draft.
I need
We
a
will see how the
second for
teams
that
are working
because
out once
he
the
already
tournament is
sent
starting.
me a
But of
name I
course
have
I'm
to look
going for the
out
win, and I will
for.
try
It's
my
a
best
Magirna
doing so.
player. I think he won last season.
No, the person who won last season is the Brooklyn Brutes, who were a different team last year.
Okay.
The team you're thinking of is was Pink, and he went 18-1 last
Yeah.
season, and then got upset in the second round.
Oh. Okay.
So he should have
Okay.
won.
Okay. All right. So Pink. Let's look for the name real quick. Pink will be my opponent on week. Oh, he is. Where is he? Is he on this sheet? I can't find his name.
He might not be in your league. You might get lucky.
It seems like that, yeah. Okay, but we is my enemy on on week 13. Okay, all right. Okay. So I just talk about the matchups where I think I could struggle and the people I look forward to battle, right?
Yes, and you can even break down other teams and you think how they're going to use them. You can do it however you want to. This is the open section where however you want to.
Oh, okay, I see. Then I have to look.
Section, I want you to talk about your schedule.
So, my schedule seems to be rather okay. So I looked at the sheets of my enemies, yeah, not thoroughly, but I looked at at these teams, and they seem to have certain Pokemon that will be a problem for me, especially those who put up Sun on the field. I want to talk about Wii's team first because he got the most scary one, I think, with Koraidon and Cherim with this attack boost, right? And Tropius, who can heal itself with the citrus berry. I think that's a huge problem. The baby with symbiosis is another candidate on this team I'm scared about. And yeah, other than that, I just hope to run into Pokemon that are not good against luck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But there's another team I want to talk about. It's Pink's team with his Magearna. It's not on my schedule right here, but I will battle against him maybe in the future. And he got this really strong Magearna, right? His meat grinder, as he calls it. Maybe I will struggle with that. Other than that, we will see.
All right, let's move into the final section where you get to make some predictions that we get to look back to in a few months.
Part 5, right?
Yes, that's what we're moving into next.
Okay, who will win your division? um, I hope I will be the winner for my for my division, or for the division. But yeah, that's a really hard question right there. Okay, I would like to repeat that question. Hmm.
You want to redo it?
Yeah.
Here, I'll ask it for you.
Okay, 1 second, please.
Yep, you're good.
I'm thinking about it. Who win your division? That's a really hard question. Who will win your division? Yeah. Hmm.
You stuck?
Kinda, but kinda. It's a really hard question to answer because as you can see, we have 14 weeks to battle through, right? And many different teams.
Yeah, you
And
got 10 teams to worry about.
Yeah, and I haven't looked into them thoroughly yet, you know? So I can't just assume on these 2 or 3 teams I looked at yet in detail. So, to be honest, the team I'm most worried about is the one of my friend. I know that sounds kind of weird to talk about my friend all the time. Especially he got me into this all. And it sounds like I'm pushing him. But yeah, it's the only team I'm really extremely worrying about. We tested it, and he shredded me all the time, right? So I want to talk about him.
That's okay.
If that-
Yeah, a
okay,
lot of
thank you.
people are scared of him, so you're
Okay,
okay.
if
It's been
if
brought up
that's okay.
multiple times. Yes, multiple people have brought them up in interviews. You are good to go.
Okay, okay, awesome. So I think we could win the division. I'm highly certain about that. He got everything he needs for his plan to work out, and he gets this huge damage output in the second round right away, and can stomp teams with that. So I think he will win this division. And for my record, I'm striving to win more rounds than I lose. I try to achieve that. I am in a disadvantage against every Sun team if I don't play it out strategically. So I think maybe I will get around 9 wins and 5 losses. Yeah, I
You're
will go with
confident.
that. Yeah, kinda. I really like my team. I really like it, and I'm standing behind it. So I'm trying to get 9 wins and 5 losses. But if it doesn't get to that, I'm really okay with that.
You're the second highest win prediction for yourself. Only one person has said they're going to win more games.
Oh, really? Okay. I'm a positive person. Maybe
And it was
because of that.
Pink.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
I don't even remember how many they said they were going to win. I want to look.
Maybe I have to adjust my predictions then. But
Pink said 10 and
I will
3.
say. Okay, okay. Um, hmm. Maybe I shouldn't go with that goal then. But
Keep it. I believe in you.
Okay. Thank you. Then I will keep it.
Yeah,
I
don't
will
be
try
scared. You
it.
got this.
I will win for you. It's for
Thank
you.
you.
It's for you now. Okay. Next question. Will you make it to the playoffs? I talked about winning so much. Then I will say yes. I will. I will make it to the playoffs. I'm confident.
That's good. Over half the teams make it.
Yeah, then we'll make it easily. and am I going to win it all? I don't think so. Maybe I will be in the top 8, but yeah, everything that is above the 4th place will be really hard because my team depends so heavily on the right weather condition.
Let me
If
send you the
hail,
bracket so you know what it looks like.
thank you. Mhm. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I will stick to my opinion then. Top 8 would be great. Quarterfinals could be the place where my team find its end. and everything above that would be not a miracle, but surprising for me. But I would happily accept that. I want to win. but maybe luck is not on my side. Don't know about that, but I would try to win it all. That's my goal. But my first step is to get to the top 8.
Let's say you don't win it all. Who would your other pick be?
We and Pink, I guess. I love his. I'm talking about Pink. I love his Magina pick. You get this damage boost when a Pokemon dies on the field, right? Gets fainted on the field, and it doesn't depend on a certain Pokemon. If someone falls, it gets the boost. So he can just stick it on the field, get his whole team knocked out, and he has this huge damage boost and one hit everything. And for Wii, I think he can win against him when he sets up his strategy immediately and gets the right attacks right away. When Pink loses his Magearna, his whole team falls down, falls apart. But for Wii, I think when a certain member falls down, it can keep up and win. Yeah. So if I have to choose, I think we could win this whole thing.
I'll write you down for that.
Mm-hmm. I just want to add that I'm really glad to be here, to be in this competition. And I really love the people on the Discord server. I haven't written so much lately because I have to learn for my exams. But it seems to be a really cozy place, right? And at last, the fun will win. At least I hope so. But yeah, I'm right down for it, and I'm looking forward to have fun and extremely cool battles, interesting battles with a lot of laughter and so on and so forth. I'm missing my words. Sorry.
You're okay.
Yeah, that's it, right?
Anything you'd like to shout out to end this?
Nope. Nothing to shout out.
Okay, well.
Have fun, guys. Have fun.
Well, thank you for
But
joining us. It was an honor, and I wish you the best of luck for the season.
Thank you.
As you guys see, I am in the editing process of this video right now, and we are about to enter the final interview with Cam. Before I get into that, I just want to say thank you to everybody who participated in these interviews and helped me out, because this was a good time, and as you see, I ended up getting a lot of content out of it, and I ended up meeting a lot of new people through this, and hopefully we get many of them for future seasons. With all this being said, I'd like to welcome you guys into the Cam interview, and enjoy.
Hello, PB. My name is Cam, and I am the coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. How are you doing today?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm happy to be here to talk about how the Season 2 draft went, what went right, what I can do better, blah, blah, blah. I have good ideas here, and you guys are going to hear me yap for another probably 30 minutes this time. Don't look at the runtime of the video. It's not important right now. We'll get to it. So, to lead off, I am the Pittsburgh Steelers. Obviously, it's based off of the Steelers. I have their little helmet. Had this logo commissioned of Celesteela, hit Pokemon from Generation 7, the best generation, in a football jersey with the Steelers hat. I like this. I think it turned out pretty well, and most importantly, it's funny. And that's what matters, right, PB?
Yeah, you're right.
Good. So, where do you want me to start? With the pre-draft notes?
Yeah, we'll start there.
Awesome. So, I'm going to let you all in on a little secret here. I have been scheming for this league. If you guys have already seen my pre-season 2 draft interview, if that's up before this is, then you will know that I have been scheming. I have team after team. All of these, for the record, are all scheming teams. I'm going to stop there because we're getting close to where my real team is. But I was looking at a lot of different cores. I looked at how Poltergeist was this season. I looked into some weird interactions. This one was probably my best team that I actually built that I didn't go with. It actually felt really good, but we'll get to it. Sorry, wait, it wasn't that one. It was this one. This team felt really good. But there's, long story short, so much testing to be done. And in the end, I settled on what I think was the second team I built for what I wanted to do going into it. And this is where I'm going to show you guys what all my scheming turned into. It turned into this spreadsheet. PB, did I ever show you this? Does this ring a bell?
Yeah, you did.
I thought I did at some point. Okay. So this was my holy grail going into this. This was my book of everything I needed to know. Because I had figured out from my testing that what felt good was not just whatever I wanted to throw together. It was this team right here. This one beat almost every other team I built more consistently than it lost. And I built some damn good teams, so that was very promising. It cores around Moody Octillery with leftovers. For those of you unaware, Moody boosts one stat by 2 stages and lowers another by 1 at the end of each turn, which also allows if you switch in. So let's say if I hypothetically switch out my Regenerator Mon, bring in Octillery mid-turn, it still gets to boost that turn, which is very nice. So that was kind of the idea, was I want to support Octillery. The easiest way to do that was Flamigo. I know I talked about this in the pre-draft, but these two form a very strong core of get a bunch of boosts from Moody, switch in Flamigo, and now you have 2 Pokemon with those boosts. And then it was just a pretty solid background defensive core. Regenerator Mon, Poison Point Mon. Quillfish was just 3 points, so I threw him on a lot of my teams just to save points. Alomomola is just a really good Regenerator Mon with 165 HP. But all of this kind of could have been a lot of different Pokemon. Ignore this column, this came about later. But I knew I wanted a Moody Mon, a Regenerator, a Poison Pointer, and an Intimidator. And you can see that popping up over here. This was, as I was building them up, how I was going to do it. So I had minimal, what I labeled as the minimum acceptable Pokemon, meaning the least amount of points for one I think is legitimately good. At the time that I first built this sheet, Corsola was 0 because we fucked up. So we made that 5. So that's better now. But yeah, we made that 5 pre-draft, and I was like, Corsola is fine for 5, but at that point I may as well commit and get a good one. So my acceptables were Corsola, Eldegoss, Audino, Alomomola, and Hydrapple. None of those were super expensive, and they all did something really well. Last season, I had the wonderful... why am I forgetting Slowbro? So he's right here. I considered him, but 2 more points for something that isn't too much better than a Loma Mola or Audino didn't feel worth it. And I was just afraid I was going to get sniped on these. Because Regenerator, as you can see in my draft order section, was my number 3 draft pick, or is supposed to be. I may have done that wrong in the draft. We'll talk about that later. The draft changed things. Anyway, so I had 2 Moody Mons that I was willing to work with, either Octillery or Scovillain. Octillery's better and cheaper, which is a fun little combo there. So I really wanted Octillery, but obviously if Octillery got sniped, I would have been ready with Scovillain with this sheet. I did not want the others. Glalie just has too many weaknesses and too low stats. Barrel sucks. Smeargle is not even worth looking at. Other than that, yeah, most of it's what you'd expect. The poison pointers were nothing crazy. Dragalge, Roserade, Whirlipede, Quillfish were my looking ats. Hisuian Quillfish is good, but it was kind of a second tier. And the Nidos were just so expensive. Nidoqueen last season was so good to me, but she was so expensive, dude. For the Intimidators, I just wanted a cheaper one for the most part. The most I was really comfortable spending was 4. Although I did mark that like Mawile would be worth it because, you know, Steel type with Intimidator, pretty good. And so this is what I had, but like going into the week before the draft was I wanted those 4 Mons. And so I started, and that's where we move over here. Ignore that right side for now. I started looking into these, which was a bunch of effectively example drafts. So what I'd do is I'd always draft the 5 that I wanted, which was Moody, Regenerator, Poison Point, Intimidate, Flamigo. Those 5 I would draft in these examples and see how many points I'm left with. This was my cheapest picks. This was what I was saying with my minimal acceptable. This left 7 extra points on the team, which would have been really nice, but it did also have a pretty mediocre Regenerator Mon. And as I was looking for it, I was like, the problem is most of the other Pokemon I'd want items that I'd otherwise want on my good Pokemon. So these were kind of ones that didn't need anything bigger. But as I was looking at it then, I was like, what if I just buy a bigger Regenerator? And I said, okay, so if I buy an 8 Regenerator and a 5 Poison Pointer, assuming that, oh, it's not, yeah, there it is. Assuming like Quillfish and Whirlipede are taken before I can get to it, then I'll have 2 points left. And I checked if I got a cheap Poison Pointer and a 10-point Regenerator, and it's 2 points left. And then I checked with Hisuian Quillfish and a cheap Regenerator, and it's 3 points left. So what I noticed is I really needed to lock in what I would pick with those like 1, 2, or 3 points left based on whatever I had to draft. And that's where these come in. I listed every 2-point, every 3-point, and every 1-point Mon and rated all of them from A to F. So this was kind of my fun little backup, was knowing what I would need to draft. And this is actually going to matter because I looked at this and I'm going to be switching out Mons. We'll get back to that. But I have so much good data on this sheet. I did so much work going into it. And then I realized if I lose Octillery and Scovillain, which is unlikely that people would take both, but if I lose both, I am dead in the water. I would have to go randomly into one of my other teams that I built on Showdown and just hope for the best. So I was really gambling that I could get Octillery and then round 2 I could get Flamigo. And I think that's where I was going into the draft. I had a second team that I had in mind, but I never wrote down that I could draft in case I lost Octillery, but it was unlikely because I had the number 4 pick. And with that, PB, do you want me to go into the draft, or do you want to talk about this a little more?
Is there anything else you want to talk about over here that you didn't get to share?
Not with pre-draft. Most of it I discussed in my pre-draft interview. Stuff like weather felt good. Obviously, there's just so much you can do with weather. Electric terrain didn't feel good. I really liked Magearna. Magearna was the other team I was tempted to take. Was if I somehow lost Octillery, then I'd consider, instead of taking Scovillain, just taking Magearna. Any Magearna team's gonna be good. Magearna's just a broken Mon. Which is why we made it cost 20, the absolute maximum we let anything cost. But still. Anyway, moving on with that, we had, then I made it to the draft and was like, I'm pretty happy with going for something like this. And I think that's all I need to talk about for pre-draft.
All right, we can move into the second part of this then, the actual draft.
Awesome. So the actual draft was interesting because I really didn't know what people were going to go for outside of a couple because I'd been talking with people so much about what they were like what the format was going to look like for season 2 and stuff like that. I got a vibe of what a couple people were going for and had a pretty express confirmation on what 3 people were going to draft round 1. So I knew that my artillery was at least likely to get as the 4th slot, but I wasn't sure yet. So we get to the draft. I'm just going to open the draft sheet. So this is going to spoil everything for how the draft went. But bam, here's the draft sheet. I made this sheet using a bunch of Blab's formulas. So everyone thank Blab. He did so much work to get this up and running, and I just stole it and made it look pretty and then claimed it was my sheet. But this has, yeah, you type in the Pokemon name, it automatically pulls the value from this sheet right here. And then Blab also has it so it kept track of the picks. So if these were empty, it would be not colored background where it's green right here. The next pick had yellow, and then it would turn green once it was picked. Just a lot of work that he put into this, and it worked really well. How fast did we get through the draft again, PB?
I would say about 2.5 hours.
2.5 hours for 240 picks. That is pretty good. Considering 2.5 hours is what 150 minutes. Yeah, we were averaging more than 1 pick a minute, pretty comfortably. It's like 1.6 picks a minute or something like that.
Yeah, we were.
Anyway, yeah, we were killing it. So I would say the sheet worked. So, first pick overall was Ferrothorn. Terrifying. We'll get back to the Dugongs later because I need to talk about them because as you can tell from the backgrounds here, he's in my league and I'm scared of him. Anyway, round 2 was Sinistra, which I mean, Sinistra's really good and that's Papple, so I'm not surprised, but I was like, wait, that means that I'm getting one of the 2 Moody Mons. And then round 3 is Mewtwo, which that's a decent pick. Whatever the case, not Octillery. So I'm like, okay, my first Pokemon's online, but now I need to wait 53 more picks before I can get my second Pokemon online. And so I'm just holding out hope. And they get Garchomp, Trevenant, Dialga, Vanillux. I'm ignoring this one. Some other really good stuff. Mega Gengar, Koraidon, Diancie, Annihilate. Groudon, Galarian Darmanitan. I was sad to see this go round 1. I mean, it deserved it. I love Galarian Darmanitan. Just sad to see it. Stuff like that. And then we get back through to me. We've seen some more stuff go away. Mega Audino got drafted, so that could no longer be my backup Pokemon. Like, that could no longer be my regenerator. Salamence, Magnezone, Pori2. Some good stuff, honestly. Wo-Chen, Roaring Moon. There's Whirlipede. There goes a good poison pointer, round 2, before I could get to it. Both Weezings get drafted by the NYE, which is funny. But luckily, no one took Flamigo. So I now had my core online. And luckily, that opened up a lot of stuff. I'm going to go back to my planning document. Because if you looked, like, this only had 5 Pokemon. And Flamigo, there's one Flamigo. There's only one of him. So I was a little bit worried that if I lost either of those, I was just dead in the water. But luckily, I'm not. So that went well. Then it comes like right back around to me. Hisuian Quillfish gets taken right before I can get it. And I was worried for a second because I thought he just said Quillfish. And I was like, shit, that's literally the Pokemon I'm going to draft in 2 more picks. And then luckily he repeated it. And I was like, oh, wait, Hisuian, we're good. So I took normal Quillfish. This is, as you might notice, shaping up on these first 3 picks, pretty much exactly what I'd been testing with. It goes around. Alomomola is still available, so I take that. I draft a 1-point Intimidator, which was really nice. And then I just start going through my backlog of good mons. Spupa for 0 is a friend guard mon. You can kind of just slot him into teams. Barbaracle is honestly so good if you use him right. And in my testing, he's already felt really good against even just other people because he has Pickpocket and Jaboka Berry, which means that he gets hit by a physical move, a contact move specifically, eats his berry, does damage to them, and then steals their item. All just because he got hit by a move. So, really insane Pokemon here. I may have talked about that in my pre-draft. I don't really care if I did. I'm talking about it again. and then just Galarian Rapidash to cure poison. So yeah, that was the draft. I got. This is where I show what I mentioned earlier. This team, Octillery, Flamigo, Quillfish, Alomomola, Herdier, Spupa, is almost exactly this team. The only difference, the only Pokemon I didn't get out of the main team I'd been testing with for ages, I made this team, this Moody Flamigo 35, like the day we changed it to 35 points for a team, which was so long ago. I'm not sure if you'd remember PB, but it was a couple, like I saw like 3 or 4 weeks before the draft.
Yeah, I can't think exactly. It was late December.
Was it actually late December? Okay, so maybe a little closer, but still, at least a couple weeks before, I'd been testing with this exact team. Only one I lost was Centiskorch, which, yeah, sad to see him go. I love Centiskorch so much, and he was picked literally 3 before I was going to pick him, but I don't mind. If I hadn't picked him by then, someone else deserved him, you know what I mean? But yeah, no, that team came together exactly how I wanted it. So I had my core online, and it's a core I've been testing with. It's a core I'm confident in. It's a core, most importantly, I know what to do with in a bunch of weird scenarios. I've tested this against stall teams, against hyper offense, against poltergeist teams, against sun teams, all stuff I'd built, obviously, not exactly these, but I know how to pivot this team. So that's what gives me a lot of hope for the season, is that I can just position the hell out of people. That's the dream. What is next, PV? What else do you want to
So-
talk about regarding the draft?
Nothing else about the draft. We will loop back around to the picks that you wish you didn't pick up because you said you want to make some changes, but we'll leave that to the
Yes.
end of the next section. And
Got it.
And for the next section, I want you to pull up your PokePaste and just walk us through items, abilities, and like what everybody's gonna do for your team and how you're gonna use them.
Yeah. Here should be the technically, yeah, this is the right one, right? Yeah, it is. So let me just throw this into PokePaste because I don't have my old one pulled up. Here. So this is what I drafted right away. I'm gonna spoil it right now. I've already made one switch since then. But yeah, this is roughly the same. I'm just gonna skip ahead immediately and open what my actual team is because it's basically the same thing. The only difference is that I traded out Herdier for my Yenna because I already wanted Eviolite on my Spupa. I hadn't been planning to draft Spupa. Like I wasn't guaranteed doing that, so I just grabbed Herdier. Herdier's good, but yeah, in the end, my Yenna's also a good pick, so I wanted him more because he can toss on actual item and not be stuck on Eviolite. Anyway, so here's how my team works. You may remember that it's pretty much what I was talking about here. I think the items are like the exact same for these 4. Yeah. Because not to say it like this, but they're the correct items. This is the only one that I could change out of my core 4. So Octillery should always be leftovers. This is what people did wrong in season 1, and what I based my whole season 2 team around was Davin's Octillery. And I know I talked about this in my season 1 interview actually. I've re-listened to that since then, and I was like, I probably shouldn't have been talking that much about Octillery because that was like my secret going into this draft. Anyway, so Octillery with leftovers can just sit on the field for so long unless they're running a very strong Pokemon or like a hyper offense core. This thing can tank so many hits, even if it gets poisoned, which it has in a couple practice matches, even with like against other players. It can still have a couple more turns to comfortably sit on the field. So that's the secret to this whole thing is leftovers Moodymon. I don't believe anyone else drafted a single Moodymon this season, except maybe Bidoof. I think Bidoof technically is, but that's not important. Regardless, so Mose sits on the field, heals up, gains stats. Flamigo can enter the field at any time, has Co-Star, takes the stats from Octillery, like copies them over. And the item's kind of hard to buckle down on Flamigo. The reason that I've gone Citrus is just because it's that little bit of extra survivability. And usually, if I've let Octillery sit there long enough, I don't need the damage bonus from like a choice band or anything. He usually has enough just in the raw stat changes he stole. So that little bit of survivability can be really nice. Even if it only gives Flamigo one extra turn to do something, that's one extra turn with possibly like 3 or 4 times special attack or like 3 times attack stat. So we'll see if I keep Citrus Berry on it over the course of the season, but nothing else is obvious for what I'd want to run on it. If anyone has ideas, I'm open to listening, but yeah, you get it. Alomomola is my Regenerator Mon, so it heals on switch out. Regenerator Mon should always have Rocky Helmet. There are very, very, very few reasons not to run Rocky Helmet on your Regenerator Mon. And the reason why is maybe not as obvious until you've played the format, but it's because this is effectively an infinite source of damage while you can switch it out. If it's on the field and gets hit, it does damage to someone, and then it can leave to heal off the damage it took in return. So by doing this over and over and over again, it's quite literally infinite damage until they kill all my other Pokemon. So yeah, Alomomola, it does exactly what I wanted to. It has so much bulk. Yeah, I know I pointed this out earlier. But yeah, 165 HP, 80 defense. Insanely bulky. This thing does not die very easy. And that's in practice. I've found that many, many, many times. Yeah, even if they hit you hard, it's like a third to at absolute most half your health for an average Pokemon. And then you just switch out and heal a third of that immediately. So if they only hit you for a third, bam, Alomomola is at full health and has wasted like no PP to do it, and hopefully hurt them with Rocky Helmet. So yeah, that's what I want there. Black Sludge is an invaluable item. It's just extra healing. It's a second leftovers just for only poison types. And because poison point's so good anyway, Quillfish, cheap, good typing, poison point, Black Sludge, pretty much writes itself. My Intimidator, I wanted Heavy Duty Boots on. That's currently my Yena. We'll see if that stays. But Heavy Duty Boots are nice. Less valuable this season, so there's a case to give it eject button instead. But it's something at least. Because the idea is then if they've set up Stealth Rock or Toxic Spikes, with Toxic Spikes being the reason that it was so good in Season 1, thanks to the Glamora player. Thank you, Papple, for that. You could always switch in my Yena and not get poisoned. That was especially valuable if your poison mon was already on the field, so you needed to pivot it off the field to pivot it back on to clear up the spikes. Having a Boots mon just solved that. So, at least until I have a good reason, I think he's going to keep Boots, but the good reason might present itself. We'll see. Spupa, Eviolite, pretty low overall stats, but this helps it a little bit. But he's here for Friend Guard. He is here pretty much exclusively to let Octillery tank more hits. Because this means that the idea can be pivot between Alomomola, Myena, and Spupa while Octillery's on the field, and be applying just general bulk for the team that I can heal off. Intimidate to lower their attack to let Octillery survive more, and Friend Guard to reduce the damage that Octillery takes to let Octillery live more. It's a pretty solid core. I would say that I might have one of the best. It's up there at least for the teams with the most synergy between every Pokemon. Like all of these work so well together. Because also, like, even if Octillery somehow dies, Spupa can sit next to Flamigo and it likes the bulk. Spupa can sit next to Poison Point Mon and just let them hit it more with Poison Point. It can sit next to a Rocky Helmet Mon and let that proc more. Friend Guard's always good. Intimidate's pretty much always good unless they have a Defiant or competitive Mon. Stuff like that. Ooh, or contrary. I accidentally brought this in on Chris's Shuckle, which was funny because I raised its attack and went, whoops, that's on me. And then, yeah, what I talked about with Barbrickle, they hit it with a physical move, it eats its berry, it does damage to them, it steals their item. I usually try to do that to steal leftovers. That is almost always what I want to do. Although in testing, I used it to steal Ferrothorn's Rocky Helmet once, which was so nice. Not taking another, like, sixth of my health every time I hit the Ferrothorn was very nice. And then Rapidash Galar is here to enter the field, cure poison with Pastel Veil if Octillery or Flamigo get poisoned. Or Lomola, I guess. And then get hit and leave immediately with eject button. Where this comes into play and how this is going to work going forward is that I cannot, and this is math I was doing with Wubs earlier, I cannot bring my Core 4 and Galarian Rapidash. They're all too expensive. So, this is, PB, is it cool to start talking about what I'm going to switch?
Are you ready to segue into that?
Yeah, it was a very natural segue.
Yep, go ahead.
I'm dropping Galarian Rapidash. It is fun. I like curing poison, but I don't have the points, and I can show you the math for that right now. I have a calculator right here. That was someone else's team. Oh, it's not pulling up Bulbasaur. This is embarrassing. I use Bulbasaur as just my general 0-pointer to fill in slots. But long story short, the way that this calculator works, and it's a little laggy because this sheet has so much in it, is that, yeah, it pulls up the point values for each mon, then has a total here that adds up all these numbers, and a total for the first 6, which is who I can fit on a team. So if, hypothetically, on my team, I have Octillery and Flamigo, I know how to spell, and Alomomola, and what is the last of my Quillfish, yes. Then they add up to 9 for Octillery, 10 for Flamigo, 10 for Alomomola, 3 for Quillfish, which is 32 total points. It'll add the Quillfish, and this will be 32 in a second. Since we allow 35 to a game, that means these 2 slots need to be 3 total points. There's a couple ways to do that. I will fill in the rest of my team here so you can see. We have Myena at 1, we have Barbarcle at 2, we have Spupa at 0, and then currently I have Galarian Rapidash. And this will add up to not 45, I believe. How much did I draft overall? 42, yeah. Oh, I could have just gone to that sheet. Whoops, too late now. But yeah, with these on the field, yeah, I can bring Myena Barbarcle, and that perfectly rounds out the team of 6. But then that means I'm not bringing Spupa ever. And that kind of feels bad, because then if I do bring Spupa, I have to lose out on points. I'm not bringing the maximum allowable, and that just feels like a throw to not bring 35 points worth of Pokemon. So there's a couple ways around that. The easiest way is going to be switch out Galarian Rapidash with a 3-pointer, and there's some good 3-point mons. I have the whole tier list right here. Yeah, there's some pretty good ones on here. I don't remember exactly who's drafted, so I need to take a look. But that's right, I actually have all the 3-pointers ranked. Stuff like Florges, Jellicent, Meowstic. Meowstic could be really fun. I actually might just do that. Primeape with Defiant, if no one drafted that, could be really nice. Yeah, there's a friend guard for 3 if I want to have 2 friend guards on the same team, just keep Octillery alive at all costs. What was the Dampmon? I had some Dampmon up here. Maybe it was Jellicent, I don't remember. Regardless, there's options here. I could also do Poliwrath for Damp. But yeah, I've got some good 3-pointers. I can sub in like any of these, and they would make a good replacement instead of having the Galarian Rapidash is never going to show up. And that would mean that whatever this 3-pointer is and Spupa could come together to a team. Now, the problem with that, and that still works, that is still a good strategy, but it means if I ever want to bring my 3-pointer, I have to bring Spupa. The reason I bring this up is because that means there's only 2 modes of this team. It's my core 4 and these 2, or my core 4 and these 2. You can see my mouse, right?
Mm-hmm. You're good.
Good. I thought so, but I wanted to confirm. And the way to fix that is to make both of these sets add up to or be the same way of adding up to 3. So since Myena's 1 and Barbarcle is 2, I could replace both Spupa and Galarian Rapidash with a 1 and a 2-pointer. Or I could spend even more trade actions. And this one's a little annoying because I don't really want to lose Barbarcle. What I could do is sub out Myena and Barbarcle for a 0 and a 3-pointer. But I don't think I want to do that because Barbarcle's so good and is like half necessary for some teams. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm looking into if I really need Spupa. Friend Guard's nice, but there's other Friend Guard mons that I could work with, some of which cost 2, specifically Cleffa. But it just feels so bad to take Cleffa. It's not good. Let me just go to Bulbapedia really quick, because I want to pull up Cleffa's stats. It is not good. It's 218. 28 defense. So I don't think I can justify that. But that, yeah, brings in the problem then of if I'm trying to do the 2-in-1 like I was talking about, where is the page? There it is. If I'm trying to do the 2-in-1 like I'm talking about, that means I would be losing a Friend Guard mon. So I'm really staring that down. Now the other option, and what I'm probably going to settle for, is making Galarian Rapidash, like switching it out with a 2-pointer. As I said, I have a lot of 2-pointers already figured out. I could do something like Chandelure, like Delmise, because it's just a damage cannon, Poliwrath for damp. Hattrem could be really good. I think, wait, is Hattrem the base form? Regardless, it has Magic Bounce. Meteor's funny. Morgrem gets Pickpocket as well. Obstagoon's a Defiant Mon, although I think this got drafted. Stuff like that. There's, yeah, as I said, plenty of options here. So, what I'm probably going to do to save myself points for now and allow for more switches later is trade out Galarian Rapidash for a 2-point Mon. The one I'm staring down right now, that actually really doesn't sound bad. Do you remember Chandelure got drafted? It
I think
did.
it did.
Sad.
Yeah, it
It
did.
did. Thank you, Control F. So yeah, like Chandelure's off the table, which is sad. Centiskorch and Barbercle are off the table, but one of them's mine already. Alolan Executor is off the table, but that I'm not running a Sun team. I don't know if I really want to run Cleffa. Stuff like that. You get how this goes. So yeah, I just need to look through that, figure out what I'm going to take from this set of Pokemon. There's a very real chance it's either Meteor. I'm pretty sure Golisopod's gone. So probably either Meteor or Poliwrath or Delmise are kind of the ones I'm looking at right now. But we'll see. I haven't done... This was thrown together in like an evening. I don't exactly spend a lot of time on stuff like this. Because who knows, like Double could be good. Nice Bulkmon. Decidueye I'm pretty sure got drafted. Yeah, it did. It was right next to the one I was on, ironically. But I could always like try to trade them or something. You know how it goes. I have options here. And all of those would make it very affordable. It'll lower my overall total, but again, like, unlike some people who drafted all the way up to 45, but then really need to make choices on who to bring, my team doesn't really want to make choices on who to bring for most of its team. I always have the core 4. So then it's, yeah, just figuring out who to bring in response. Obviously, I can't bring Intimidate if they have Defiant or Competitive. I did that against Chris and was like, oh, I just won't bring my Yenna on while he still has his Galarian Articuno. And lo and behold, I was forced to. And I was like, okay, maybe that was a one-off. And then I tested against the team that had Bisharp. And as I was doing that, sure enough, again, I was like, oh, well, Bisharp's on the field. I just won't bring in my Yenna. And guess what? I got down to a game state right at the end where I had to bring in my Yenna against his Bisharp. And I was like, well, have fun with your Defiant boost. So, long story short, that's what the team's going to look like, and that's the trades I'm going to make. Is probably for now only this one, only Rapidash Galar. What is next?
I'll bring up a few little things first.
I know it's been like a half hour already, but we're getting there.
Yeah, we're good. Don't look at the runtime.
Yeah, don't look at it. It's we're at like 15 minutes, obviously.
So, first thing I wanted to mention is that you need to get Minior. It'd be such a good callback.
It would, and also he's good enough. I mean,
Really?
like he is immune to status conditions while his shield is up, and has decent bulk. I think it's like 120 in both stats. Hold up, I'll pull up Meteor for you. Yeah, 100 in both defensive stats, which is pretty nice. And yeah, is again immune to status conditions while its shield is up, which is this form. And then when it falls below half HP, it turns into a damage cannon. And by damage cannon, I mean it's fine. It does something. But you know, it could hurt to bring. Like if I just need a good status immunity, if they're like a big poison point kind of team, I can just bring Meteor, and then every time they have their poison pointer out, I have Meteor out. So yeah, Meteor is a nice choice. I kind of like him a lot. What's next?
Okay, so last thing I need to bring up before we move into the fourth section is, can you show your Pokepaste real quick?
Yeah.
I need to talk about the controversy of your Mola and its name.
Oh my gosh, did Wubbs talk to you about this?
We may have had a conversation.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so to fill you guys in season 1, Wubbs drafted really late into the season Aloma Mola, and he named it Gil Clinton, which great name, actually phenomenal name. I was gonna do that as a callback, but then I thought of a really good team name kind of scheme. So these are all Borderlands Vault Hunters, from 3, 3, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and 2. Which yeah, I love Borderlands. Borderlands is one of my favorite series of all time. Possibly fighting Pokemon for that. So I was like, this is nice. It's fun to do. And there is no character in Borderlands named Gil Clinton. So I know, I'm sorry. I loved Mr. Gill, but I think this is a brick now.
That was all I had for that section.
Mm-hmm. So moving on to part 4?
Yeah, so in this section, just walk me through your schedule. Who you're going to play, who you're worried about, what good games you think are going to happen.
I'm worried about most of my league.
Well, then
I
you can
think
talk
the
about
ones that-
everybody.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go through it pretty quick. I'm gonna click on each one and just talk about them. I think that the Red Pokemon League has the strongest overall, just the highest threats. Chris's team is gonna change a lot. He is already changing a lot, so I have no reason to spend too much time on this. Only one I'm gonna spend time on are Doug Trio's funny. He has a Trapper, and competitive Galarian Articuno is really good. That thing, I swear, was a status move magnet when I was fighting it. It just kept getting its stats dropped and then buffing its Spec A because of it. So, yeah, a lot of love for Galarian Articuno. The Darmonsters, I think I have a better chance against this year than I did last year. I'm terrified of Hydrapple. That thing just, like, walled me last season, but I had a very slow team last season. And in testing against him, I was doing better because I had Moody Boosts. Other than that, his team's. I mean, Rodriguez is funny. He could steal my Moody. He has long reach to not get. Oh, he has Decidueye. I might ask him if he wants to trade Decidueye. I fucking love that guy. Long reach is so cool, and Ghost type means you can't be trapped. Oh, he's like the perfect Cursula counter. Oh, I wish I thought about that last season. Anyway, long story short, the Darmonsters have a good enough team. I'm excited to see if they are better than I expected. The Skarms, it's a joke team. He put Bidoof on it. Zygarde's good. Basket Legion's good. This is Defiant. This was the best zero cost mon. It should not have been zero. But you know.
I would
there's just a way to
explain Bidoof, because people might not know.
We made it 20 points, the maximum amount of points possible, because it's funny. And then he drafted it anyway. And I'm kind of upset that that happened, even though I'm the one that made it 20 points. Anyway. Let's see. Moving on. This is Wubbs' team. Wubbs' team is funny. There's a lot of good stuff in here. Very good Intimidator, although very expensive. I'm a cheap Intimidator supporter all the way. Empoleon with competitive, which is also a steel type, can just win you games outright. That's why it was his first pick. Steely Spirit Berserker is nice. Tingle is his Regenerator Mon. He has Cudchew, I bet, on this draft or on this Fergraph. I haven't checked his sheet, but I'm pretty sure it's Cudchew, meaning if it eats a berry, it eats it again the turn after. Just really good for recovery. He has Overquill for his Poison Point Black Sludge Mon, that's a really good one. I don't think he made it Intimidate. It gets both. It gets two really good abilities for this format. So I like his team. I think Wubbs and I are gonna have a good game when we end up playing, but I don't know how it'll go for sure. The Beweers are interesting simply because they just have a lot of stats. I tallied up all the stats of every team. For their 8 Pokemon, they have a BST total of 4,440. To put it in perspective, my team has 3,523. So not nearly as much. You get it. It's an interesting team. I mean, Magic Bounce, Mega Absol, Serene Grace, Togekiss, probably Storm Drain. This thing's got Infiltrator. That's female Indeedee with Psychic Terrain. Although I think he dropped that. I don't know if that trade's gone through yet. Regardless, this team has some stuff going, and I'm excited to see if they do well. The Dugongs. This is one of the teams of all time. Last season, for those of you who watched my Season 1 interview or were just in Season 1, I pointed out that the two teams I could not beat were Bo's Hyper Offense and Wee's Trapper plus Ferrothorn. And look at what this team has. So I'm scared of the Dugongs. Splop seems like a very good coach. Has, a real Intimidator. He's the one that got Centiskorch. He has own tempo Berserk Gene Perugly. Berserk Gene needs explaining really quick, assuming they haven't heard anything about it. I wrote the rules for this season and threw in that, every item is legal, because I forgot that some items were removed after Gen 2. And that opened up the idea of Berserk Gene, which was a Gen 2 exclusive item that it gave you +2 attack on switching in, and then also confused you. But on Own Tempo Perugly, it doesn't get confused. So it's just good, straight up. Let's see what else. Yeah, I think that's most of what I have to say for this team. This team's really good, and I'm very scared of it because breaking through this thing is very hard. Oh, and there's the Bisharp I was referencing with Defiant. The Mythics have Galarian Darmanitan. Other than Gudra. Oh, I have personal beef with Gudra. PB, you remember what happened with me with Gudra last season?
I think I can recall.
Yeah. For those of you at home, I was up 5-1 in a game against only a Gudra, and then almost lost. I did beat it, but I was very close. And then I did lose to Hisuian Gudra, or maybe it was the other way around. Regardless, with that being like their last Pokemon left, and I just couldn't break through it. Both of them had leftovers, so I now have very personal beef with Gudra. Mesprit's good. Lokix is fine. Magmar's Eviolite Flame Body. Majoke being No Guard, I think No Guard's way overrated in this format. You just get hit by like Fisher and die, and it's funny every time. Jirachi's good. I mean, 600 BST Steel type. Can't really go wrong, right? Yeah, hundreds in every stat. That's a good mon. And then yeah, Galarian Darmanitan with I assume Choice Band just does infinite damage. The Enterprise have the Mycelium Might and Truant Slacking next to Weezings, which is really cool. That is such a cool combo. It's actually was tried to be run last season and didn't do as well, but that's also because he only had the one Weezing and then it would die and then the game was over basically. So I have more hope for the Enterprise. And then there's the Chi-Yus. This team I need to fight eventually because I don't know exactly what it does. I know what every individual Pokemon does. That's what makes this so confusing. But I need to figure out what the team wants to do. So, really quick, yeah, it's just Telepathy Dialga, so can't get hit by its partner. Really strong, 670, 680 BST, Steel type. Just insanely good, but very expensive. Gardevoir with Trace can steal my Moody. Intimidate Weirdeer for just lowering bulk. Darkrai just is a damage cannon, like it says. How much? 135 Spec A? Feraligatr has Sheer Force, Espeon has Magic Bounce, Golduck's Cloud9 for weather users, Drapion's his Poison Healer. Like, there's just good stuff going on there. Ooh, and it's a Snipermon. I forgot about that. So, the Chi-Yus are scary. And that's my league. There's a lot of really good stuff in this league. What's next?
So, do you want to talk over your schedule of just the people you play twice? Just
I played
give.
Coffee twice, which is the meme team, so that should be pretty nice. Let's see, who else do I play twice? Sadly, not Wubs. I play Spry twice. Which one was Spry? I definitely know which team everyone runs. Yeah, Spry is the Beweers. So this team is, I would say, a pretty neutral team into mine. Like it's good. All the individual Pokemon work pretty well and have just, again, crazy base stat totals overall. But if I can get my artillery set up, I think I can beat them. We will see. Who else do I play twice? I only play Bo once. I only play Chris once. Does that mean I only play Splop once, I think. Okay, so just Chillin' I played twice, and Tyler I played twice, which is the Chi-Yus and the Mythics, both of which I talked about at length enough. So I'm just gonna need to learn those matchups. I'm gonna need to do some practice games, figure out what they do.
Ready to move into the final section?
I think so.
All right, so this is going to be the predictions that we get to look back to after the draft, or after the season, I should say.
Hell yeah. What do we
So,
got?
who is going to win your division? We'll start there.
Probably Splop. I'm not gonna lie to you, that team's just too good. Where is it? The Dugongs. That team's just too good. It's hopefully Splop me or Wubs. Although I would not be surprised to see like the Chi-Yus on top. The Dar Monsters could take it, although it's unlikely that he'll get first. But I think he's gonna get like top 3. It's possible. I mean, he's good. Bo's a good coach, so we'll see. Yeah. Other than that, I think my gut instinct is that the Dugongs are gonna win it. Beating Ferrothorn Gothitelle is so hard. What's next?
All right. So, what do you think your record's going to be? We have a 13-game season. How many are you going to win?
Ooh, not 13. I'll tell you that much. My hope is 10, but that might be a little ambitious. I'm gonna guess I'm gonna be 8-5. Hopefully people don't adapt to Moody too hard. So, yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say 8-5 right now.
Chris also said the same thing. So,
Chris said 8-5.
well, he told me he's going to win in either 7, 8, or 9 games.
Oh my gosh, I look forward to it, dude. If he can pull that off, good for him.
The lowest I've heard so far is 7 wins from everybody.
That's not surprising. No
This
one
is
wants to admit that they're gonna lose. This team did really well in my testing, but it did well against other teams that I built. And I build teams that don't move super fast. So I think that I'm most scared of teams that can do a lot in a very short amount of time. If I ever have to fight Pink and his Magearna hyper offense team, I'm gone. There's very little way for me to break through that. Although in testing, I actually did get very close. I had him down to 1 Mon. But anyway.
okay. Now, do you think you're going to make the playoffs? And if so, what seed do you think you're going to get?
How many? Yeah, remind me this. How many people from each league go into the playoffs? Do you remember?
Yes. So we have a 16-team system, and if you win your division, you're guaranteed in, and then it's the next best for the other 12.
Oh, like the best overall records across all leagues?
Yeah. So if one conference is
Oh.
overloaded with talent, then they can all get in.
Oh, that would be so funny if we got like most of the Red League in. That would be so funny. Oh, we'll see.
It's
Anyway,
possible.
I think I have a very real chance. I don't think it's guaranteed like it was last season. Not to say it like this, but last season, as we were approaching playoffs, I was like, I'm making it into playoffs. I ended up going in as the number 2 seed. But I don't have that much faith this season because there's so many good teams in the other leagues. Because notice also in Red League, no weather teams. It's so funny. There's so many good weather teams. The Cacturns are Koraidon, Roaring Moon, Chirim, which is a great core. Let's see. The Pults, they're not the Pults anymore. I don't remember what their name now. That team has some stuff going. I'm excited to see it. Where was it? The other snow team. The Dunfun. The Dunfun have a very real chance. I want to see that team in action. They're just going to have super bulky Glastrier and super bulky Ice-Q and Satitan. I think if they play that right, they have a really good team, but I also cannot guarantee that. Yeah, I'm going to say it is more likely than not that I make playoffs, but it's certainly not guaranteed, you know?
Yeah, I get you.
I'm going to say for seeding, I'm going to say I'm going to be like 10th going into playoffs. A little worse than last season, but again, people know the meta now.
You ready for the
Anything
final
else?
question?
Yeah, hit me.
All right. Who is going to win it all? And if you want to, look through other leagues and talk about teams you're scared about.
I don't think I need to do that too much because teams are going to change a lot. It's possible that Papel wins it again. I'm not going to lie to you. He has a really good team. I wouldn't be surprised to see like the Dugongs, the which other ones? I would like to win, obviously. Moses' team is good. He has a chance, but I don't think he makes it over the Dugongs or Papels. The Cacturns could just win it. Koraidon, Roaring Moon, Chirim is such a good core that on its own might just win games. Like, you might just need to bring 3 Pokemon and that's it. Pink might always win. Magearna is such a volatile mon that if you blow it up somehow, if you, like, get the perfect way to just shut it down, Pink loses the game, pretty much. But if you don't get that exact option, Magearna can scale to a point where it just doesn't matter what you do, you lose. So, yeah, no, I think Pink has a very real chance to win it this season. If we'd let him keep his team last season, he would have won that one too. Let's see. I think those are my predictions. I think it's my top 3 teams are probably the Dugongs, the Brutes, and the Wurmples. Or the Cacturns. That's top 4. I don't know between them who's the best.
If you had to pick one at this moment, who would it be?
So hard. I'm gonna say the Dugongs. I'm so scared of them, dude.
We'll see how well this ages.
Yeah, watch Splop, who's a genuinely good coach from what I've seen with a great team. Watch him somehow end up going like 1-15 because of bad luck. It'd be so funny.
It would be really funny if he did.
Anyway, I think that's all I've got for you. This
right.
one's already been a little more than the half hour I said.
Oh, what do you mean? It's been 20 minutes.
You're so right about that. Also, I'm hungry and need to eat dinner. So
Okay, so the ending thing, just two simple things. Anything else you want to add that you didn't get to mention in any segues?
don't think so. I talked my mouth off about this.
All right, and then anything you want to shout out before we end this?
Just one more time, I want to shout out the team for making the draft go so well, and the players for making the draft go so well. People weren't messing around like we were last time and just like stopping everything and taking a while. Like again, it was so fast and so efficient that I was almost like, damn, I kind of wish we had joked around a little more because it was very businessy. I made sure to keep it very on track. But yeah, no, I just wanted to thank you, everyone for making that a good time, and I want to wish everyone the best going into the season. I can't wait to see who I was wrong about.
Well, thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day.
Of course, you too, PB.